Inside we go here this morning. Futures red, wrapping up what's going to be a pretty red week as well for the S&P and the NASDAQ. Got to go back to April to find a worse week for the NASDAQ specifically. About 2.7, 2.8% on the week, 1. Right now for the S&P 500. That's not including this right now. Again, in negative territory for the Qs here. The SPY looking about the same, not as bad here this morning, but back to the lows, back through that low from yesterday specifically. Just getting Canadian employment data. We might as well talk about some sort of jobs data here. The unemployment rate, actually better, 6.9% versus 7.1%. In the prior week. Added, Sharif, 66,000 jobs in this country versus a negative print last. Coming up at 10 o'clock this morning, University of Michigan sentiment. There is some inflation data in that, but we'll take what we get, I guess.
It's good. It's better than what we did last time. I just want to see how many of those are temporary employment. Right? Yeah. Part-time, I should say. Good morning, guys. There's a whole lot to talk about. That's the second day in a row now. The morning notice, 15 pages are over. It's ridiculous amounts of headlines. Obviously, we're going to start with Tesla, with Elon Musk getting 75% of the vote there with respect to his new pay package. Many different things to talk about there. A lot of different earnings names as well to speak about. But Elon did mention Intel as a possible partner possibly build out fabs.
That was kind of funny.
You know what he said? He needs almost as much as what Taiwan is pumping out now for him to build his robot.
And then more.
Robotaxi. And more, right? So ridiculous amounts there. Airbnb in focus, Brendo. Take-Two Interactive, Affirm, Peloton, DraftKings, Block, all reported.
To name a few. And then he said they're going to build a massive fab in the U.S. to make their own chips because, Sharif was saying, they'll buy as many as they can get, and then they still need more. So what's he going to do? He said, maybe we have to go and build a fab. But yeah, he said, maybe we should have some talks with Intel. It kind of seemed off the cuff. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know.
That's kind of how he is.
Here's Tesla right now, back downside with the overall market. It was a bit of a pop fest. You can see after the close yesterday when this was happening, or ahead of Elon essentially taking the stage, the rest of the meeting was very formatted and formal and wasn't really anything to write home about. But lots to learn from Elon himself. The Cybercab production officially starting in 2026. The Semi officially production starting in 2026. There was one more as well, the Roadster coming as well they talked about. So a lot of things. He said 2026 is going to be a huge year for them.
I got to give him credit, though, at that meeting yesterday, Brendo, because they played pre-recorded as well as live, dissents to his pay package. And people were saying, like, overtly negative things about him, but they put it in the open for everybody to hear.
Yeah. And we were just talking about this before we came on there. One of the really, really interesting things, he said, it's theoretically possible to get the Cybercab production to a 5-second increment, meaning they're going to be blowing these things out the door every 5 seconds. We played this. We played a video on this show. Randy's laughing. We played a video on this show over China when they first opened the Gigafactory in China. Yep. And there was one coming out, I think every 1 minute or 30 seconds they got it to over there. So
I'll believe it. And besides, you and I are saying off camera that there's not too many internal parts like steering wheel, pedals, accelerator. It's going to be devoid.
Stamp out a door, stamp out a hood, throw it together, and get it out. Yeah, he said theoretically it's possible to get it.
He's not having trouble believing it.
Happy Friday, guys. Good morning.
Randy, good morning, everybody. Randy has said no to that probably how many times? 6, 7, 8 times? Oh, plums today.
Yeah, the bananas are high mileage.
The bananas are hot.
Bananas looked weak.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't grab one today, so maybe that's a good thing.
I had a plum yesterday. They were pretty good.
Well, I'm happy with that. That's a lot of talk about Tesla. The door got slammed shut today for Opendoor, down over 20%. How many times do you see a company beat guidance expectations and they're down 23%? Opendoor, that feat. Their guide was for it's like over 30% lower revenue next quarter, but actually somehow was better than expectations. This will be, look, it's going to do it's going to do a lot of volume today. There's no question about it. Affirm, if you're looking for something that was actually good.
Yeah, that was a good one, right?
Affirm, although giving it was double digits, it's now only 6% to the upside. Wendy's is up, believe it or not, if you're looking for a little bit of strength. Saw someone in the chat mentioning that. So it is, like there's going to be a lot to look at, but a lot of it is not looking very good. Block is an example of a chart that's very good. On a plus note, though, anyone that voted for Bitcoin in last night's poll being over 100,000 at the for now, that's winning. It's been under 100,000 like several times this morning and kind of just teetering back and forth. So yeah, that one will be there. It's a little something for everybody today. If you like small cappers, you know, there's going to be Opendoor, of course. CGC even reported if you happen to like things that are trading at $1. So yeah, a lot to look at. You're going to have to try to narrow it down. Be looking at some of the chips. I kind of like that Intel story. If the market can get to the upside, it's not really a story. It's just, you know, Elon pointing out that they have massive chip needs as well, and the whole Build in America thing is kind of working out in Intel's favor.
Yeah, and NVIDIA down again here today, down another 1.5%, so that continues to go lower here as well. So that's going to be a little bit of a problem. You know, yesterday at 4 o'clock when we were doing the recap show, I said regardless of what this vote is, because it's going to pass, it'll be a sell, the news, and that's exactly what happened. So unfortunately, we nailed that one, but I wrote down 440 long Tesla. So we're coming into that level right now. It's going to be the #1 trade idea, just like Alibaba was yesterday, which wound up being a $3 or $4 winner. Let's see if we can just be patient with Tesla here and see if it can somehow hold some of these lows and then bounce it off of that and get back up to some of these highs again. So I'm interested in this 440 right here. Looks like we're going to break it early, so we're not going to step into it. But I like Tesla down here. It's been such a great stock. It's actually holding the highs. You know, we look at some of these other names. Like, I don't have to call Meta now or Microsoft or I don't know. I guess NVIDIA, AMD, Oracle. They're all like down here. You know. So if Tesla was actually behaving like the rest of these sort of big cap names, you'd already be 340 or 360. You know, so it's actually holding up pretty good here. We'll see if it can wind up holding that 440. We're not going to step right into it. And then, you know, we've been warning ever since these prediction markets about DraftKings. I'm thinking about a long soon. I want to see if it can hold 20. I don't know if we're going to get down there. So I wonder if was sort of a whoosh down moment down there to get into the 2450-ish or so area. But yeah, DraftKings coming back in. I mean, they're going to add markets and everything to their platform as well, right? So I think they're going to be fine at the end of the day. And I was listening yesterday to this show, and they lost on, I think it was, he was saying it was 7 NFL games that really put their quarter in the negative. And all of that will mean gambling is a winning proposition for the house, not a losing one. And the fact that all this stuff happened with the NBA and underground poker, all that kind of stuff, it wasn't even an NBA story really with those guys. They were just NBA players. Yeah, one of them was, but they caught that game before so that didn't even affect it. It was more the underground ring of poker games. So, and they're saying that NBA games are way up for them this year. So that's good. I think DraftKings does find a bottom here at some point, and we'll see if it can get back into today. Yeah, the TV's behind us. Yeah, what's up, Life's Interpretation? Yeah, they're pretty hot fire. That's just a big, huge TV. So pretty soon it's all going to be together. We're really excited for that. And of course, here goes Randy pretending to measure stuff. That's great.
Hard work. You've got to make sure there's enough room for the screens in there.
Same thing 10 times. There he goes. Hey, what's up, Randy? Yeah, we're excited for all of this, man. Another great day. I mean, we had tons of opportunity. Whether or not you're long or short, the opportunities are here, right? You mentioned Opendoor, so many other names. I mean, SMR, I actually put my account for $30 here. This is going to be one of the greatest trades that I've made. Shorting 57, buying back 30s. Let's see if that, even if that doesn't work, we've still made $27 on our money there. So it looks like we might already be filled. I mean, I don't know. It hasn't printed 30 yet. We might have just got bounced off of us right there. But yeah, we're going to be buying SMR today just because. I want to get some of that back into the account, so that's going to be a good one there. But yeah, AMD, NVIDIA, Broadcom, Intel with that story.
Airbnb, actually, if you're looking for stocks that are up today, Airbnb is another example of one that didn't actually stink. So like there is a little bit of something for everybody, I think, here today. I even saw like a small capper running. It was like M. I don't know, began with an M, but not really that big of a deal. And as I said, if you're really, really feeling frisky, CGC I'm not saying, I'm just saying. It's up 18%. And it bounced off of it. Like there's crazier things. I don't know if volume's actually going to come into this, but like it's on the back burner for something that like could go. Volume is, I'd say, a little bit disappointing for now, but if there's like 1 day out of the year or 4 days out of the year that we kind of look at this when there isn't any news, it might be today. It's kind of languishing, but we'll see. There's going to be something for everybody out there. And as always, make sure when you're throwing your symbols in there, I've seen Coinbase throwing in there. MTVA is the one someone just put in the chat. Make sure you throw the $sign in. You didn't throw the $sign for MTVA. But I like stocks breaking $1. I have the side burner. Volume solid. But I know somebody that is always full of ideas and things to watch, and that is the NOS boss. Let's give Mike on a Friday morning, as usual. And Randy is very, very interested in what we're saying.
Today, lots to do still in the studio, as you guys said. Along nicely, though. Let's bring in Michael Noss, have a look at what he's been looking at during the week. This is a little bit of a negative conversation you want to have here this morning, Michael Noss. We're talking about, I didn't even know there was an indicator, first of all, but of course there's an indicator that tells you when there's an increased, correct me if I'm wrong, an increased chance overall of a market crash?
Yes, so this is the Hindenburg omen, and it is as scary as it sounds, but, you know, like always, I'll come in and kind of break it down and tell everyone what it is and whether or not we should be panicking or not. But actually, just very briefly, it's kind of a story. The guy who invented this was like a blind physics teacher who never looked at the market before, and he created this indicator that has predicted every major crash that's ever happened. And I'll talk about the caveats around that before, but the next chart is just showing when in the past this area or this Hindenburg omen has happened. And you can see, you know, it's a lot of red around, generally speaking, where the market has topped, and that has shown, and in every major crash going back to 1987 to date, there has been a Hindenburg omen before it's happened. So again, don't worry, I'm hopefully not going to spook you guys out. I'll go over the nuances here. But first of all, what is it? And this is just very interesting, in part because, you know, you spend enough time around Twitter, you're going to hear people talking about this because it was such a big deal, because it does a good job at predicting all these crashes. So we're just going to go through the 3 major components that it needs to have. 3 parts of this indicator that combine that tell you that, hey, there could be a crash coming. And the first one is just stocks have to be over the 50-day moving average and kind of trending up. So because crashes, generally, you want to kind of, I guess, time them when the market's not going down. So that's the first step, is that you need over the 50-day moving average. That one's pretty simple. The next chart here is where things get a little bit more complicated. So the lower indicator is essentially how many stocks are hitting new highs and how many stocks are hitting new lows. And you're not looking for those to necessarily be kind of weighted in one direction, where most stocks are hitting new lows or most stocks are hitting new highs. What you want is a bifurcation to occur. And you can see, if you look at the little green line and the little red line there, it just shows that they're splitting and they're getting wider, which basically means there's a lot of stocks right now that are at or near and hitting new highs. And there's a lot of stocks right now that are at and near hitting new lows. And when you have that split in the market, the idea is that this kind of gives a signal that there's some churn that's happening internally. Bullish people like myself may call it rotation. I guess the idea behind this indicator is that this splits it up and says, okay, we're only being carried by a small amount of stocks, which I know is that's normally what we've been doing recently. But that's the second part of this Hindenburg omen. And then the third part here, the next lower indicator that I've added, is that overall breadth has to turn weak and has to turn negative. And when you have these 3 things combined, breadth just being the amount of stocks on average that are above or below a major moving average, that has to turn negative and start to continue to turn. When you have all of these 3 together, you have the Hindenburg omen, and that has triggered very recently, and you're just hearing a lot of buzz in the technical analysis community about it. However, right, I said it has timed every major market crash, but just like Michael Burry and some people out there. It has also triggered a whole bunch of times when there has been no crash. So the best analogy that I can give, if you hear about this Hindenburg omen, it's like that fire alarm in your house, the fire detector that is a little bit annoying. It will certainly detect every fire, so it will detect 100% of all fires. It will also detect when the toast gets burned. So on average, you're talking like a 25-30% chance that the market is down 10-ish% after this triggers. And really what kind of confirms this is if we see another trigger of all of these same conditions happen in the next days. So the followers of this indicator, they take the first signal that just occurred over the last few days as, okay, it's time to maybe go to a yellow alert and maybe raise a couple bucks of cash and try to figure out something there. And then if we see all these things happen again, in the next 30 days, that's when they would get a little bit worried. So the last chart here is just the chart of the returns after the Hindenburg omen. You can see kind of 1 week out to 1 day or 1 year out. And there's a lot of data there, but I'm glad that they color coded it green and red. And you can just see there is, in the past, there has been a lot of for say 2 months to 3 months out. In most cases, you can see here it has been green a year out, but most of the times, like 75% of the time, the market is green a full year out. So it looks like this does its most damage over the next couple months, again, if it's accurate, but with about a 30% win rate, I'm not super terrified of it, but just looking at the data, looking at the win rate of it, this could be a little bit of a yellow flag, which, we're seeing that in price action as well, and just saying, hey, this is something to keep an eye on. I have never used this before in my trading. Just one of those things I hear talk all the time and has a very terrifying name, which I think is why it's talked about all the time. So just like I always do, I just want to break down the math and say, yes, this has predicted a lot of market crashes. It's also not predicted a lot of market crashes. So again, maybe, if you have something that you're looking to raise some cash on, now might be a time to take a look and do it. But more about keeping an eye to see if this occurs again, which would be a more deterioration essentially of breadth under the hood while remaining above that 50-day moving average.
Given that we will be sitting here, I'm sure, within a few weeks, also talking about the potential of, a couple of other things happening before the end of the year, one being tax loss harvesting, one being the Santa Claus rally. Is there any sort of seasonality around this that we should be aware of, or just blanket, maybe 12 to 15% of the time this could be worse in 2 to 3 months?
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's not really seasonality dependent because the core of the indicator is looking for a very bifurcated market and a market that's driven by a number of stocks, which again, I laughed in the beginning because that's kind of been happening for almost 2 years now, where it's just a handful of stocks that are really driving the returns. So this has triggered a couple false times already. The last one was, I think, in September of 2024. And we've just ripped since then. So there is an argument to be made, and this is the argument that's happening in kind of my nerd community, where this time is different, where maybe these companies are more uniquely structured before. Because when this was built, you got to remember that what essentially it was looking at was to say, okay, all the railroad companies are going up, but then every other stock is going down. Or, maybe these weird textile manufacturers are going up, but most stocks are going down. So if the market has kind of fundamentally changed, which if you go to that last, you can actually see it's getting less accurate over time. There's a lot of, again, 2008, there was a lot of triggers and we went higher for a long time. 2020, right? It did call the 2022 top, but 2024 and 25. So again, there's been a lot of triggers throughout that haven't evolved. So again, I just look at this and I mainly wanted just to come here and say, if they gave it a really scary name. So I'm worried that people are just going to look at this and go, okay, right, we're going to crash. A crash is imminent. Again, it's more of just like a warning sign of, potentially, we've been talking about this, I know Brendan a lot, if you're if you have a lot of cash and you want to raise some and you kind of believe in this, it might be a good time to do it. I, for one, I don't think I'm going to be doing anything based off this particular indicator. It's just an interesting one. It's the fact that it has this perfect track record of calling all the tops, even though it's called a lot of non-tops, is certainly interesting.
And at a point in time when the market's very maybe overextended once again, but as we continue to talk about that, it seems to just continue to float higher and higher. Great stuff, Michael. Have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday.
Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Michael. And you know what's interesting, and I know Michael said it's not an uses, but that chart, at least when you look at it, because overall the market tends to go up over a year in almost any time frame. You know, it does sort of signal in a couple of months. It could be a trim and then buy situation. And, you know, we've been sort of saying this is the kind of top that the things that you don't love as much or you think are a little bit frothy, it's like, yeah, it makes some sense to trim those and then look for some deals for dip buying in the coming weeks and months. It's kind of where my head is at. Crash or no crash. The thing about it is a gigantic market crash like financial crisis, it's the kind of thing that nobody sees coming. That's the whole point. So like these kind of opportunities here, maybe it's more of a trim and look for the dip buy. And if all you know what breaks us, we have other things to deal with. We do have to also deal with some upgrades, downgrades, maybe some options action. It is a Friday. That's when we always love to show you options, but even more pertinent on a Friday.
Yes, it is Friday, and good morning, everyone. Let's get it started, guys. Take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades. To start it off, we have AAPL by Wedbush getting that price target raised to $800. Slightly red on the session, just a little bit under 1%. There's a lot of red on the board today, guys. Bank of America by Allen as well too, getting that price target raised to $64, down about 0.25%. Now, Robinhood taking it on the chin yesterday, guys. 172 is going to be that price target, down 2% on the session, with Mizuho giving it that price target raise. Now, Datadog as well too, guys, by Needham and Company, price target $222. 0.9, a little bit less of a percent. Now, Bumble as well too, guys, by RBC, Royal Bank of Canada, lowering that price target to $5, down roughly 0.5%. Now, CarMax as well too, benchmark going from a buy to a hold, down 1 3/4 roughly. Now, DoorDash as well too, guys, Barclays, no good, lowering that price target to $238. UBS Group lowering the target on Fortinet as well too, guys, down 1 1/4. Price target is $80. Now we'll take a look at some of the put activity on yesterday's session. These names I feel were hit the hardest, so we want to take a look at what some of these contracts activities is telling us. Now, as for AMD Advanced Micro Devices at that $220 strike price on the put side, around 10,600 open contracts with around 2,900 traded yesterday, but that's going to be expiring on November 21st. So what is that telling me? There might be some options writing on those, considering they're still held open, and then you get that rolled over into next week. Now, as for Meta, guys, 600 strike price expiring today. Open interest relatively light, but the volume starting to step in and close a lot of those contracts. Open interest around 6,600 with 15,300 contracts traded on the day. And then Robinhood also at that $120 strike price. It's a ways away from here, but that open interest could tell me that this can act as a potential. Look for those to hold and carry over volume 23,300, guys.
Yeah, I'm with that Robinhood one in particular. Look, Hood was down over 10%, right? So it's going to be SSR today, and there's support on the daily at 120, like right here. That'll be like the end of September, and then you had like the October low was also just underneath 121. So that seems like an SSR bounce level to me, especially on a Friday with that 120. We've sort of seen this play out before. So like Robinhood's always on the radar. It's a type of stock like when this is SSR or when Palantir's like has the uptick rule in effect, or Tesla, good example of it. When they're down, especially on the second day, I look for like these little bounce levels. And Hood at 120 to 121 is certainly going to be one for me, and certainly reinforced by that, Joe.
I remember when this Bumble came to market, it was such a joke, but You know, you are down now to $4. Just looking at it, that it was a bottom previously, the tariff bottom. So you're just looking to see, like I said, I don't know, dating app and stuff like that. I think Grindr had some private equity talk. Maybe I should look, because I know that was getting bought out or talk of it. So I don't know how their numbers relate to Bumble or anything like that, but Bumble down here near $4, $3.50, $4. I mean, maybe if you were trying to take a stab at something, I mean, this has just been there. We get that. It was a downgrade, but the price target was 5. So I don't know where their price target was before for TD or whomever that was. But right now, Bumble, I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention in case you know something about the company or are interested in finding that are literally at their tariff lows. We heard from Michael that, you know, there could be some more downside or upside. I was telling Neil, it's just market commentary, man. Like, I want people to make calls. But down into here, $4. Let's see if that winds up holding. Yet a little bit of garbage underneath, right? $3.50 or so. But yeah, I like those warning shots that Michael was talking about there. This one's already sort of been crushed to the downside and down to $4. $3.50 is the all-time low for Bumble. So if you want to take a shot on something, and I don't think it has enough social media or anything, you know, to do anything like an Opendoor or Beyond Meat or anything like that. So I wouldn't go for it for that. I'd go for it if you thought there was a chance for that name to either be bought out, because GNDR, is that right? No, GRND Grindr. Yes. Okay. I just wanted to see this one because I thought there was talk of some sort of a buyout on this. I don't know if it actually even went through or whatever, but that was also on the way down until we got that talk a couple weeks ago, and now it's trying to bounce off a little bit here. So that didn't get even near lows. So I'm just saying these are two names that I was thinking about.
It's a way
when
bigger.
I saw the Bumble.
Grindr's a way bigger company too.
Yeah, that's the thing. So that's what I'm saying. I don't really know.
They were up like 8 points today. They report.
Grindr? I don't know. I don't know why they're up. Maybe they reported. I didn't see last night that they reported. But Airbnb, another name here. We talked about some of the names that are up today. Affirm, Airbnb. Airbnb not giving anything back. They're continuously, they're not continuously, but they're trying to go higher here. Watch out for 130 maybe break on Airbnb if the market actually gets going, which is right here. That's a pretty good ledge, you know, that we fell off of. And let's just wait to see here if we can retake that 130 level on Airbnb. But we have lots to talk about, man. It's 8:57. It's coming up, 30 minutes. We see if that market continues its downside or if maybe we found a little bit of a bottom. Remember, we're all the way back. It's funny because just yesterday, I think Brendan or Sharif, or maybe it was 2 days ago, they were like, wow, we're still above that 25,000. Well, right now, that's basically the level that we're bouncing off of. So we did have a nice move up in the Qs and in the NASDAQ up to 25.7, 25.8. You've given that all back, and now you're trying to retest some good support areas here for the NASDAQ. So let's just throw it back over the desk, and let's try to find some good value and some good trading opportunities.
I was just looking at the Airbnb back to the upside right now. This is a weekly chart, but I mean, we were just talking, Sharif and I were just talking off camera about Tesla's weekly chart. If you zoom out on Tesla, it's just absolutely amazing, whereas something like an Airbnb just stuck in this range going all the way back to 2023. Much of anything around this 127, 130, but Airbnb, another one with the headline this morning. But yeah, I mean, we can just quickly, if you zoom out here on Tesla, what did I say it was? 2,800% from 2010
yes.
to today. So the market, if you're wondering, the NASDAQ anyway, is about 1,200% in that same time period.
Yeah, so more than double, Brando. Yeah. Fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, the package there that he may get, if all is said and done, is quite, aggressive. Let's talk about what's expected here, Brando. They need to have 20 million on the street delivered. That is, to date, they've only delivered about 8 million, and I say only because it's relative to 20. He's got to have 10 million active full self-driving FSD subscriptions. Now, the company didn't make the distinction between the free trial FSD and paid. They didn't make any distinction between those, so we can just assume 1 million Optimus humanoid robots, 1 million robo-taxis in operation. And Brendo, he's got to get profitability goals as well. $50 billion in annual adjusted profit. To date, He brought in $4.2 billion in Q3. So, you know, even if you multiply that by 4, we're still substantially below 50. All these are really aggressive performance milestones, and I think they're warranted. His pay is warranted if he's able to reach them. Yeah,
for sure. And you know, we keep saying this over and over again, but I mean, the last time, and they even mentioned this on that call last night, the last time that he came up with, what was it called? Plan 2 or something like that. Yeah. Everybody again at that point said, this is insane. No way he's ever going to do this. And not only did he did it in half the time that he was expected to get those things done. So why won't he do this? Of course he will. Anyways, let's get into more about this. If you haven't done so yet, grab the watch list. Comes out every single morning before we come on at 8:30. Link is below in the description. All you need then is your email address. Comes right to your inbox again. Has everything you need to know in it every single morning. Let's, I mean, we just went through some of the numbers here. Let's talk about what happened last night. Again, if you're just joining or missed it, Elon's pay package easily gets passed. It wasn't even close when all was said and done. Even some rumblings going back to the beginning of this week suggesting that maybe it will, maybe it won't. Ends up no problem at all. No problem at all, Brendo. And the first of the 12 possible tranches of pay, because that's what they're broken into, would get released or triggered if the company hits a $2 trillion market cap. Well, it's at 1.5 right now. So one of the first tranches could be released quite soon. The last tranche, the final tranche, would be released if the company reached an $8.5 trillion market cap. Lots of other things were discussed, as we mentioned. You know, he spoke briefly about a possible up with Intel. He's got chips on his mind. Brendo, the A5, which is one of their latest chips coming out next year. The A6, the AI6, I should say, coming out in 2027. So he spoke about a plethora of issues, namely a lot, though, about gigafactories and chips. Yeah. Downside, surprisingly, Sean, I mean, you mentioned this yesterday. Definitely a sell the news. I mean, it was setting up potentially to be a sell the news kind of event. Here we are.
But, you know what, thanks, Brendan. We always talk about that, and it's just like you buy this sort of rumor and sell the news. And when we called up Kalshi there, and it was 95% chance of it passing, yet everything we hear about, is it going to pass? Like, what's going to happen? I just felt like that was just kind of FUD a little bit into the name. And the fact is, the market right now, the NASDAQ, AI, technology, and all that is not well loved. But for some reason, Tesla is still hanging out up here. So I felt like people were interested in this vote, and yet everyone knew it was going to pass. Like I said, it was 95% chance in the betting markets that it was going to pass. So that when it passed, it couldn't go up because the market already knew that it was going to pass. So for me, it was a sell the news kind of situation, and that's exactly what happened. And people didn't really like when I said that there on the stream yesterday, but looks like we are down into here, but that's not down that much. You're only down 1%. And in fact, I have Tesla written down today as a long. So right here on the sticky note, I have Tesla long, watching 440 after the board approval. Want to see if this weekly support holds. Also, we've got good, it's FSD support talk regarding China. So right now, he's talking about getting that approval in China for FSD. We do know that, you know, as far as FSD is concerned, these guys are, you know, the only car in town that can match, or the only option if you're looking for FSD with that technology. So yeah, I think 440 here could hold. We've been bouncing off a little bit here today. And if you just look at the weekly, if I zoom this back out a little bit here, you're just gonna see that this goes all the way back to the 30th of October, where we've sort of held 440. That's this level here. I can just put a little marker right into here and show you in case you can't see that. But that's 440. Have we dipped below it? Yes. We do know that there's been some violent moves in the market as the past couple of days. There's 2 days this week where the NASDAQ's dropped, yet Tesla's still hovering near its weekly highs, near its weekly lows. So if we can hold right here and the market can retrace a little bit, I think you actually have a great opportunity for $10 plus here on Tesla today. So let's not like catch this falling knife. Let's just let it open up, see if this 438 holds. If it does, we spank this back up to the upside and we take Tesla long today. I mean, I think it's a great story. Elon is going to be, you know, the vision here, and why not? I mean, as you guys already mentioned, he's already led everybody, you know, to the water. We just have to drink it. And so many people have gotten so much money and so rich off of this name that I think the buyers will come in. And why not happen right now? at 440. The market is my biggest worry, of course.
He doesn't have to lead us to the water. The robot can get us to water, and it can serve it to me as well.
Exactly.
Because we're all just lazy at the end of the day. No, look, a lot can be said about this. There's a million things that have to get met here for it to happen. So it's not just getting handed like $1 trillion. But ultimately, all of these lofty goals, does anybody believe that Tesla gets to them without Elon Musk? And the shareholders have spoken, and I don't think too many people, whether you like them or not, too many people probably wouldn't disagree with that. Long term, there's a tremendous growth opportunity. First, they have to prove they can build these robots that can actually do everything that he is saying and change the world and have them in every single home. That has to happen, and then you got to build a market for them. There's a lot that goes into that. So obviously, for a while, it's going to seem like an overpriced stock with crazy lofty expectations, which is exactly what it was before with the car. So it's not uncharted territory. For myself, there's a pattern with Tesla where the first move, wherever it breaks away from, tends to be the right one, with the exception actually of Wednesday. So if you take away Wednesday, the last couple of weeks, if you've just sort of let it go and just participate after it makes its direction, there's a lot of room in either direction. If it loses the bid here, there's room to 420. So if we have a first close of 15 minutes of the 15 minutes down, then I think it can trend into 420. Or otherwise, the same thing to the upside. Like I wouldn't care if we're just above 450, and I think it's 452, and then break into that high. And then the other thing that I'm using a 15-minute here, and I'm only going to use 15-minute on Tesla because I tried to get a bottom on Tesla, and then it only indicated a bottom on the 15-minute. It was no good on the 1, it was no good on the 3, it was only the 15-minute chart that was any use for the reversion. So I might not trade Tesla until like a setup happens here on the 15-minute because it's been a little bit more clean. Like look at the reversion on a 15-minute, anywhere you take the curl on a 15, once it goes green, it stays green. And it's the same thing, once it goes red, it kind of stays red there. Once it goes green, it stays green. So I'm going to use the 15-minute, which probably means I'm not trading Tesla early on, but I can come back to it later and not just sit there over.
It's going to break 440 right now. So, yeah I think that's a good idea. That's what I was saying. Wait for a dip down. I like that kind of a call. So, yeah, not worth stepping in. It's almost kind of like it's an earnings fry almost.
Exactly. It's just
like we don't really know what's going to right off the jump.
Exactly. Treat it like an earnings play. Let the money come in and decide on that 15-minute. Opendoor got crushed. They beat. Their guidance was a beat, and they beat the bottom, and they're down over 20%.
All right, yeah, open downside in a pretty big way here. If you zoom out, way out, you got to go all the way back to the beginning of 2024. $4.50, $4.72 on a weekly chart was a level at that point. We're sitting on that right now, but yeah. Not good here for open earnings.
No, it wasn't, Brendo, but they're trying to restructure the company. Let's talk about what happened over here. They reported the revenues fell by about 1/3 year over year, down to $915 million now, but that beat actually the analyst expectations of $850, but their Q3 loss widened. 12 pennies per share they lost. The street was looking for 7. Here's the new CEO, Kaz Najatian, said, "We are refounding Opendoor as a software and AI company. Our path to profitability is clear. We want to transact with more sellers." Surprise there. Unit economics through better pricing and resale speed, and drive operational efficiency by being ruthless on expenses. Brendo, I think he's just gotten the job a couple of months ago. He needs some time. Around.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, obviously, always can be worse. It's worth noting here, Trump Media, DJT isn't moving too much on this, but a few numbers just coming across their latest earnings as well. DJT downside, but not moving on that, though, guys.
No, and look, Opendoor, obviously being over 20%, well, it was over 20%, will make it SSR. It's also a squeeze play. So it did break out. I mean, on my note, I was like, let's see the open. If it doesn't break the low, then I was kind of I was kind of looking for that it tries to break down, fails to, and then breaks out. But it just did it with 20 minutes to go. So this is kind of already on the push. And the other thing I said on my note was I'd wait for around the 580 to 6 area fade. So unless there's some kind of a crazy jump and pop back off the dollar level, trading it off of 5 is not going to be a high probability chance anymore. But there's equal opportunity that this ends up a reversion at the $6 level. And all I'm really looking at, I just go to a 15-minute chart. All I'm really looking at in terms of that 6 is that you start to fill in this gap to the lows, right? So, this is actually 620. So I don't like it. The closer it gets to there is when I would look for a reversion on Opendoor. Like, let the squeeze happen. Obviously, taking a 5-10 break or something like that is not the case. If it sets up for a dip buy, great. But now that it's on the turn, I think just maybe look for the fade. I can't think of I can't think of too many names that are kind of like this one where managed to beat, but they were telling you their revenue was going down by over 30% next quarter. Like, they're just telling you in their restructure, this is going to be painful. And then you throw in factors like dilution. I don't know. I question how much it can squeeze today. It's already given you, a good 10% off the lows here. So patiently for that 6 level because the breakout's gone.
So in the chat, we have a request for a story or so. Yeah, her name is Alex now apparently, and it's Ali, and she loves chilling out in the boxes. Oh, an UGG box too. There she is. So notice this, Neil, in the background.
Oh yeah, I just saw that.
You see the cheese head?
Hold on a second. Do you wear that during the?
No. It's actually, there's like a whole, there's a bunch of Green Bay things here. I've tweeted it out before. Maybe I'll get her to send a picture. But yeah, she's eating well, going up and down the stairs. Each kid has had it in their room the last 2 nights. And yeah, things are going absolutely fantastic with it. And I guess we have a new cat now in the house. I'll find some more pictures throughout the show for everybody. But everything's going well, eating kibble and doing really well. We rescued it, basically. It was all alone. We think it's about 8 weeks old. It was in our back, green, all by itself. And my wife has gone every day to look to see if its family is around. But in our neighborhood, we do have some stray cats and everything. So I don't know. That's probably what, just what it was there. So my wife's in touch, and but now we can't. Now it's game over. We have to keep that thing. Yeah. So and it's funny because my dog is fine with everything. They're actually playing around with each other. So that's been a good. There, I would love a coffee. Tim's coffee or our coffee? Go to Tim's.
Hey, Randy,
sure.
I'm buying, but can you get? Yeah, but get his like the protein one. What's it?
Yeah, it's the yeah. We had a bet about Movember. You want Neil to grow a mustache, by the way?
No, don't change the subject. Don't change the subject.
Neil. You want Neil?
Why you change the subject?
You already have a mustache.
No, we're supposed to.
Yeah, it's
They have some.
Just tell them that they have a protein coffee thing because we were talking about it on the show. Yeah, it's, the milk is protein. They'll know. Or if they don't, just get a normal one. But Neil will take black.
Yeah. But if they do, then we both want one. Otherwise, I'll take one.
All right, this segment's falling off the rails over here.
Appreciate it.
Or don't. It's fine. We can get it in the afternoon. Don't.
I only thought because you
Or we could just get this coffee, Randy. Don't go out. No, it's fine. Me and Neil can organize this. We should actually get a big thing of Tim's, actually.
Oh, God.
Tim Hortons coffee. Okay, so we talked about Tesla, we talked about coffee, we talked about the cat, we talked about the dog a little bit, we talked about cheese heads. We didn't talk too much. Neil talked about Opendoor. I think there's a chance for it to rally today, to be honest with you. It's already starting to go. I just think that we've already seen, the Open Army knows what power they can have with the options and everything like that. I heard a cool story yesterday, and I didn't realize this, but Adara, Eric Jackson reached out to Adara. He retweeted one of her posts, and we're trying to figure out, I don't think there's been much of a response yet, but we're trying to organize him to come on the show.
Yeah.
Which would be pretty awesome if we were able to do that. So, yeah, just watch out. That level looks like 480 to me, pretty clean down there. 5 is even pretty clean as well. I mean, if we can get this dude on the show, let's bring him on, man. I really want to talk to him if we can, and I think that would be a lot of fun to have Adara interview him and then come over here and maybe we can take some questions from the audience and whatnot if we can get him on and figure out what the reason for this move higher is or what the case is again for Opendoor. But better guide, which is nice.
Yeah.
So they lost 8 cents versus 7, so not that great there, but sales better, guide okay. I mean, if we get more government data, right? And we can sort of quell the concern of job losses and things like that, and what the job market really is. And hopefully it's higher and stronger than we think. That should help the real estate market. I don't think it is either.
I don't know if it will be. I don't know if it will.
No, I don't know if it will be either. But I think the lack of data and all the talking leads people to believe one way when it may be the other way. It's not. It's just that's what data is. We got to see it before we, can analyze it. So, yeah, I think a better housing market will definitely help Opendoor. So let's see if we can get more government data, and maybe that's one of the rally points here for them. I think once the government is back, I think Opendoor, we'll get a little bit of a tailwind there on the government.
Yeah, that should help.
I haven't looked at Kalshi yet, though. Hold on a second. I know Brendan and Sharif are like, shut these guys up, probably. Oh, I'm not even. Oh, no. Okay, I have to type in here government.
Pro football.
Oh, because we were looking yesterday.
Oh, that's right.
Will the government open this year? Oh, no, here we go. Yeah, what? There was odds for will the government open this year?
Come on.
So 49 days, essentially. We are on day 37, day 38 right now.
That's just...
So 10 more days. The biggest effect are the airlines.
Yes.
As we get closer and closer to Thanksgiving and all that travel. We already heard yesterday that it was 10% from the 40 major airports have been rolled back.
I think it's over by Thanksgiving.
Me too. I mean, I would. Well,
I also thought it was going to be over shortly.
I don't have any logic to think that way, but yeah. I would hope it comes. I mean, here's President Trump, right? And I mean, he's talking about the problems in Nigeria and many other countries. Meanwhile, the government is not even open in his own country. So I'm hoping that can be focused again and we can get back on track with that. And I hope everybody is doing well with all of this and those checks start rolling in very, very soon. So. All right, that's, and
Intel was supposed to be a
talk about government being shut down, but we have enough money to invest in Intel, that's for sure.
And now they're
so let's go find out what the story here is with Intel.
It was interesting this morning. I was listening to an analyst talking about these airlines and the effect that this is going to have on the airlines. And they basically equated it to a really bad winter storm in many areas across the U.S., which kind of implies that it's 10%, but it's not that bad overall for now anyways. Exactly. But then in the same sentence, they also implied that this could run right through Thanksgiving, U.S. Thanksgiving.
A few weeks away, Brendo.
Which is a whole nother discussion and a huge disaster. So, yeah, let's talk Intel. This was the giant green candle that formed on Elon Musk essentially saying, yeah, we'll probably do something with Intel. He also said they can't buy enough chips at this point, whether it's TSMC, whether it's Samsung. He even said TSMC, when they make their Arizona fab, they're going to buy all those too, and then they still won't have enough. So then he threw in, why not talk to Intel as well?
Exactly. He said he's got chips on his mind, word for word. Let's talk about what he said, Brendo. Elon Musk said Tesla will probably have to build a gigantic chip fab to meet demand for its upcoming AI5 chips powering self-driving and robotic systems. He floated the idea of partnering with Intel. He added, quote, no deal has been signed, but it's worth having discussions. In case you don't know, the AI5 chip is Tesla's 5th gen processor expected to drive the next phase of autonomous. Intel, as we know, has been searching for large external clients to fill, that new advanced manufacturing fabs. We saw a deal with AMD, none with NVIDIA, though, despite NVIDIA's investment. Tesla currently uses, as Brendo mentioned, chips built by TSMC in Taiwan and Samsung Korea for FSD. The AI5 prototype is going to debut in 26 with mass production slated for 27. The AI6 generation, which are actually working on mid-28, Brendo. And he said 1/3 of the power draw of NVIDIA's Blackwell chips, and it's going to cost 10% as much to manufacture. I'm talking about the AI5.
Yeah.
So apparently you'll be able to make them in bulk without breaking the bank.
And we were talking about this before we came on this morning, but what was really interesting about what he was saying was because they won't have to accommodate all these other OEMs who are trying to shoehorn their products onto a chip, it'll be a lot more simplistic and a lot more easier to manufacture from that standpoint, because it's just for them.
And it's vertical integration. It's perfect, right? It cuts out the middlemen and maintains margins.
Intel, guys, right back to, we gave all that back, right back to basically where it ended yesterday.
Yeah, well, it's another potential long-term client for their fab business, but it's potential. Like NVIDIA is a potential long-term client for them. but they're not one yet. So, look, I actually like Intel for a trend break today, but the problem with that is it actually has to break out over 28. If it gets to 28, you're buying Intel. 38 today, which doesn't seem, it seemed a heck of a lot likelier 30 minutes ago. But right now, looks like we're trending a little bit away from it. I was never really thinking too much of a dip buy. I might consider a trend reversal, but I was looking for this. Look at the clean downward trend. Like if it could break out that 38, I thought there was a clean runway at least to some of those highs. But that's seeming very unlikely. You're almost $1 away here now on Intel. So have that one in the back pocket. Now that it's gone red again, I guess this is the only context in which we'll be able to talk about chips. In the chip space, I'm actually looking for like continuation shorts on AMD now that it's lost 236. Like double-day support there. This broke trend on the daily, like this trend line right there. So you're breaking underneath what was a prior uptrend that was trying to hold the last couple of days, and now you're breaking under. So short back into the prior low. I'll favor that and VWAP. Although, yeah, VWAP will be a bit skewed because of that pre-market print, so I'll have to wait for, I won't care about the volume weighted average price, let's just say. We get enough data that this isn't skewed anymore. So 36 will be the level, at least initially. And we're willing to be patient for it. On Friday, just a little bit more patient than normal.
Yeah, I think patience today is going to be a key thing. I don't, that story to me on Intel is just talk. Like, we still have to play the downtrend in the space. I think, as Neil mentioned, it's going to be a good longer-term story for them if they can secure, you know, production. I mean, this is true of any company, no matter what business you're in. I was actually watching an Office episode when I was at the dentist, you know. It's funny because they have the screen in front of you, then they have the screen above you. And I was actually laughing a lot. It was the one where Michael Scott goes to, oh, I forget the guy's name, Ryan, his university. And Ryan's already said the business is going under. And Michael's there to tell him how good the business is, but he doesn't realize that Ryan said the paper business one, and which I guess is probably right. And anyways, he's like, well, all you need to do is produce a thingamajig, and then you will get a payday. These are chocolate bars that he's throwing out, and then you will get 100 grand, and that was another chocolate bar. And I'm just sitting here, he's throwing it, and the kids in the and students in the classroom are just looking at him, and he's throwing the chocolate bars, you know, like he's at these individual people. And I'm just like, yeah, that's basically how business works. If you can find demand and then create some sort of demand and then provide that supply and then sell it, then you can make a little bit of money. So when I look at Intel, I think the same kind of thing. If they can find a contract here, I think that's a great thing. But for right now, I mean, the whole space isn't worried about, man. I mean, we're seeing $100 billion deals for companies, and that stock is going down. This is just Elon Musk saying, well, you know, we could do business with Intel. So I'm taking all that with a grain of salt, but I do think it's a great forward-looking tailwind and a positive mention for Intel. So we'll say bang on that one. Well, we don't even have my stream deck open, but we'll say bang on that one, or congratulations or awesome or whatever. But I think that is a good move forward for Intel and a good mention. So for me today, though, Intel remains a short. Any kind of pops, we'll deal with that as it happens. I'm still not convinced that the Nasdaq is going to tank today. I'm just waiting for it. We're at some key levels right now. Let's watch to see if 25,000 holds. I don't want to sort of a nail in Intel here. Let's wait and see. I'm not too convinced about that. All right, Affirm and Airbnb with only 6 minutes left.
Actually up today, those two.
We'll get into the earnings here for Affirm, but interesting chart here to show. This is price action at the bottom. This is the high, median, and low average analyst target right now for Affirm, heading in the opposite direction, basically, from anything that resembles price. So Affirm well below where everyone thinks it should be.
Oh yeah, it's been a tough year for Affirm, Brendo. But let's talk about the guide here and the earnings report. It was a good report, guys. Revenue was up 34% year over year, now just a little bit below $600 million on the quarter, beating the expected estimates by Wall Street. Their gross merchandise volume continues to grow 42% year over year. We'll explain why in a second when we talk about their tie-ups with some of the hyperscalers. Adjusted loss per share, 23 pennies, narrower than 57, so a beat on the top and bottom line. Their key drivers, Brendo, they're saying the Affirm card adoption, the buy now, pay later spending. Surprise there. But net income continues to rise sharply. About 1/3 of the company's revenue now comes from net interest income. Let's talk a little bit about buy now, pay never, or as Sean likes to call it. The company noted a pickup in discretionary spending, especially, guys, for travel, electronics, and online retail. The Affirm card usage grew sharply. They're guiding decent as well. They're saying Q2 full year 2025, they're guiding revenue above $1 billion for the time. That's above consensus. And they say, as I mentioned, 1/3 of total revenue now, Brendo, comes from net interest income. And the strategic partnerships that continue to grow with Amazon, Apple, Shopify, Walmart, all broadening, I should say, consumer access.
As you said, a lot to look at this morning. Not a lot of volume behind Affirm yet. The market just tried to make another move down there. It looks like we are trying to hold the pre-market lows, but Wall Street Journal reporting the Senate considering a revised plan now to end this government shutdown.
Yeah, that would be nice. Make sure I have my news service turned on so I can hear those things too.
I don't have it turned on either.
Like Affirm, yeah, you know what? Affirm would have been more had there been like a clean bounce opportunity for a trade off the 200 period. Like it's already kind of dipped off that 65 a couple times. It's only $5 away. It's entirely possible it gets down there yesterday's lows and gives you a secondary bounce. But without that, I am unlikely to be trading it. Just wanted to point out that's grown. It's all sell and bounces except for whatever this AZI stock is to the buy. But Figma is now almost at 1.5 million sell and balance. It was 1.2 minutes and now 1.45 sell and balance. Jameson just asked me, and a name that's on the note for myself today is silver. There was news yesterday about silver and copper getting put in, getting added as critical metals by the U.S. government. And I'm just looking at that resistance. I think there's a chance it can break out. I don't know if that breakout through 45 happens today, but I do want to be like long in front of this resistance at 43.8 and then playing into that breakout if it happens. Like I want to be long going into that break. So if it breaks out the top, I just want to be a buyer above the volume weighted average price into that high in silver. But Affirm, unless it sees that 200 period on the daily, no trade for me.
I wanted to just take a quick look here because there's some people talking, obviously, as we should, about the Nasdaq in general, and trying to think about where there could be some longs. So, just look here. We had a nice little get up, and then now we're trying to figure out, where if we're going to go long at any sort of a spot, like this area here. Back sort of where we started back 2 weeks ago, into that sort of bull run into earnings, and now we've seen earnings and we're starting to fade back again. So I still think that had some great earnings reports come through this this round, and obviously, and I wrote this on my sticky note as well, we're getting influenced by many of like Affirm, like Airbnb, like some of these names that are just moving dramatically, SMR and all that, and they are giving negative tone to the market. But I think if we can get back into this area, 603, 604 on the Qs, and if we go to TQs, because that's what I'll be doing, I think the TQs are going to split soon anyways. I'm trying to research that. They split all the time. But down, so it's the same level. So like 103, I'm sitting there already to see if we can get some dip buy opportunities into that area. So just for some talk there in the chat for Go Bills and everything like that was saying they can't wait for me to go long the futures. It's going to be around here, or just stay with me, and if something changes, you'll hit the little old siren here when we're into new positions and whatnot. So I do like the futures trying to hold out right there. Tesla, by the way, and we're going to go back over because we have Airbnb talk still, but Tesla's still moving lower. It already took that 440. So 440 is the level that I wrote down as my number one onto here. Now it needs to at least take it once, maybe fade off that break, give us another bottom, and then maybe the second time through we can rip this. But for right now, I'm not going to punch long 440 if it breaks higher. I'm just going to wait to see if we can break it, potentially go up to 42 or so, come back in, then we'll see if we can get the juice back to the upside, because we do know that there's going to be buyers on this. So to see and keep on our hands for Tesla. Okay, 1 minute left for Airbnb.
We're just going through some of the data points here. Airbnb, pretty impressive right across the board. That being said, price action, not a lot to look at this morning. We're kind of chopping around here. Again, very lightly traded this morning. Right across the board, I mean, I was just pointing out, gross bookings, 22.9 billion, up 14% year over year. Just monster numbers.
And that estimates by $1 billion, Brendo, so that was blown by the estimates there. This is a good report, guys, irregardless of the price action. It's a really good report. Strong Q3 earnings, EP 221. That was the only silver lining. That missed the 234 expected by the street, but revenue came in at 4.1 billion, beating the expectations and growing 10% year-over-year pop. Net income, guys, more than $1.25 billion in take-home money, up marginally from what they took.
10 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we can go back to the guys. Great report,
Thank
guys,
you.
for Airbnb.
That's all right. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, no, look, Airbnb.
It's up 4 points.
I like the stock, but I don't like the environment, as we said, right? I mean, it's a lot of the people that are using Airbnb are the more privileged, I would say, and maybe more affluent, I should say, is probably a better word. So I just think right now with job market and the market going down, it's just what it is.
And Opendoor is now only down 15%.
Yeah,
I guess it is squeezing. The squeeze is real from the bottom. I mean, the guy was a beat, so it is. Oh, you did get it. Oh, Randy, you didn't have to. But
These are protein lattes, right?
thanks, brother. Oh,
And a Dutchie and apple fritter.
Oh, thanks.
Were these called protein lattes? Or what did you say?
Protein.
Huh?
Oh no, we're supposed to both have protein.
No, it's fine as long as you get.
This is black. Here, you take the protein
no,
one.
She mislabeled it. That's the.
We'll get to this in a second.
right.
Thank you, Randy. In a
AMD's
second.
moving to the upside here.
Yeah, right now Google. So Tesla's right now tanking into 435. So this move. We'll wait to see if there is any kind of a bounce here at all for Tesla. So down to 433. Tesla's right now is getting hit pretty good right now. So if you're fighting the shorts, you're with them, I would say, not
Sweet
fighting
Christmas.
them. Move down as well.
Yeah, the market's making the move down. NVIDIA, I was just looking over because AMD is popping, which it's before at the open. Come on, load.
Google's at 280, by the way, too.
Yeah, NVIDIA's breaking lower. I just wanted to be able to show you that as AMD is doing one of its early pops. So looking for the play back into the prior high. It just took out, I mean, VWAP is not that big of a this early, but I'm trying to get 235 half in here. I'm not even sure it's going to get there. I might have to shoot, maybe let another bar open up here, but it's this that I got the eyeballs on, AMD and Open, which is getting real close to this $6 very fast. The Opendoor is filling.
Really? Okay, good.
It's at it hit 580, and if it gets a little tighter into that 6, I'm just not too much of a believer. I'm looking to fade this one, but you got to let it calm down a bit. And we should have the halt bands today if it halts.
Oh, good.
So I'm crossing my fingers that feature is going to be in there for us. Not that I'm wishing a halt on it, but I just want to get a look at it.
All right, we got it almost $1 right now. We are into one position right now. Mentioned that we wanted it for strength. It's right into here. I wrote down, that's still Tesla. I was still watching it, sorry. There's Google right here. I wrote down 276, the zone of how far we go down. Let's see where it goes. But for right now, we're into Google on that early flush. Just took a piece out at 281.50. Next stop, VWAP 282. So let's go again. 280 is good enough for me. Let's put an offer there. If it breaks 280, we're gone on this one. This is just a try for an early bounce play on Google. We're long Google, looking for more right now. Okay, so Tesla is now officially cracked those levels, man. That's why we mentioned to you about 440. Wanted to see it get taken back to the long side before we did anything. And right now, man, it is downside for Tesla. No need to trade this. We've already got a banger right here, man. We're 80 cents in the money. So let's go, man. Spin it for everybody trading with me right here today. That's going to be a good one so far as we go 1 for 1 right now. Position pending, of course. I'm going to take one more piece out here at 60. If we can get it, there it goes. We did get that out. We did get 88s. Okay, Siren's up. Now we are $1.30 in the money all the way to the upside for Google. So there it goes. And just again, I always say this, but there's our daily goal is now hit if we were to flatten this trade. Obviously, it's coming back in a little bit, but just want to show you at 933. There you go, one trade, and it's good. But, we're here to trade more, so let's keep on looking. But Google right now, one so far. That's a nice.
It's a nice.
That's a nice one.
There's a lot of Borat yesterday as well.
Yeah.
Which is fine. AMD just absolutely tanked, but then got right into that 580 area. Couldn't really break 585. I mean, someone stepped up there, but you're going to see probably huge sellers all over the place. So I don't know how much that's going to matter. I now see him move to 587, so I've kind of figured he might do that. So I just moved in front, my stop in front, I should say. So they're at 85, now they're at, and I say they, I just mean there was a single order. So I'm going to drop my stop there. I'm bidding silver now. It just did Just did a wick bottom through the pre-market low and trying to head higher, so it held that prior low. And I thought I was bidding. Well, I'm going to bid now because I can put a midpoint in there, see if I can pick it up. You know what? Oh, I did get filled to move my order, but I actually got picked up. So silver to the low of the current low is going to be my out on that bad boy. And I know a lot of people are looking at Tesla right now like an absolute rock.
Yeah, is it still?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not even looking at it anymore.
Yes, it is. 428 now on Tesla. You got to zoom way out. I was saying 420 because that's the 50 period on the daily. So I didn't think this was like a low probability event, in my opinion, off of the open. Went from a low probability to a decent probability. So I got this one on the radar because I'm not going to get AMD. AMD, bye-bye. AMD's gone. That's kind of frustrating. But
yeah, that's market is still going lower right now. And by the way, I'm filled at SMR at 30, so that's nice. SMR now $28 and getting absolutely smoked, literally cut in half from its high right there. So now it's getting worse here for SMR as this gets lower. A trade that I liked short as well today was Block, but I wanted to go short under 60. That did not happen yet. So Block right now, nice move to the downside, bless you. As that continues to move lower here is SMR. So watch out for that. That's SMR. I don't know why my chart's not flipping over to Block. Block is going higher. So we were waiting for a $60 break or so on this one. Doesn't seem like that's happening now at all. So we're going to give that a little bit of a breath right now. The other trade that Neil's already talked a little bit about Opendoor, Tesla, Google, I'm in, SMR, and Block. So we sort of talked about all the names I wanted to do. I know there's been some dip buy opportunities that some traders have taken on Meta. Has not paid yet. And I just think that, yeah, you want to buy good companies regardless of the market. But right now, I think, as I've already said, I don't like it. And Meta goes lower again today, down another 1% as we lower on this market, and the TQs are getting close, man. I said 103 change for these guys, and there it is almost immediately as the NASDAQ drops 1% right into some levels here. I don't know, man.
By the way, I'm out of that silver. We took it at 95. Broke 85, so we'll give it that 10 cents. It doesn't look like we're going to hold any kind of an uptrend, but Opendoor, it's SSR, which, you know, it is what it is. I'm always going to have a stop. But when it topping tail candles like that, I'm looking to always try to re-enter the trade right away. But you can't hit the bid because it's short sell restricted. So when it does you and wicks you out, it's harder to get right back into it, unfortunately. But it is headed down to the average price. Tesla's now breaking.
Tesla's like, oh my God.
It's now breaking 425. So 420 is coming in pretty quick. So this is it. Yep. 420. 420 is the 50 period on the daily, 420 is a psychological level, 420 is a support level if you zoom the chart back out. And it looks like Tesla's on a collision course with that level quick. I saw someone in the chat say WEN was halted. My scanner wasn't open. Okay. Oh, crap. I wanted to see the halt bands on this. Wendy's is halted to the downside.
Wendy's, okay.
That's a sentence I never expected to say, but that is actually... To be honest, I didn't believe it, and my scanner wasn't up. But Wendy's is halted. They reported and we're up 9% and now halted down. That's a little bit surprising to me.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these companies are just getting hit again today, man. Another 1.1%. Well, Wendy's is not the right operator in the space. You want McDonald's over there, I would say.
Yeah, but why? It doesn't trade enough to halt.
Okay, so we had our day goal. Now we're flat now. Because, again, we did not flatten it all out. And we had said that we were up there, and there it goes right back in. So now we're flat again on the day. So did not take it all out and just fell right back in. We did reach there, but look at the market, man. Okay, well, now it's starting to bounce again. So let's see if we can. Oh, boo. We took it out there at a 280 break. Let's give it a little bit more. There, Wendy's now resumes trading, apparently. So we can go look at that. So that low was 279 change. We'll see if we can get that again. We did get back in there, but oh no, we didn't get back in. We didn't get filled back. Tried to buy that dip again there on Google and missed it. Hopefully, we should be in. What am I bidding over here? Oh, 40s. Okay. There. Oh, got. All right, well, we're going to try to dip buy again on this name. It looks like we might have just made the bottom there or so, down into the 80s for Google. So, yeah, I still like the name, but don't want to chase it too far right now. Tesla's the one I want to get involved with because the chance of going back upside is still quite hard, quite huge for Tesla. Let's take a small shot here at 426.50. And just see if we can hold that low of 424. Maybe we do have a nice opportunity to get back to the upside right now. We're long Tesla. Let's take something out if we can get, okay, there it is. So right now we're $1. There's $1 on Tesla. So let's just keep on going. That might have been a good idea, but we got to get it out first before you start to celebrate. There's some outs again at 427.15s. We're going a little higher on Tesla. Let's see if it can work.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking for the reversion in that, but also
Probably
silver
not.
as well, as that's trending back into the downside. So when we're falling this way, you got to have some kind of a trend break or get to another key level. Otherwise, let it fall. This is what was happening yesterday on Tesla, a whole wealth of names. AMD, yikes, that short is pretty much come and gone. We're going to cancel my order on Opendoor, as Open's now all the way back into VWAP. So if there's a chance to hold this on trend, it's going to be essentially right in here. I like that short into 6, but when it's at 550, almost half for the other side of the scalp trade. So whichever one of these things can break trend first, Tesla, silver, or Opendoor hold trend, the other two break trend. It actually might be silver right now.
All right, we got our day back already there on Tesla. Here it goes. Let's see if we can really make something happen here for Tesla. We are now $2 in the money right now, so let's go. We'll see if we can get this going up. There we go. We'll take some more out. Yes, go. All right, 250 now in the money on Tesla. We got the bottom here potentially. I mean, potentially. Who knows where it's going to go? Let's start to get a little bit more out. Okay, we're out of half now on Tesla. Good move, man. 250 now. I do have another offer at 428.40s. Hopefully we can get back up to that level there, but that's what we're doing right now. We just tried it. We got it. We got the long here on Tesla. The long is not working out for us though on Google. Tesla, not on Google. Google continues to fall back in. We went back to the well when we should not have. 279 looks like it wants to break here for Google, but Tesla so far so good. Google's the problem.
Meta 600 might be a thing as well.
What? That's low?
606.
Oh gosh.
Just now.
Hold on.
Tracking, look, there's a lot moving. I appreciate everyone doing this, and I'll actually make sure that we have the visualizer up, not have it up before. Opendoor, Tesla, and Meta are the top 3. That's why I just went over to Meta. Make sure you the $sign for everyone that's putting in ALB.
$5.
Make sure you throw that one in there as well. So Open is going right back into that 6 level. This is where we had the fade before. We'll see if it does it again into VWAP. We're into silver. But keep an eye on Meta and $600. Should be trouble getting through that bad boy on a Friday.
Neil, $7 now, Tesla. Oh boy, we did it. We finally did it, man. Let's go, man. Let's go. See how much we can get going on this one. And the thing is, man, I learned my lesson already because I was too focused. Wow, this is a good trade, guys. I mean, I hope you guys are here for the fun, but also here for some of the trades. Like, there it goes, man. 426 to 431. We're long 425 right now on Tesla. But what I was going to say is, to my own demise, because as I was focusing on Tesla, I actually forgot to put stops in on Google. So we should have got out like at 279.50 on that kind of. So we won't necessarily average back into this one. We're getting out on any kind of pops right here for Google because this one's the sick one. It's Tesla that's helping us today. It's Google hurting. So we'll go 1 for 2 with the big one obviously over there on Tesla. Looks like right now Google though is coming straight out. And that's every trade I put on is my fault, whether or not it's a winner or a loser. I just should have focused. I completely lost track of this Google because we are looking at this monster over here. So hopefully this can help us a little and Google can get back up to the upside as well. So far so good here, man. That's a monster trade on Tesla, guys. We actually put on some decent amount of shares and there goes Tesla still to the upside, getting more out of Google. Madera.
I just want to mention here, USAR and MP, both of them reported earnings last night, so their day one earnings plays. But we also have some commentary to, I guess, look at from U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying that the U.S. is, quote, on our way to solving China's chokehold on rare earths. So rare earths commentary coming from U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent, in addition to day one earnings plays for USAR and MP. No data at 9:45, but in roughly 17 minutes, we'll be getting the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment print, the first print or the preliminary print here for November. That number also includes a 1- and 5-year inflation estimate. So stay tuned. I'll give that coverage for you guys. Back to you.
We'll get up in a second.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So as I'm mentioning the same names, but honestly, man, like I'm just getting more out of Google here as it pops up through. Like I don't even want this name to be a winner at this point. Honestly, it's not. I'm just trying to get some more out. So there we go. Take some 40s out again. If it runs, great. We could have an absolute monster on our hands for sure. But all right, so fading out at 430 right now. Take some to pop through. Still $5. We did really good, man, for that. Of course, we're waiting for VWAP, but as we note here, the market doesn't wait for any. It's coming back in pretty good here as well. So we'll still wait on Tesla. That might have just been a relief rally there. So we are out of about 70%, holding, actually probably a bit more, probably holding about 25 to 25% of Tesla trade. And then again, if Google breaks, and we're out of that one. That's so stupid of me. Saved a lot of money by not even being in that one. That's my mistake on that. XYZ, man, Block was crushed in the pre-market and going back nicely, man. We were down to $60, down 15%, now only down 10 and change here for Block. So, you know, not necessarily the lagger there that I thought there was a chance for XYZ, but it looks like it's going to be okay after all. Yeah, okay. What else, man? Is Intel moving? What are you in? You're in SMCI?
Not into Intel, but I'm into SMCI for some continuation. It's looking, I mean, AMD is so far away from that I just don't think there's any chance, but SMCI downtrend for like a couple of days on earnings, underneath the volume weighted average price and the prior low, so have this one short. I'll give it to VWAP, just to give it a little more room. It is the opening range, so I have to respect it still. It's only 9:45. We have at least another 15 minutes or so for some of those candles. I even said, like, there was a bunch of stuff that I didn't want to trade until I had 15-minute candles on them. Silver does, initial dip, holds, but then it goes into the prior day high or resistance level at 43.25 or so. That's where I get in. Always scalp some out to VWAP and then play it into the high of the day. If this ends up trending and breaking out the high, I want more longs above VWAP and above that prior high. For now, it's a dip into 44 for that bad boy. So let's see if the chips go back down. I've got SMCI. Intel was. Look, that story it's a fun story, and I think ultimately if Elon ever did something with Intel, it would be huge, but they've already sold it off. And the place that I needed it to hold above just didn't happen. Exactly, it's funny, I was like 38's the key level it needs to hold over, and 38's exactly where it dumped. So I might not end up trading some Intel. And when that happens, I just go to something we've been trading every day, SMCI. Oh, you got one.
There we go.
Oh, thanks.
So yeah, Randy got us one black and one protein. So we're gonna split it right here to see what it tastes like.
And give the verdict. I think it's gonna be fine.
Right now. Yeah. So go ahead, taste it. I just wanted to tell you guys, it has 20 grams of protein. So I think this is about 30. It was 20 grams in a medium. He got a large. So.
Oh, that's well, I mean, I can't.
All right, it tastes pretty good. I mean, it tastes like normal, tastes like a normal latte to me.
That's what I'm saying.
I know maybe you don't drink lattes.
I don't drink lattes enough to tell you if it's normal. Seemingly tastes normal to me.
So, no, it's not that expensive. No. So I think it's like $3, something like that, maybe $3.50.
It's got 20 grams of protein and it's only $3.
Yeah, I saw medium ones. I think it was $3.49. This is a large. Okay, so I just want to say we got saved there, man. Like when we really went to go get it, like this ripped right back to 280 Google. We did get stopped out when it did break that low again, but look at this. We were layering all of our outs there, so that was a good area right there. And we still wind up getting hit on that. Google the red stock today, that's for sure. As the whole market just continues to fall down in and where there's going to be a bid, man. We said 103. It looks like right now we are trying to hold here on the TQs. So I'm try here on this space and see if we can get something for this. So we'll buy a little bit right here at 09. We just missed a punch of 03. So I am waiting down. Come on. We were waiting down there for that trade. Oh, well, there it is. What's up to Go Bills, man? You said you wanted to know when we're in the futures, and there it is. We just punched long for you, and boom, what a back there as we did the work. We showed you that we like that 103 area on the TQQs, right? So there it is, nice move back in. And just if you guys are wondering why I said that, it's right into here. We already went all the way back. We drew this trade up, and there it goes. Boom goes a dynamite. Huge trade now on the Qs back to the forward side of it, but I only have one unit. I tried to punch more at 103. Didn't even realize that, but there it goes. Hopefully we come back in and able to fade that a little. Google is a disaster. We'll probably stay away from that one for now. But Tesla goes right back to the upside now, looking for a 429 out if we can get. But yeah, good trade there on the TQs, man. I hope we got the bottom, but I don't think so. You know, looking to see, like, I'm not going to stop out until we get back into here 102.50. So I'll see if that is going to hold or not. But there's a couple one quick out on the upside. Only took out 10%. So here comes the fade right back in, man. All longs, Neil. I mean, you're in SLV, which will hopefully be a little bit of a different situation here, but. There we go. We get longer on the TQs as it just falls right back. Wow. So here we go, man. Falling right now. The market is not stopping. I think we need to fade pops and just go short and stop trying to catch these
Free
bottoms.
Fall Friday? Can we throw that super chat up? I don't have the page.
Potentially Free Fall Friday.
Control Alt is. Oh, no. Sorry. It's a different super chat.
Ooh. What do we got, Ashar?
GM NVIDIA for long, good at 100-day average, 50-day moving
it's
average.
It's really good. Yeah.
It is.
One did come black. That's okay. We split the one.
Oh,
and Neil likes black coffee anyways.
Yeah. So just the first thing I'll tell you is I look at 50-period moving averages, not 100 days, so I don't even have 100 on my chart. But NVIDIA is losing the 50-period moving average as we speak. We said this yesterday. This stock has not been respecting it as a clean line, dipping underneath and then recovering. So right now it's dipping underneath. So I use the indicator on how the stock respects it, and it's not respecting it as a hard line. I expect it could close underneath for a couple of days before you get any kind of a bounce. And General Motors has been a great chart. It's hard. It would be hard for me to buy this up here. If this were to, it's going to take a minute for this to get to the 50 period. Like, you're talking about a 10% dip in GM. I mean, if you like it and it dips 10%, sure, but I know I wouldn't buy GM up here. I do not feel that confident in it, even though I much prefer that to Ford. I used to own GM, I don't anymore. Oh yeah, we just made the turn there.
Just turned again.
Even silver has a chance to go, even if the market isn't, as I would think, but it got right to VWAP and pull back in. I only got 2/3 out, probably gotten a little bit more than that. So I'll look to see if I can't get a reload, if it can hold this same higher low. And I missed that second super chat because I was talking about the trade when it got thrown up there. Sorry.
Yeah, so we unfortunately, well, we'll do Beta Pro, but I just want to tell everybody that Tesla did finally break 425, but now it's coming back. Tesla's a big trade for me. It's a big, but it is coming back into the downside right now. So we did cash out of that and we're into the TQs, but we just showed you Beta Pro. So let's make sure that you remember, are looking for triple leverage. We want to thank Global X and remind you that Beta Pro does have a triple product, both the TSX 60, treasuries, all of that included here with Beta Pro, semiconductors as well. They're also offering a discount, so you can get better pricing right now, 65 basis points until the 31st of December. So go check them out here, especially if you are one of those sophisticated traders looking for currency hedging on some of your trades. So this is a product for you Canadian investors that are looking to hedge some of your exposure to the US dollar. When you're trading Canadian dollars, Canadian names is fine, but Canadian dollars US traded in US funds, not as good, because then you are hedging against well, you're just playing, you're not hedging, you're just playing the exchange game there. But oh boy, man, again, okay, Tesla's my #1 stock and we've done real good on now the TQs is, but Tesla's a great stock, and thankfully we were able to really rock that early, but then it rocked us at the end. Still positive. We actually have one-day goal on Tesla alone, but we gave that back with Google, and now here goes the TQs, man. Thank you to Go Bills, man, right there. He said, you gave me the confidence, honestly, say that you were just waiting. The only trade you were waiting for was when I pushed the buy key on the futures, and that gave me, honestly, a lot of confidence that I've been hitting it right lately, so we wanted to get back into it, and we did the work, and there it goes, man. Bringing our net back to green, at least today, as we got hit more on Google than we made on Tesla, and no problem discussing that. Google was a mistake. I should have had a stop order once it broke that 279, or sorry, 279.50. And unfortunately, we didn't do that. We tried to catch the bottom there, and the bottom was not in. So, yeah, not great.
Might be in now.
I hope so.
Which leads me to, well, one, potentially I might get that long in Intel. Who knew? The market might take it up instead of the Elon story. But SMCI reloaded in front of the pre-market low, and it's putting in higher lows. So I've said this story before. If I'm shorting something on a structure like this and it puts in the higher low, you got to scalp out because the market's trying to make that turn. Because if it's going to stair step down like this, you'll have you'll have lots of opportunities to win, right? Like yesterday, there were tons of pops on SMCI. But when it does that stair step up, you've got to be wary of it. You can always jump back in here, jump back in here. So I'm thinking the same thing. So I just took another leg out just to scalp some out. That way, if it breaks local high, I'm not down on the stock. And I can always re-enter anytime I want. But Intel, believe it or not, Intel could break out high of day. Which,
oh my God, now
not a lot of names that are, actually Opendoor is doing that. Opendoor is at 611. Opendoor is going ham right now.
I can't believe Tesla's going
But
back
Intel,
in.
I'm thinking, I'm going to hold VWAP. I'm going to get a bit of VWAP actually right now. And if this breaks out 38.10, I said I'm taking a breakout above this price. Maybe the news is a pie in the sky dream, but you know, Intel's trying to break trend anyways. Up 1.5% to a down market. Sometimes relatively strong.
We almost made the low in Tesla, but I'm still happy with the way we traded it. Like I said, we made enough money that it was fine, but could have done more damage there. And unfortunately, it was just a breaking of that low. And when we broke it, it continued, man, to just bounce completely off of that. I did try to get back long. I do have a bid at 425.50, but missed it, so my bad. So I'm already down about 8% on my SMR, most recent purchase. I just got back into SMR. I sold some at 57. I just put the exact same amount of money back into this name at 30. So that's good. I feel pretty confident, not confident, but I feel pretty good about that trade. Will it work out or not? I'm not so sure, but this is working out grandly. I don't want to get anything out now until at least VWAP, which is 104 and change. So, well, actually, we're getting pretty close to that right now. Let's go 390. We'll take out a decent spot there if we can get it, and we're still in half of our TQQ trade because we just got a whole bunch out up here. These outs were early. That was no problem, and then now we're trying to get some out as we've double topped, triple topped up here right now. You know, Palantir, if the market is going to dive, we already know that this one has the pedigree to do that as well. So Palantir early, nice crash into 170 right there from 176. That was straight down $6. Now trying to recover and get above some of these key levels here. I think if we could take one, I mean, we're already long the futures, man. Oh, boom, we get it. That's your dollar club rate. We've had a lot of good trades here today. There we go. We are now into Greensville, obviously. As these futures, I'm going to take one more piece out. As these futures continue to climb higher right now, man, go upside right now, says Sean with the NASDAQ. That's what's cooking right now for me. You're in silver. I did want to check gold. Was another order that I was thinking about picking some more up at, but I'm at 350 right here and have not gotten picked up for GL yet. So we're going to wait.
Well, silver bounced off.
Okay.
Silver, well, while we're talking about it,
yeah.
Silver bounced off the 50-period moving average like a couple of weeks ago, actually, and is just trying to continue to the upside. That's why I like it. Intel didn't quite break out the high. It's really close. I think imminently it's going to break out the high. And I said I would wait for a 15-minute bar reversal on Intel. In 2 minutes, Tesla, in 2 minutes, it's going to be one. Right, so it's going to be a confirmation bar. So that'll very likely 429 is the first bar in the open of the second. So that would give me a shot as to where I want to get in. The thing I don't like is it's right at average price. We'll probably have to scalp some if it happens. But 2 minutes until that bar opens up for us. And speaking of open, buy. It is now filling in the entirety of the gap. I think the one chance to short it, I already had. So, you know, that kind of is what it is. Like, it was the right spot, but unfortunately, you know, I got wicked out and didn't get back in. I'm not doing anything with this until it fills in more of the gap, at least to like a 650 for a reversion. I don't necessarily believe in this one wholeheartedly, but a squeeze is a squeeze. You know, dilution is dilution, but if they want to squeeze it up, they can squeeze it up. Oh, there's the super chat.
Oh, good.
Control to escape. Hey, Neil, I've spent some time talking BTC. Some point heard you in the back of my head saying draw a trend line. It's currently hitting that trend line at 99 from 28K lows. Oh, wow. Okay, I was even unaware of that. So that's trend line. Wow, that's trend line support at 99. Maybe that's double bottoming at 99. that could be a great swing long. I haven't done that myself. I kind of only look at support and resistance, but that's a good look. If we're holding on to 100,000, anyone that voted green on it yesterday, you're winning because Bitcoin is at 100,700. So pretty good look for them. I didn't have any ideas for IBIT today, but that's a good reversal. And it bounced clean off your support level. That looks really good.
That's just so frustrating. Adara?
We also have some numbers here. We're going to be getting the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment print. This is the preliminary print for the month of November. 53 is the forecast, 53.6 the previous print. We're also going to get the 5-year inflation expectation, 3.8% versus 3.9%. And 1-year inflation, we're expecting 4.6%, which should be in line with the previous print of 4.6%. Just a couple seconds here until we get these numbers. University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment coming in at 50.3, so that is well below 53. 5-year inflation expectations, 3.6%. Oh.
Apologies, there a little bit of static on Adara's mic there.
Yeah.
We'll get that fixed. Michigan sentiment just came in. Shoot, I'll if I can't throw that up there. Michigan sentiment comes in 49 versus 50.
That Tesla trades.
November 50.3 versus 53. Current conditions 52.3 versus 59. All of them coming in lower there. I think mics are fixed, so let's go back to Adara.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Some static issues apparently, and we'll have to see if there's any static in this market as we get, again, as Neil mentioned there, lower than expected University of Michigan consumer sentiment, lower than expected 5-year inflation. That means people are now expecting that in 5 years, inflation might be a bit lower than previously thought, but the 1-year inflation expectation, the more immediate one, is actually higher than expected at 4.7% versus 4.6%. And that little push up we got on the market has now evaporated. Trying to push a bit lower here is the NASDAQ. Let's talk about TSLA. This is a name that was initially pretty weak, but did get a bit of a recovery over the last few minutes or so. Elon Musk, CEO of the company, had his $1 trillion pay package approved during the shareholder. During that meeting, he also mentioned the possibility of working with Intel on chips. AFRM also on watch here, one of the many names that reported earnings last night or before the bell today. So tons of day one earnings plays on watch. Affirm beating on Q1 2026 EPS and sales. Guidance was a bit tepid. Now, we send you back to Sean and Neil. We'll take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. Because each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S. There's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Origenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class injury designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics, is uniquely positioned to lead. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Latte. Yeah,
Thank
20
you.
grams.
Thanks. I saw some people in the chat. Why do we care about
28 grams in a large.
But this wasn't a large.
No, this one. This is.
Okay.
I'm just saying the side, but we split it.
No, this is.
So, yeah.
All I was going to say about Michigan, that sentiment number, whether we think it's going to move the market or not, it did. Mm-hmm. You know, like I was here. I'll go to what first. Like Intel was a quick break at the high. It didn't continue. Now I'll wait for the volume weighted average price. I was just trying to get that CI at VWAP, and unfortunately, that was right when the number hit. So it was curling under VWAP. I'm like, okay, let's go. And the stock just tanks 1.5%. So like so much for getting that short. The numbers do matter. Sometimes you can fade in. Like you can, if it's in front of a level like an even dollar, like you can sit in front of it, anticipating you might get swept up. So if it's not going to do the breakout, I'm not going to hold it all the way to VWAP. That's 10% down, or so that's a 1% down in Intel. I'll wait for it to get into the volume weighted average price and take a shot at it. And silver is still holding more or less flat. Opendoor is still trending. It just tried to lit grab to $6 and completely gobbled back up to the high of the day. So it's very on trend, getting close to challenging that post-market 650 level that was so obvious. And with the market heading back here, I start to look for reversions. Again, the only thing I wanted short was AMD, and I'm kind of by proxy going over guy, which is breaking the low. But this did this before, it did this yesterday, and you could easily pick it up several times when support turned into resistance. So I think joining that trend isn't going to be too hard. Another super chat. Thank you from Vinu.
What up, Vinu?
DraftKings up.
What is it?
Right, it
Okay,
is.
yeah, maybe that makes sense.
4%. Who knew?
Excuse me.
DraftKings is one of those stocks breaking out. I mean, I was looking at Intel because it's relatively strong. This is an even stronger name. Sometimes it's just like you've fallen so far that it gets to like major support and shorts cover to take profit and all that good stuff. I think that's probably here. Look where it accumulated yesterday. Maybe that's a place that you can kind of long the consolidation in front, because if you don't have it at the bottom, I don't know what you do. Like, this is not a chase. The market's about to break the low of the day. I don't know if I chase this up at the highs. Right at the lows as we speak. Thank you for the super chat there. I believe that was addressed to Adara. I didn't really quite catch it, though.
I missed what it was as well. But okay, right now, just for the TQs right here, we are, we did make another move to the low side. I'm still beside myself on that Tesla trade. We're still up, so it's fine, but we should have done a little bit better. So here we are taking advantage of that bad Michigan number and get longer here, but also understanding that the market, look, we got a bunch out at VWAP, but I've told you I've completely changed the whole style. Like, it's not about holding on to everything and saying when moon, it's when hit certain levels, get out, right? And that's why I'm very, very at what we did with Tesla. Like, when it came back up here into 430 and we were long 425, like, we cleaned it out right there so that when we got back, we are still very, very positive on Tesla today, but still upset about the trade for sure. And you don't, not upset in a way like, oh my God, so upset, but just like, it's too bad that we had dropped that, because that's a trader's life. Is you're never going to hit the tops, you're never going to hit the bottoms, and every trade you make, there's always better. Like, you could be long here on Opendoor and have gotten out. I don't even know the price. 20. Right. Yeah. So let's just say you were long here at 5.30 and you got out at 6. Well, obviously you've done amazing to get out there, but you've left some on the table. Now, it's only going to look bad when it's up here. When it comes back into 570 or 80, then you're like, okay, now it's okay. But you got to make decisions and stick with them. And talk about a decision. There goes the TQs breaking the again. So our decision is now out of the TQQ, and we stay positive on it, but not nearly as much as we would have if we had cleaned it all out up there. So every day in this kind of a market, we keep saying this, and it's going to sound like a broken record, but learning more and more every day about different trading styles. And Neil and I have been here for 20 plus years each, and still every day trying to learn more and more here about trading. And I hope that you guys are enjoying it with us. And this is just a way where if you look back at your account, pretty much like think more net longs this week than shorts. And you don't blow up your whole account. Sure, you might be red on a day or maybe red on a specific trade, but at the end of it all, the fact that you have stop orders stops you from still being, like, when you're wrong, but when you're right, take advantage, clear some out, and maybe hold some for the home run. That is fine, but understand that do not get like the opposite of a home run. Like, don't get like a golden sombrero and strike out like 3-5 times. Just make sure that if you do strike out, get the heck out and let the next batter go.
You gotta have some productive outs.
Yeah, like bunt every once in a while.
Well, maybe not bunt. I think bunting's been overrated.
Maybe bunting's no good.
No, but sometimes you just got to put the ball in play.
Yeah.
And it happens to move the runner or get a sac fly. That's what it is. There was another super chat in here. Just one thing. I'm looking for this VWAP here on Intel right now. But Uriel in the chat. I have a bearish Apple call credit spread at 11.21. I already feel like this is a joke question. I got a notification of possible early assignment Capital's dividend date. Is there anything I can do to avoid this, or better to close out? This is a question I'm not equipped to answer that one.
That's a question ask ChatGPT.
Yeah, that's.
Or I mean, I don't even know if.
Well, actually, I will say this: my anecdote, and it's a lot of practice asking ChatGPT between Perplexity. I have found Perplexity to be much more accurate if you're asking financial related questions.
Okay.
Perplexity 100%, finance and research.
Yes.
Only Perplexity, and always fact check too, but Perplexity's better.
Yeah, that was the other thing. Yeah, my son actually, it's funny because he was arguing with ChatGPT the other day because he knew something was right and it was saying the other way. So he kept on telling it to double check. And then eventually it found it and he was right. So he was like litigating against, I don't know if he was right or not, but it was just funny to hear what he was.
I want to find that and send that to Joe, though, that question.
Yeah, find it to Joe. Okay, here we go, man. A little bit of a face slapper right now as we go, man. We stayed in the TQs. We did get out of 75% on that break. We did buy a little bit more. The reason why is this little profile right here on the futures. The biggest sell candle, despite the opening candle, just happened when we got there at a level that I thought was going to hold. Whenever I see that kind of an action, I think it's worth getting back in. This is sort of the profile that I'm looking for. This is a 1 minute chart. It got rinsed. Okay, yes. Yeah. Right back. Yes. Boom. Right there to the upside right there. That's the kind of stuff that we're talking about. And there it goes, man. We just got some out at 102.90 there. Nice upside play. Now 75 back into the money here for us on the TQs. So we're up on Tesla today. We're up on the TQs and we're down on Google today. But wow, this might be a dip buy here. Like, so many names are at questionable levels now. Like 3% on Google. What they had their report was crazy good right there, and I thought it was like setting the bar.
It was there's no question it was a good report.
Okay, there goes TQs, now $1 again. But yeah, so I think that's a good dip buy opportunity. But I still think there's a little bit more here. But there we go, man. Look at this move on the TQQs. We did it, everybody.
So I said I'd wait for a 15-minute bar setup on Tesla. So at least, regardless of how it works out, I've waited for it. It wicked the bottom of that 429 now and snapped right back up. I got it kind of as it was going through 30. I wanted some 29s in there, but for now I got the 30s. The play on the 15, like 36-ish. So that's where the target's gonna be. I don't know if I'll get swept at this 430 again. Oh, that was fast on Intel. So I was able to get into one, not the other. Look at the bounce off of VWAP here for Intel. That is absolutely screaming higher. So Tesla, wow. Okay, so Tesla's through VWAP. Remember, the volume weighted average price matters. To me, it matters more the longer we get in, the further we get on in the day. So I'll respect it. If we can hold above VWAP, that can be a place to add. But 436 is a hard target based on that 15-minute chart. So I said I would trade it only off the 15, and that's where we got the entry from. So it looks like it's going to be a rather quick entry and exit on Tesla.
All right. Oh man, kind of. I mean, I'm gonna say a day saver because it is. You know, we're green on the day, and we weren't. You know, before this, we had lost on that TQs trade. We were still positive on it, but like I said, we had lost more on Google than we had made on Tesla. But we go, man. Now it's just rip city right now on the futures. And again, like, just look at the profile. We talked about it. There's that bottom wick. I use volume right there as an indicator more than that bottom wick, and I just want to keep on looking at that. Right now we have about 6 or 7 minutes in a row here of up for the NASDAQ AAPL. So good trade on Tesla over there, obviously, as that continues to go high. So yeah, good little movement here on the market, and glad that we were able to identify that, talk about it, and go over it with you, because this is a big for me anyways, but here we go. All right, I'm going to guess that Palantir is ripping people's faces off. Oh, man. I just said to Marissa, I said, it's so funny because I got to say stuff like this. I said to her, I said, love coming into work every single day, but I really love being with you more. But once I'm here, it's all good. And this is what we said. She says, that's good. She says, I know you really love that job. And I don't really consider this a job. This is just, for me, it's a and just a hobby. But I messaged that to her because this is the kind of thing that I want to encourage with kids. It's like I tell them that all the time. If you want to be something, just go for it. It doesn't really matter what it is. And if you guys want to be traders, day traders, anything like that, just make sure you love what you do, and that when it gets too frustrating, it's true of anything, right? Sports, math, anything, schooling, anything. Sometimes it's, if you're struggling or getting frustrated with something that you know you really like, sometimes take some time off, switch it up a little bit. You mentioned today about, like, you know, working out and things like that, and it's like sometimes it's good to change up your routine so you don't get bored. You have to. Yeah. And I just think that, like, honestly, and I'm not making this up. I show you the chat I sent with my wife, and that was before everything. It's just like, as the TQ started going back up and I started to, like, really feel that this is just such a, I don't know, the adrenaline and to be in front of everybody and be here at Trader TV and what we've really built over, you know, the 7 years. I should probably know how long we've been in operation for.
Well, YouTube, I know that was COVID, so like the start of 2020 was when we came to YouTube, and we're on like 8 months internally. It was about 8 to 10 months, I feel like.
Okay, yeah.
This wasn't even meant to be on YouTube. Like, it was an educational, broadcasted to the other trading floor, not even broadcast, but like streamed to the other trading floors for a couple hours in the morning as like an educational tool for the other trading floors here at Real Trading. And yeah, and then that quickly changed. And then all of a sudden we were on YouTube, and it just sort of, and then COVID happened, meme craze happened, and here we are.
Yeah, yeah, we do notice that Party P there. The iPhone takes a percentage of everything. So if you're trying to super chat, he just said sometimes it looks like the Apple was taking something off of his super chat. Yeah, man. I mean, so does YouTube. So it's just a business. The business, right? But we just appreciate anything that you guys are super chatting, and I just hope that you enjoy the show. And again, I mean, like, honestly, everything that gets super chatted does not go into, you know, any of our pockets, you know, at all. We put it back into the show. We've got hopefully some new hires coming. We have more content coming your way as well. We've got Sharif developing every day his note. You know, Adara, like everybody here, we're trying to make the show, not trying, we are making the show bigger and better every single day. And we want to thank all of you for that, because, like, you know, I know there's an ad or whatever at the beginning of this for YouTube, but, you know, ultimately we try to do our best here to keep this, you know, as cost effective for everybody.
A free resource for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. So there we go, man. Now $1.70. It's another one. Followed by, and we'll look for another one. Because there goes the TQs, man, up to $1.7, $1.80 now in the money. And if you're just trading contracts, we're long at 24.9 basically. It's at 25.40. So we've got like 150 handles now in the money as we continue to move higher. If there's super chats, you can throw them up. I mean, Neil's in position too. We can go over.
Yeah, throw them all up there. Mike, and by the way, I just bought the dip on Intel on trend line. That's the new plan. I learned just recently not to worry about potential extra profit on winning trades. That's a good way to lose. Yeah, I agree.
I think that's what I was talking about, like getting out in front of VWAP, making plays, not trying to, you know, I use that term when moon, remember? Screw the moon. I mean, the moon's beautiful. I just tweeted something out about the moon.
It's literally a full moon right now.
Love the moon. I don't mean screw the moon.
It's a gorgeous
Screw that theory. I mean, it's just, you can hold something for the win. There's no doubt, like 10, 20, 30%, whatever. But if a move happens that you're expecting, please take some out, because it will wipe you the other way.
That's what I'm like. Whatever makes you consistently profitable, don't worry about what others think about it. At least once a day, not multiple times a week, someone's like, you got out of this move too early. But that's always true. In every single style, I tend to go from like one level to another and trust the ability, if it's going to trend forever, to get back into it. And that's why I told the story of how I started out trading penny stocks that way. So that's just how I trade. So like when Tesla does the 15-minute bar setup, then I'm essentially playing it. If it rejects there, I'm trailing out. Like, that's the play. Like, there was a support level. And if we put higher low, I want to still play it off of this bottom. Because when it's like that reverse on the 15 happens, it's been following through almost the entirety of the day. So just make sure you trade your own style. I find that makes it easier. It's not just about being like consistent. The other thing that it gives you is it gives you a strategy. Like, if you have reasons for getting in and getting out and making all of your execution decisions, then at least you can track your ideas. Because if everything is ad hoc and doesn't really have a plan, then it's really difficult to sort of evaluate like new trades or so, because you're just kind of all over the place. So if we lose VWAP, I'm going to be out of this one. Silver's not really doing much. I'll let you guys know if it does. Rocker Trader Jim. Oh, I can throw this one up myself. I don't know if we did this one. I feel like we've missed a bunch more than this. Thanks for being that day trading hype beast during the COVID area. Glad to have found you guys. I mean, I think a lot of people found us during COVID when everyone was just sort of talking about GME and all the other stuff, and realized, and after when that, because a lot of people were doing it on YouTube, and then afterward, it's like, well, we were still here trading the markets, whatever market it happened to be. It's like bull market, bear market, whatever. That's what we're all about.
You probably didn't see this from Brendan, but we're working on having Eric Lindros. He just texted both of us. You probably didn't see it.
Oh, word?
Sometime next week. We're working on a date. So It's looking like, you know, sometime in November, hopefully, we can have Lindros on the show. And we've had LaFontaine and Favre and all that. To talk, obviously, about the concussion business, but industry or treatments and all that. But yeah, Eric Lindros lives near me. I've seen him a couple times. I was telling that to
I was going to say, like, yeah,
there in the chat. The guy's a monster there.
That's a big boy.
Where's Randy at? He'll be interested in that. I'd love for him to, Eric Lindros maybe next week. Yeah, so should be fun coming through. Thank you so much, Randy, for these coffees. They're actually really good.
Did you kill it?
I haven't had it yet.
Fritter is not,
I haven't finished
not
my
being
fruit.
killed yet.
It's not being killed yet.
Okay. Oh, super chat. Thank you so much. There's a big one there, Randy. $50 for that. So that's a couple fritters. Yeah, we could. Yeah, we could.
That's
definitely,
a lot of apple fritters.
We could definitely. It's 50 of. It's 25 of them roughly, right? I think they're about $1.79. Okay. Where's the question? Crushed Google puts. Yeah, not me. And for CMG. Okay, we'll look at Chipotle right there. Seriously, if you buy some guac, the reverse. Statically guaranteed. Okay, that's a good one there. We like the guac at Chipotle for sure. Actually, they have really good guac, I find, at Chipotle. But I haven't had it in a very, very long time. But I think I like Chipotle.
We have guac all the time.
I know you've never had Chipotle.
No, I had it once.
Oh, you've had it once. Okay.
I was in Philly.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, no, for sure, because it was with our buddy. I was in Philly and had Chipotle one time in my life.
What can I do?
Actually, no, I think maybe Cincinnati.
What can I do for you, my fine friend?
Why are you hearing about lunch?
Lunch.
It's
oh, Chipotle. We just got a $50 super chat, and Chris was talking about Chipotle.
You want to get what?
No.
Chipotle for lunch?
No.
No, if I'm in this area, you know we're going up to Maison there and getting brisket.
Yeah, we're not.
If we're doing anything for lunch, it's going to be brisket around here. There's a great brisket place that we went to that. I don't know, were you here that day? I'm not sure.
No, I think the time I got the brisket was the one that Patrick.
But I don't think it was as good.
And it was
last November. Dara already remembers. The last time we got brisket was last November. What the hell are we doing around here?
No. We've had. No.
It was Fed Day, Thursday, November 7th, and I remember this because there was a campus event that night as well, and I had to have the brisket with me in a little bit, and then I ate it the next day cold. I know this for a fact. I also bought a Slurpee at Sev that day too.
It was Thursday, November 7th.
You know what's crazy?
Do you know what day it is today?
It's Friday, November 7th.
Friday, November 7th.
Happy birthday, Mom.
Dara, but I was just going to.
My mom's not watching the show, but it's her birthday today.
Come on, man. My mom's is watching probably.
Oh, no. My mom's not a big screen person. You know what the eyes are.
Yeah. Well, happy birthday.
What?
Dara having a good old time
something going on over there.
Yeah, but that's... all right, so the futures just retraced right back up to the top side again. We got those super chats about being patient, hitting your level. Congratulations, Chris, man. That Google trade was monster. Thank you for not following me. But right into there, just got out at VWAP before we just did a little bit of a tank there. I did hear a Dara with an overly dramatic response to something, so let's go find out what that was.
No, Fabian just pointed out that the date would be 11/7 when I went to 7-Eleven. I just thought that was funny. That's what I reacted to. But I want to react to these small caps, though, actually, because it's small cap recap time. Here's Opendoor. Again, whether or not this one counts as a small cap is debatable, but it is a cheaper stock, and it's making big moves. So let's talk about it. When I say cheaper, I mean like dollar value. It's about $6. They did gap down pretty heavily here, guys, on their earnings. Slight miss here for adjusted EPS. Sales, $915, well above estimates. And their guidance for Q4, better than expected for sales. Here's BKYI. This one has rallied in the past as well, much like Opendoor. We've got about a 5 million share float and about a $7 million market cap. And last but not least, USAR, USA Rare Earths, another earnings play, much like Opendoor, missing on EPS here for USA Rare Earths. Now this one, decently large market cap as well. I believe it's over $1 billion. Short float, I believe, is around 10%, so not insignificant. Before we send you back to Sean and Neil for some more trading action and brisket talk, we'll take a moment to take our friends at Trade the Pool. Because for too long, trading meant risking your own money. Having enough to start. The fear of losing. That's what kept so many traders on the sidelines, but that is now changing because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. So this will allow traders to focus on what truly matters. Discipline, consistency, and of course, growth. So when you hit that profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. That is no fear, that is no barriers, and that is just real opportunity, because that's the revolution of limited risk trading. Powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. Back to Sean and Neil.
Thank you, Adair. I just heard in my ear something about the U.S. Army acquiring millions of drones in the next few years. Yeah, that's not necessarily a new story. We know drones are the future, but maybe take a look at some of those stocks. They could be moving around a bit on that story. That said, finally, well, we'll see if it works. Trend on Opendoor. So upward trend since the open. Pun maybe not that intended. So there's your kind of uptrend. There's the candle breaking the trend. So I'm in the short. VWAP's the target. High is the out. The old usual. And let's find out maybe more about this drone story.
Yeah, so this was reported earlier that they were going to be buying drones. Now it's like an army secretary actually told Reuters that they would in fact be buying drones. So it seems like, at least according to Reuters, this is some confirmation for that story. Reportedly buying at least 1 million drones in the next 2 to 3 years. The Army's going to be acquiring anywhere from 500,000 drones to millions of drones annually after those first 2-3 years. So again, 1 million drones within the first 2 to 3 years. Then after that, they're going to start annually acquiring 500,000 drones, 2 million of drones. So very rough guideline here, but interesting look. I want to mention as well, RCAT is moving on this. This is, of course, a drone-related play, and they report earnings next week. But it's worth noting when we initially heard reports of this, it was that it was going to be the Pentagon along with Doge. I don't see any Doge involvement here, but with that, it's going to be more about the cost of the drones. Because again, initial reports suggested they were going to be getting these drones with some kind of budget. Back to you.
It's not moving Raytheon any. No,
Raytheon?
It's not like, look, Raytheon any volume anyways.
I mean, you got Joby for aviation.
Yeah, this is an invest in it stock, not a trade it stock. Like Joby is down 2% today. That's kind of going a little bit, sort of. And then I know Archer was kind of doing things as well. So looks like a bit of a nothing burger story. Someone just said in the chat, I didn't catch it. Oh, it's Mark Cars. Don't fight the open army.
Right.
I'm not worried. It's just a trade's a trade. Like if this had lit grabbed, what happened at 9 o'clock, if it did this move at 9:30, my plan was to go long on the way back through 5. And then if it trended up, my plan was to fade, like do a trend break in front of 6 and then do a trend break somewhere in front of 650. So it's just a trade plan. I mean, ultimately, what it does is relevant to a stock. You know, a hedge fund shorting the stock matters because they're going to hold it. I'll be out of this thing one way or another in the next, minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, or whatever it might be. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. Ultimately, that's the great thing about day trading in a general sense is like you can have traders of all different time horizons, which allows, because there are swing traders, because there are long-term investors, because there are day traders, because there's all this, then you have more opportunity intraday to have reversals of moves, trends. Just makes that a lot more fun. If everyone had the same time frame, none of us would be here.
Okay, I just wanted to write down that we were, yesterday, this is what I want to talk about, Peloton at day's high here, and yesterday during the report, as it was coming back in, I said to Adara, this one might be one of the sort of squeeze names here today. It's not really doing that. The volume's only 10 million shares, but I did think that there was a good potential here for an upside on Peloton after their report yesterday, because you get these flushing down wicks into there, and it was just bought right back up, right into some support. There goes Peloton up 9% today. So, something there if you are interested. Peloton and what's been going on with that stock. We just talked about Open Army. That looks like it's trying to get going, and we talked about this earlier when it was here. I was like, $5 probably a good long. We do know what this stock can do, and it did it. It did it real early, man. It went from right at the open. Well, at the open it was 530, but all the way up to 620. So up again, and almost 20% here for Opendoor. It was down huge there as we wait to see if Eric Jackson is,
Oh, that's the one.
I don't want to say man enough, but let's see if he can respond, get him on the air here so that we can talk about Opendoor. We would really, really love that to happen, as I know that he did retweet, and Adara's trying to make that happen. So
yeah,
hopefully that does, and we'd love for him.
We have people in the Open Army here.
Yeah, we'd love for him to come talk to
So
everybody.
how about this? For everyone that's out there, including saying, don't short Opendoor, well, you hit up Eric Jackson and say, hey, look, I was watching Trader TV Live. I think this would be a great place for you to come make the case or at least talk about it, because there's a willing audience that just wants to hear what you have to say, and regardless, that's the best thing about it. Like everyone, I don't care what you think about Opendoor. You can certainly always benefit from other perspectives. And if the worst thing that happens to you is you gain information, maybe it solidifies your own particular opinion on it, or maybe you learn something new. Who cares? Let's just all try to grow together, because that's what it's all about.
We could. It's too bad we can't put it. Maybe if we could put his handle or something in the chat, and then you guys could message him ASAP and say we're literally talking about him right now. Would love to have him come on to discuss it, because there's a lot of traders here that would like to know information. Okay, so that would be awesome. Good idea, Neil, for that one. Okay, so just
my idea. Someone else said it.
Oh, they did? Okay, yeah.
Didn't you just say?
Well, I should get him on the show, but it was a good idea for you to say, like, let's use our power to influence him to come
Speaking
in.
of,
So I think that's a good idea.
Oh, I thought I had that key.
All right, I just go ahead.
No, I'm not going to hit it.
All right, so we just, again, we did not average in down here, but we sure as heck got, am I allowed to say that? Got out right here at 104 again on the way back up, right? There's that VWAP. We got that super chat that I think has disappeared now. Was just about, hitting levels and not being too greedy and not waiting for those monster trades or whatever the wording was there. Right back up there to VWAP again. Let's just get some more out. Like, you don't want, this trade can never go against, it can go against me, but I can't go red. So there it goes upside. See if it can hold. I am trying to rebuy right around here, 102.60. And then if we can get down here, we'll buy again, and then we'll dump it off at 102. But this rejection at VWAP, I do think we could retest near day's lows again at some point here, unfortunately, for the market. Let's check in on Robinhood. Now that the market's tried to bounce a little bit, there was some talk about Robinhood, and traders like this name. I don't like it yet. Unfortunately, I think it has double digits in it. I don't know if it bounces off 100 or not, but I just worry that if the market continues its downside pull here for a little bit, that Robinhood will continue to go down, because even if you just drop 2 or 3% a day for the next couple of days, that will get you to that level. It's just the price of the stock.
Oh, that was oh my goodness.
That was SSR, yeah.
No,
that was SSR yesterday.
Look at where it bounced.
Yeah, what, 120 again?
It's not just, it didn't just bounce anywhere.
I didn't even look at it.
Robinhood bounced right off the low on the daily. So there's the low on the daily, 121. I'm only slapping a fail because we're talking about in the pre-market, and then did not get it. And like 1 for 3 in actually being ready. Pinterest worked. Like that one I was ready for at the open, and then I missed one yesterday because I wasn't looking at it. That little SSR bounce when it gets to a key level, and the follow through. It's just a statistical play that we like. We got a bunch of super chats in here, so let's see if we can't get through them. Do you think it's an AI bubble? I think all crazy asset moves up are bubbles, because all we do is print ridiculous amounts of money created by more debt, and then that funnels into assets. In this particular case, that being said, the reason why it works long term is because oftentimes, and this is why the market works, the capital goes into a good place. So even though if it gets frothy, there's something there, and it creates growth. So even when you get pullbacks, AI is a real thing. The internet was a real thing. So yes, to a certain extent, what nobody can predict is like, well, how bad will any kind of a crash of the bubble be? Like, I tend to think that this one, again, being a productive one, is one that should be, what's the word I want to use? Not devastating, because ultimately I believe in the technology and that it is something that will generally create value in the world. But yeah, everything's a bubble, because I don't want to get too much into monetary policy, but if you understand like what money is and debt. Debt is the foundation of this world. So, Sean, Aaron, thank you for the super chat. Hardest thing for me was taking profit. This channel changed that for me. Since adopting what I learned here, I've become profitable. Shout out to you and thank you. Sean Aaron.
Aaron.
Oh, if I see Aaron, I got to say it.
Where did it say it up there?
I'll control delete. Does the trend line see from the 25K lows look promising? Looking for a 93 to 95K bounce. I'd have to throw up a really higher time chart than I have up right now. Let's go monthly. Whoop, that's too far. Probably needed a weekly. So you've got, that's from here. You know what? I don't usually draw trend lines on this one, so bear with me. Oh, it's right there. So why is this not all the way extending? Come on, TradingView, make it easier for me. Yeah, that looks promising. Like, I like breaks of trend lines. When you buy on the trend of the dip of the trend line, I wouldn't sit in front of it. It's more along the lines of if you see it bounce, like the week, because it's on a weekly chart. So the week that bounces and closes higher, I'd buy it the next week, not sit in front of the level, because your pattern's on a weekly chart. So then therefore you should be using the weekly chart for entries, not like a daily or something like that. So anyway, that's just my 2 cents. Yeah, good looking trend line. I didn't even notice that one. From, you said the 25K level, there's it holding that support, and you reach it at about 93. But I like this support level anyways, at like 91, 92. That could just give you some confluence.
All right, unfortunately, okay, well, here it comes in. We just took some 75s here. I was waiting at 65 for a little bit more. And I mean, just to that super chat there, making profits, it's like, that's the whole point of what we're trying to explain to everybody is that sometimes profit taking is definitely necessary of really what you think long term. Short term, there could be, you know, crazy violence in this market, and you know, accounts can get wiped out much quicker than anybody thinks. So just watch out here. Again, I'm just going to use 102 as the stop. I mean, we had recently, our best bid is down here at 102.25, so we're still down. Am I even down there? No, I can't. Oh no, 102. No, I don't want to be at 102.05. That's crazy. My stop is 102 break, so I don't want to be at 102.05 because it will break, right? So all I'm going to do there is get that trade and then have to punch out of it immediately, most likely. So we meant to be at 5. So we're going to put another order right where we got filled the first time, 102.25 down there in case we do have that dramatic flush. Because look, man, there's that volume profile one more time as we get a big volume spike on the sell. Though the thing about this volume, that came basically on the flush here from VWAP all the way down. It's a little different than the profile the first time, but there it is. That's on the TQs. The very first one we found on was the market. So we don't actually have a flush or a volume situation on the market itself, just on this particular asset, or it's like an ETF, I guess, triple levered ETF there. So yeah, the NASDAQ just kind of using here as the main exchange. And again, here at Real Trading, we have the capabilities of trading the futures. It just looks like this, NQ, and right now we'll go into, it should be December, I think right now, E-mini. So this is what it looks like right now. Yeah, so 24.9, so we've broken below 25,000. And as you can see, this is just traded in core. So the futures look different. It's a different tape reading. It's a different velocity. It's different everything. Like I wouldn't see how we just jumped 6 handles there. Like I have no, to me, that's not, doesn't to me. When I watched, that's Robinhood, but when I watch the TQs, the price action on this is more to my eye. So this is more what I'm all about. And look at this, man. See, like right there, that little bump up there, let's take advantage of it. And we just did into 96s. So we just bought some 65s right there. 70s and 65s, out 90s. So just to the 95s, out again 95, out again O's if we can get it right there, which we just did. So, you know, this is what we're talking about, being being disciplined and taking some profit out right now. I feel like I'm freezing a little bit in here. I don't know.
The door's open.
Oh, the door's open. Okay.
Freezing in here.
But there it is, another profitable trade there. That top wick, but we should have. So we're there now, anyways, at 102.07. But anyways, that's the futures trading right there. SMR was an only name I bought today, and that was bad, man. We bought that at 30. It almost came all the way back in. The reason why we bought some 30s is on the daily, well, it's already broken way below. Just thought this little level into here was something, and it was also the 200 period moving average. So we got some more nuclear, got it back in there. All I did was buy back what I sold there, but I really hope it doesn't come all the way down into here, because then that would have been a better hold by me. Okay, futures coming right again.
Man, this is, someone just mentioned that MP was way up. This is why I nibbled in some, because I don't know where the bottom's going to be on this thing. It's almost at the 200 period, and it gets like within stone's throw, 5%. So to me, it could end up being like a nibble in. But yeah, you want to look for some relative strength here today. MP stands out. DraftKings stands out, at least. Okay, it still does. DraftKings has gone red to green. That still looks pretty good. But just a couple of names that are on the visualizer that we haven't been going over. Okay, we'll open. You know what? It's still the same 3. Our viewers really like Open, Tesla, and Meta. Those have been the top 3. We haven't looked at Apple or actually much of NVIDIA or Robinhood today. But certainly, yeah, forget about DraftKings. Clearly, you guys don't. Open is doing the exact same thing as before, which is it broke trend, hasn't broken the high. There was a nice topping tail, so I was able to get a better price here. I have 15s to give to the high, so that gives me basically 15 cents worth of risk, and then scalp out into the volume weighted average price. The midpoint is about 5.90, so it's like 25 pennies it gets to VWAP. 1.5, sort of a normal mean reversion trade. But Apple, it's green today.
What? Good.
And remember, Apple had good news? I don't know if you guys heard about, I don't know if you've ever heard of Alphabet and Gemini.
No.
But if you haven't, then, well, it doesn't. The point is they only have to pay $1 billion a year, apparently, to integrate Gemini and improve Siri and improve the AI experience on the phones. That's news, and it's getting bought up for the third day in a row at 268 and could be breaking out highs. Apple just feels so insulated from all of this AI bubble mess relative to its peers. Let's go to Adara. Time for a little sector watch.
It is, yeah, it's going to be 10:40 right now, so we're actually ended up being right on time. Let's talk here about the sector board because, once again, mentions, I feel like I've said this a lot lately, as we continue to kind of see clear separation between the tech part of the market and the rest of the market. But it's interesting that we're red on the day, specifically on, I guess, the NASDAQ, but we have sectors that are really strong. Consumer non-durables having a great day today. Monster Energy helping that one with its earnings last night. Utilities doing pretty well with the exception of day one earnings play CEG. Energy Minerals having a great day. Communications having a great day, led to the upside by TMUS. In financials doing pretty well as well. Now, what is dragging us down? Well, it's going to be tech and semiconductor related plays. You look at producer manufacturing, we've got LRCX and AMAT one more time pushing the market a bit lower, specifically the sector. Electronic technology, with the notable exception of Apple, as just mentioned, is not having a great day either. NVIDIA, Broadcom, and AMD all down 3% or more. And technology Microsoft actually relatively flat today, but Google, Oracle, AppLovin, Intuit, Meta, tons of weakness. The point I'm trying to make here is that this market is clearly being driven by tech more. These are the largest names in the market, and if they have a good day or a bad day, that's what the market's going to reflect. Back to you.
Yes, thank you there, Darren. Good day for, I saw it was Walmart, Costco, and shoot, I missed the third one. Not that it matters, but I think it's been a good week for them too as well. Yeah, definitely feels like it. Daniel, whatever, I keep saying Mr. Westermeyer because I find it fun, but Daniel Westermeyer is saying 25 is resistance, not support. We'll see. I mean, for now, like I kind of feel like it's around that level. We're taking out some of these lows as we speak, and for every Apple out there, and there's not many of them, there's a Meta, right? Like it's hard for us to bounce. Apple can't carry everything. You know, Meta's down 2% here at the low of the day. It's a difficult job being the strong one, which Apple's doing everything it can. Load. Amazon's trying to hold. It's literally losing VWAP. You just have enough weakness out there. Like, I don't know what's going to bring this market up. Somebody has to join the party. I mean, Tesla could help. No, but Tesla could help. But Tesla just lost VWAP in here, so it just lost the volume weighted average price. So I don't know what to get us up. Like, NVIDIA is literally trending, though, just trending straight down. Like, it hasn't done anything to indicate it wants to break that trend. Yeah, so it's looking relatively weak here, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't know what's going to get us up. Well, Target might have been the other one, Ronnie. You're right.
I mean, yeah, Dara kind of nailed it with her talk there about, you know, as some of these tech names go, so goes the market. And I mean, that's why I'm sort of trying to focus here. And as here comes the TQs right back in again. So, yeah, unfortunately, this looks like it wants to crack lower against us and break that 102 in the bottom of the day. So as we take profits up, and remember what I said, like once we tested that, I said sort of like, I have a feeling we're coming back down into the lows of the day once we kept rejecting there. And you could rewind the tape for that one. And we followed our plan and we got long down here. We're 18, which is good, but at the same time, I'm taking a little bit out as we pop through because I think this breaks 102, and that's my stop, and we have to have a stop in there, and you know we'll stay positive on it. But at the end of the day, it looks like the futures want to go lower here, which is kind of sucky. You know, it looks like we may be in part of a free fall Friday. We've had basically twice this week on the NASDAQ. So if that's going to be an indicator, and you're looking to maybe reverse into a long at some point, there still is some more downside obviously existing right now in this market. So just be careful with whatever you're trading and understand that you do need to have some kind of stops in place for sure. All right, Affirm. I mean, maybe this runs and we're able to get something out again in the 20s just to let some of this. There we go, we just got some, just to let some of this breathe one more time in there for the TQs. All right, AFRM was a name I wanted to check out. I also want to check out Block. Block had a bad day and then rallied, probably back down right now.
I'll say.
Affirm had a good day, but they came back still up that 8% and trying to hold bids right now as Affirm. We're going to lose TQ.
Yeah, silver just came out for me.
Yeah, it looks like everything's break. There it goes.
Like this is the thing. Like you can find a bid, but when it's just lower high, I could have got out at VWAP when it was respecting VWAP, but I never did. Held on to some. So give back the gains on silver. End up going like close enough to flat, but a very, very slight loss on this one. Everything is breaking down at this moment.
I still want to get long, but
oh, thank you for another super chat. Adara is Musk's first working Optimus.
Booyah.
Adara's way more functional.
Thank you for super chat and supporting the show. Also, once again, not AI, but thank you very much.
All right.
Wasn't the thing that didn't they have like an Optimus like handing out candy or something, and it was struggling doing like something as simple as that?
Yeah, like picking up coffee cups and stuff like that.
Yeah, like that little. There's a lot that has to happen to get it to where it needs to be. We're talking years, but you can't tell me you don't want one when it's available. I'm just thinking about not having to every season. My neighbor there's so many just leaves that need to be raked. And like 99% of them are coming from across the street. He's a great dude, and a lot of times he will clean up some of it. I don't like raking leaves. I don't love cutting grass. I don't like shoveling the driveway, all those things that you got to do. So thank you, Optimus, when you're in my household doing it for me. I have no problem saying that.
Yeah. I don't mind Optimus. I like raking leaves and stuff. It gives me something to do because I get bored too easily. Especially when I'm at home. But yeah, that's what it's used for, I think. I think it's going to help out the industrial revolution as well and create almost a new one with AI, right? And that is being able to make more efficient factories and all that kind of stuff, which I think will be obviously at the cost of jobs, but that's still to be talked about because AI does create jobs as in a factory setting, it probably does remove them. XYZ, it's funny, like it's at the day's high, like as the market tanked, names that had horrible reports, you thought that might have continued. So, but no, Block upside there. At some point, this has to be, right? Is it not going to follow the market at some point to the downside? And we talked about another name that's been getting hit today is SMR. Obviously, that goes down. I did rebuy some at 30. I mean, maybe that'll be good. But who knows, man? Right now, down off of that on Monday is SMR, continually lower. And then, my number one stock today is still Tesla, despite doing this. And we didn't have that many shares left there, which was, remember I told you we only had 20%. So that was thankful, but, missed that move up. Let's wait to see if Tesla gives us another opportunity to do that. I'm still waiting. We just got a nice little wick down candle on the NASDAQ. So I do want to get back into the TQs a little bit, but that's a dangerous wick because that's all the way down to 101.60. So it's about trying to figure out the share size. Like you go a couple hundred shares right now, you're risking a couple $100. So if you think that's worth it for the long, I'm just wondering, is it worth getting a long now or is the short still there? We identified that was a problem breaking off of VWAP, which is why we got most of our shares out there. But the average in last time was not great. So that gave some profits away. Back into that one. Microsoft broke lower yesterday through 500. It's trying to figure that spot.
Here goes open. It sat in this consolidation for, I don't know, like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, for 15 minutes before it even gave me the top. And then another 15 minutes before it broke the top. So that's one. I mean, I take these 10 times out of 10. There was really not even a chance to scalp it, though. And that's the thing. Like, when the trend break happens, you kind of really want it to go right away. So it needs to break. If it breaks again down, I don't mind taking the same level, because we didn't give it too much room. We only gave it to the high. Or we let it get to, like, 650. I think that's going to be the next play, at least for myself. Tesla doesn't seem to be along. I'm not even sure I like it back down here again. Like, it broke trend, kind of rejected where I thought it might. maybe a little bit further it could have gone, and now you're headed right back into the lows. If we're just going to trend down all day, then I can't be married to the idea of the volume-weighted average price on MCI, because the last pop didn't get there, and therefore I missed it. So I'll just look at, that's a really steep trend line that it has right now. So if it trend, then I wait for VWAP to short. Otherwise, I'm going to short under the trend line here in SMCI, which would be about 39. This did this yesterday, where if you missed it early, it was like every single pop. It kind of consolidated like that, and then the morning consolidation level actually worked out for you as a short the rest of the day, and it went another $1 down. So if the market just continues trending, then I'll still like this one. But you have to pay for locates on this, so not everyone can short.
You know what I want to check? I want to check Google again, because Google, okay, yeah, biggest loser for me today. This is actually the only red stock. We're still up on the TQs, obviously, and on Tesla, but this is the one red name for me today. And we tried to buy this dip at 280, did not happen, and also did the 50-period moving average. But you see, like this is kind of. And I haven't heard anything about Joe's program in a while, but not to mean he wasn't mentioning it, but that's like a wick there that you're trying to catch, right? Like if you see something like that and you see the huge move back up to the upside, it's not really followed by too much volume there, but it's just kind of like the whack and then the hold blasted back up, right? And then you could use sort of that little bottom there as you're out. And if you're using a 1-minute candle, there's the out. You might, if you can catch that long, fine. Really know that that's the dip buy, so you might want to just do it once it covers up the previous candle. So all the way back up here to 276.60, and I know that's that's 275.60. So when you're going there, you're looking for at least $1 back there to the upside to make that trade make any sense. So right now that's what it's doing, and I like that trade for Google and for that kind of a relationship to that downside. So all right, man. So I thought the reason why I went there is we've kind of found it right there on the TQs. For the largest wick I've seen of the day, we did have a large wick up there that we took advantage of as well. But right into there, using this now as our bottom 101.50, we're able to get long and bring it right back up to the upside, adding again to our net. This is my biggest stock today is Tesla, but right now with me currently holding on to this, just like 20 more cents comes P&L number one, but I don't know. I want to hold it for a back-end trade here. Let's see if the market actually wants to go at some point here. Down another 1.5% today. What the NASDAQ is down this week, but I think it's like 5%. So
it's one of the worst weeks. And
yeah. So I think, and that's a pretty good dip, man. Like generally people will come in and buy like 10%. So we'll see if we can get a similar dip next week, and then maybe we start to buy some of the indexes right there. We can talk more about ETFs.
Every 10% dip.
Right, yeah, see, so there you go. So
it's just a matter of which one. It usually was the SPY for a long time, then it was a NASDAQ. I think this time it'll be the SPY.
Yeah, I like the SPY too. I had too many NASDAQ names.
Obi in the house. I think we're supposed to.
Obi's covering. Sharif is not here this afternoon.
Oh.
So Obi will be a lot of Obi, and he's got on his bromance vest as well. Finance. It is freezing.
It is cold.
Wait, just give it a
door
second.
open. But you know what? If we just
the finance bros vest.
But if we just turn this thing on, it's like a heater. If you just turn that screen on, we're all warm.
Screens are warm.
It's fantastic. Anyways,
Randy's always just chilling, man. He's got the shorts sometimes. He's always got the t-shirts on.
It's cold, trust me.
Yeah,
let's go to Adair so I can actually eat this.
Whether or not it's cold or warm, the U.S. dollar is going to stay in that uptrend. That is for sure, though it has been down for the last now 3 days. As I've mentioned, though, that September 17th Fed meeting a couple months ago was a really September 17th, Fed meeting was a really nice bottom here for the DXY. Since then, we've just continued on this uptrend, even briefly breaking back above the 100 level earlier this week, though, again, we've broken back below that level now. To talk about Fed speak, because with not a lot of economic data, that's really been our biggest thing to rely on when it comes to the sentiment of the market and whether or not we might get some more rate cuts later this year. Now, of course, we did actually get some economic data today with the University of Michigan consumer sentiment print being lower than expected and a higher than expected one-year inflation expectation. So basically that means consumers aren't as enthusiastic as we thought they would be, and the inflation in the next year expected to be a little bit higher than maybe we thought. So not a great sign of near-term enthusiasm That is for sure. But these Feds have been really across the board. Fed's Myron remains by far just the most dovish person on this Fed. He said that he has the same views as his colleagues, but he's just more aggressive with regards to the speed. Now, I do have to talk as well about the Feds that have been a little bit more cautious or hawkish. Fed's Hammock. We had some commentary from yesterday. I think probably still the most hawkish member of the Fed, at least vocally. Fed's Goolsby a bit hawkish as well. So again, guys, just be aware of which one of these Fed speakers are talking, especially if you kind of have a sense of what their biases might be with regards to the market, because that can make these market moves. And of course, worth watching, because with not a lot of economic data, their opinions are going to be one of our biggest indicators of sentiment heading into that December 10th meeting. Back to you.
All right.
Yes,
it's about that time, though.
Come on, tacos.
Right. Oh, man. Oh,
Tacos,
man.
tacos.
Ooh.
I just keep saying it.
I don't know if this is a Thai dish. Not tacos. I mean, yesterday we had the beef chili. I mean, that was pretty
okay.
good. I don't
No, the beet salad on the side.
beans
was
on the
good.
side.
That was good.
I actually really like the sides most of the time.
Yeah,
And
they should
yesterday,
spin it up.
yesterday I tweeted out what was for lunch. Here, I'll show you guys. This is the salad that Neil's talking about right here. So this is generally what we get with our names on it. There's the chili, a salad, and there was some of that. I know they called it Mexican corn salad. I don't know, with a little bit of like a chipotle ranch. No, this is yesterday. Oh. It was the beef. But today's, oh yeah, that's right. You weren't here. It was pretty good. It was chili. It was actually pretty decent chili. Yeah, I thought it was pretty good.
You liked it.
All right, today's though. There it is, chicken adobo. I think it's a Thai dish. Chicken adobo. A-D-O-B-O.
Filipino.
How do you know that?
Filipino. Well, that was pretty close, man. What did I say?
You just said I have friends. I have friends too. I don't know what chicken adobo is.
Philippines.
Oh, that looks good.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, yeah, I mean, that's just, I had a guess there. With steamed jasmine rice, broccoli, chef's
Bam.
choice, salad.
Better have sauce like that. Sauce.
There it is. Oh, we got it up?
Sauce.
Yeah.
Really bad picture. I don't know. The resolution is so terrible.
And there's our jasmine rice in the back, so we'll...
I'll take it.
We'll take it.
That would be a win.
Sounding nice.
Well, that would be a win. That will be a win because we are actually having it.
Yeah, we're going to go... I don't know, I'm not feeling that way. I might just do the sauna, but I'll probably go swimming for a couple laps. I always do that, and then a couple minutes in the sauna this afternoon, and we'll be back with you guys, of course, at 2 o'clock. And we have Obi and Joe. He wants to know by French version today over there as he's going to get ready to talk. Any options, questions, or any questions at all about the midday? Obviously, Obi's one of his strengths there is analyzing the charts and looking at some of the questions.
And there was that options question earlier. I fired it off to Joe. I don't know if it was Yuri chat. If you're still in the chat, just maybe ask Joe that question. The one I was like, yeah, that I'm not.
Oh,
I'm not
tell me about.
No, it was the Apple question. So if you're still in the chat, just fire that off at Joe. I know he's more than willing to answer your options questions. It's not quite 11 o'clock yet.
Oh, yeah, I thought we lots.
Oh, Mabus just said they just ate chicken adobo a couple of days ago.
How was it?
See, there you go. Let us know how it was. That's what I'm curious about.
In the Philippines. Hey, I said it was Philippines.
In the Philippines.
There we go. Yeah, of course it there. Yeah, there it is.
Trust you.
So you got the original there in the Philippines. It's like coming to Quebec and having some poutine over here. I don't know what Canada's famous for as far as food is concerned. We've had those discussions.
Oh, I should have taken this one too.
A couple times. I don't really know. It's poutine, or we talked about beaver tails.
Remember I was telling you this SPAC thing?
This what?
The SPAC.
Yes.
You guys are just going to hear this now because there's only 2 minutes left. So anyways, and not everyone, this isn't going to be for everybody because like not everybody be excited that you could just get in and make 2 cents for free. But when you look at so this is a SPAC that opened today. They're all about size. Either it's like 150 million or like 250. It seems like there's never any difference in the size. This is what they look like on the level 2. See all this liquidity? And what I've noticed is if it opens over 10 and you get the opening print, it's kind of like an IPO. Like if it doesn't break down underneath that opening print, you just get a nice little win. I've seen the Chamath one was like 15 to 20 cents. Most of the other ones are like 2 or 3, but there's like unlimited liquidity here. Like if you're long on that opening print, which was at 04, like look at the liquidity that's just sitting there on 04. It's like 400,000 shares displayed there. So you can just kind of load up the opening print. It goes right in the money for you, a couple of cents. I got to take one of these. I always forget. The problem with them is like I'm used to IPOs opening later in the day, and these tend to be opening in the morning, so I'm never ready for it. But the next one I have to be. This opened at like 10:20, so it's worked like every single one that I've seen in the last 3 months. It's opened above $10, has held the opening print, and then rallied to. Anyways, that's just. I was mentioning it to Sean, but I'm more saying it out loud because it reminds me to look at it.
It's a good trade opportunity, right?
Yeah, I just feel like it's the liquidity there, it's scalable, and you don't need to have that big of a gross win. Like you get a few pennies on it. I don't remember the tick off one to be able to show to you, but I think if it has more hype, you might be able to get more than a point on it. But Tesla, yikes. Yeah, I think Elon got his vote, and he's not getting that payout today. Obviously,
no,
because the market cap is only going to the downside as we speak. Unfortunately,
it's not a great day for market cap.
3.8%, but Tesla's down twice the market, twice the Nasdaq, 3.5 times the ES. It's down. It's trying to catch a bit of a bid down here, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's that good. And ZMOKD. Anyone remember Clover? What I was describing about those SPACs, it's literally like my intention is to take the opening print on one of those. That candle was like a 3-minute candle to get the high of the day. I want to be in and I want to be out. I don't invest in any of those SPACs. It's a trade and only a trade.
Yeah, like looking what happened at Nikola, and there's so many different SPACs that did not go properly. That is for sure. So a good look over there, Neil, talking about some of those. All right, man. Neil's going to apple fritter, it sounds like.
Well, I mean, I was waiting until.
Or are you going to save it for a post-lunch tasty treat?
I was waiting till I finished my morning fruit, my fruit salad.
Yeah,
and now that's
fruit first.
And then I was also going to not eat in front of you guys.
Okay, good. Although that hasn't really stopped us before.
I know. I get. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Randy, for going for that as well. Thanks, Neil, for treating for the protein because of the Movember talk that we had. So that was a good one. Enjoy that. I'm just long the futures, waiting for a move higher, and we're going to go over to the midday, and they're going to have many different ideas. Adobo chicken, man, a Filipino treat is for lunch around here. Ciao till 2.
Yo, what's going on, Trader TV traders? I hope everyone's having a fantastic Friday. It's your boy Joe. Next to me is the one and only Obi-Wan Kenobi. What's going on, brother? How's everything?
Man, not too bad. How are you doing?
Nah, we're doing all right, man. We're doing okay. We can't complain. A couple trades this morning. Aside from that, Obi, let's get on to some roll call and see in the chat. Let's start this off. Who do we got? Lone Sofas. What's going on? Juggernaut. What's up? Julian L. Dinkelberg. Who else do we got in here? Jacques. What's up, my friend? Red Sport. Yo. Big 40 nephew. Yannick Nesbitt. Buffalo Soldier. What's up, my friend? Pitbull. Scott Tomlinson. And who else? We have a couple more here. Stevenson. ATN. I haven't seen my guy, Mike P. The writer. There he is. Good to see you in the chat as always, brother. Crypto Famo. What's cooking? One more here. Lemons family. We'll do one more. Ed Miller. And I see Obi in the chat as well, too. What's up, Passions? I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. Because, is this a free fall Friday or what? I don't know.
There may not be more sellers than buyers.
There may or may
not. Just a guess?
We're just going to throw that out there.
Just a hint of a guess.
When the trend goes this way, you tend to have a little more sellers than buyers.
I have a question for you. Did you get short on anything yesterday?
Yeah, I think so.
Like TQs or NVIDIA?
Yeah, I shorted.
Even like
QBTS.
Perfect, nice.
I shorted QBTS
some quantum
yesterday.
shorts.
Yeah. That was the best
So
trade
a couple of days ago, we had that crazy sell-off at the end of the day in NVIDIA.
Yeah.
Right? So aggressive sell-off. People were like, oh, that was because of imbalances. Oh, it started at like 3 o'clock. Someone was like, oh, someone must have known something from before. They definitely knew from before. But what a crazy short NVIDIA had just a couple of days ago. And yesterday, This is something that I was talking to my pod members about. I'm just like, if we see a sell-off like that at the end of the day, in the last hour, and then that's confluenced with a heavy sell imbalance as well on NVIDIA, and we tank into the close, what should we be looking for the next day?
Sellers.
Sellers, right? I think that's valid. I don't know if they're, but if you saw yesterday, sellers pretty much were dominant. All day today, sellers are still dominant. So I think the market, some of these market leaders are speaking to us, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
No, I agree with you.
Sentiment.
I agree with you on that front. And again, when the aggressive selling, especially coming off those highs, you have talks around the market of it already being frothy. And we're in the middle of earnings season as well, too, guys. I think Obi's right, and it's a valid point, is you just have to go with the flow at that standpoint. It's easier to do so than try to fight the longs, hence like what. Also, NVDA is putting in a substantial volume print right now, Obi. Sorry to like sidetrack, but I 100% wholeheartedly agree with you. There goes NVDA putting in an aggressive print right now. Guys, you're not going to see it displayed. Let me pull my other chart. Other than that, I'm going to show you what I was up to last night for the earnings plays. Steve M, we'll go over that momentarily. Mo, if you're in the chat, you had a question, just make sure you repost that, and I'll do my best to go over it. But here goes NVDA with a big-time 1-minute print. I'm curious if there's going to be a news event, because that's an outstanding volume candle right there on the 1-minute time frame. We can head over to the 5-minute to see if it's starting to increase, and it is. But the thing is, what I'm looking at right now is that doesn't close as a complete hammer. Like what Katina Man was pointing out on Google yesterday or earlier this morning as well, too. As for what I'm specifically looking for, and he pointed out almost to a T what that algo was created for. And I also constructed another today. I haven't got as in depth with it. The script was constructed and I plugged it in, so there's still a little bit tweak to do with that. Mo, okay, so hold on, Obi, before we send it back to you, my brother. I'm in FDX 265 0 details. I'm down 40% with an average of 21 bucks or 21 cents in options terms. Do I have a chance? FDX, did you put your 265 FedEx right here? Ooh, what's the high? Yeah, I don't know, brother. You might be in a little bit of trouble with right there. It's not looking too good, but again, anything can happen. Obviously, liquidity issues there on FDX. I mean, super chat, I love the show. More Obi says why. Thank you for that.
We need more of you.
Yeah, we need more of you. We need more of you. Absolutely. What I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna pull up. Steve M was asking. He's like, "Hey Joe, when did you cover on TTD last night?" So last night for the earnings report, guys, I was trading the trade desk. I'm telling you guys, I was in the chat. Is that hey, earnings is actually one of my favorite times. Why? Because after the volatility gives you plenty of opportunities in the post-market to trade. So here it was on the trade desk. I was short at 45s, and then I loaded it up at 44s, and then we got that move down for approximately $5 to $6. The trade desk. This is the 1-minute time frame. We can break out, and I can show you what it's like on the 5-minute time frame. One thing that I love about this system and this strategy is that it's relatively straightforward. Right? Like if you have a strong candle print or a weak one, you just play the 5-minute break. So after that announcement candle, you're patient, you wait for the top end of that to break, the lower end of that to break. And that was the case here in the TTD. And if you look for, I forget the ticker on Wednesday, I believe it was, that I was looking for, and then I ended up flipping long. I'll have to double check that. But it's relatively simplistic. And when we have such a vast amount of names reporting, not everyone's going to do this, but when you're outside of the expected move, look for that continuation, and that's essentially what happened here in the trade. We got that pop all the way higher up to 55s, and then it rejected aggressively. Once it did that, I'm like, okay, the momentum is now to the downside. We had an aggressive selling situation. Let's just participate with the individuals and go with the flow, and that gave us the ability to put on that trade in the aftermarket there, guys, on the trade desk, Obi.
Yeah, no, I think something to watch out for are aggressive and excessive trends in this market. Sellers definitely in charge on the day today, but guess where I got chopped up? I got chopped up trying to sell some Opendoor, and this door was definitely not open for me, at least to the buyers definitely in charge today. Bigger picture, this thing has been on a bit of a backside. And you guys already know how much I love the backside. Lower lows and lower highs here from that $10.97 area here. So we've kind of lost that umph that we were getting. But the thing is sideways consolidation, right? We still hold that $5 area. That $5 area, a little bit of a key area when it comes to stocks. And look at that beautiful bounce that we did get here off of that area right off of the open. So I saw that. I was like, all right, cool, do that bounce, you know, get it, get that bounce off of that $5. Definitely a little bit of liquidity sitting there, but that reversion is coming up all the way up into some of those reference prices from earnings reaction highs. They had an earnings report last night, and you can see it was a bit of a shake and bake, but sideways consolidation, closing near the lows of that consolidation, going into the 8 p.m. close in the pre-market session. I didn't really look at this overnight in Blue Ocean, but we hold that $5 pretty well with a nice little wick dance coming in off of that 9 a.m. 9 a.m. candle here, and we get that continuation as of right now. So I did get chopped up. I was a little aggressive, so I got in here 570s much earlier. Let me make this a little bit larger so we all can take a look at this together. I got in here much earlier, 570s. I liked the short because I was just like, all right, where are you running? Why are you running? Of course, it's a little bit of a short flow, heavy stock, and if the bid comes in, you got to be a little bit careful. And it's SSR, so I had to chase this down, man. I was trying to get short, so it stops me out in the 80s, right? Yeah. I was trying to get short 80s. I was trying to get short 70s. And I'm just like, oh man, this is not filling me. I'm posted. I'm trying different gates. Oh, man. I'm pushing in Frex just in case it up and catches me on the way down. And nothing catches. Finally, a post on 63s. Pennies later, I get filled, and I'm like, all right, get into VWAP. I might be a little bit tilted because I had to chase much further than I really wanted to. That was half of the move. I had to chase half of the move, 20 pennies down on a $6 stock. That's a pretty decent job, right? I'm like, all right, be a little bit more patient, get involved in a sideways chop, get chopped up. No real break of trend here. This was a bit of a break of trend. This was a rip up and stall right off of the open. I think it's valid for a potential reversion to VWAP, and it did give me that reversion to VWAP, but VWAP held pretty well, and we're holding strength on top of $6 as of right now, as Opendoor potentially open for fresh highs on the day today. What else did I trade here? Let's see. All right, so MP, I don't know if you saw this, Joe, but MP maximum power to the upside. This one is fueled with some sort of energy here. I have no idea, but let's see. NY is what it trades on. $55 was what it was testing. All right, thank you. This is what happens. I get stopped out, and then it comes in as of right now. So I get stopped out while I was away from my desk here. Wasn't really watching it. Above 55, I was risking against the 55 for a pull into VWAP, stops me out, and then comes in. I'm like, all right, whatever. I'm just seeing it now, to be honest. I didn't even know that I did get stopped out of this one because I just logged back into my account at this desk here. But we get that clean, not really clean, but a reversion to VWAP nonetheless from 55s down to 53 halves. It is what it is. I'm being chopped up in this market where sellers are clearly more dominant than buyers, Joe. So where's the next trade? That's what I'm looking for. Opendoor very strong. MP might be pulling back, but it's done what it's what I was kind of looking for as of right now. So I'm waiting for the next trade. Let me know in the chat what you guys are looking at. Free Fall Friday says swirling brain. My brain's definitely swirling a little bit. Getting chopped up on the uptrend, I'm just like, the whole market's dropping down. This has got to catch a sell somewhere, but Opendoor, with the story that it's had, I guess I was very, very much wrong on that one.
Yeah, it happens, man. That's just the nature of the beast, but you know this better than anybody probably. Again, like just going with the flow, I can take a little short attempt here. The reason why I'm going to continue short, I was posted, oh, why does it do that? I'm thinking about going short here on Robinhood. It pains me to say that, but at the end of the day, we just got to go with the flow and see what everything else is going on. I want to tell you why here momentarily, so I'm going to see if I can catch it. All right, again, we're starting relatively small. I'm slightly red on the day. It's one trade away from going green. So once again, let's up, and this is what I'm referring to. So on multiple occasions, you can see that I have these support levels pointed out. and they're starting to snap. You can see them across the board on multiple names, right? Whether it be the TQs, and when these floors start to give out in this type of territory, in this bearish sentiment, the chances of that support breaking are relatively high. Let me get this volume down a little bit here. We're gonna go over to Adara, we'll get back to this.
Yeah, keep an eye here on these airlines, most specifically AAL or American Airlines. I did have a headline across the screen a couple of minutes ago with regards to flight cuts. Apparently, AAL has had 12,000 passengers impacted by Friday's FAA mandated flight cancellations. But now the CEO of AAL also warning that the flight reductions could be, quote, problematic as their carrier manages that cut. So again, CEO of American Airlines saying that these reductions, again, related to the shutdown, could be, quote, problematic. Back to you.
So let's go through the trades, I guess, right now, and then we'll get back to the support levels being broken. As for the intraday, take a break-even stop on that one. I'm like, okay, let's see if we're going to climb and get a bounce. If any name's going to bounce, I have a strong hunch that it's going to be NVDA. That hasn't been the case, and I didn't try to catch any bottom cents on this name. All right? Now, for my second trade, AFRM, that's going to be an Affirm. So we cut a nice little pop to the top side in AFRM earlier in the day. It was one of the stronger reports, so it was forming this consolidation and this bull flag. So I'm like, all right, let's post up. I am at the top end of the range. Not ideal, but essentially if you catch the lower, your risk reward is drastically better. But we get this massive pop, about $1.50 or so to the top side. I take 75% off, and then sure enough, the momentum to the downside said, hey, we're not holding this anymore. We don't want to turn a winning trade loser, so we just get out, boom, right there. And I haven't attempted any more longs on AFRM. And as for an additional one, did I trade TSLA? No, I don't think I did. It was TQs. So it was TQs on which I attempted a long, and then as soon as that stopped working, I'm like, no, all right, we're not playing this game today with this market trying to find this bottom, especially feel that we're frothy. These valuations are going through the roof and everything along those lines. So let's go with the flow. And that's essentially what I'm trying to do right now with some Robinhood. One of my favorite stocks right now, starting to bleed in, aggressive off the highs here, 152. We tapped into 153. Now we're $33 or $32 off of that specific level. It pains me, but at the end of the day, it's the market. Unfortunately, we can't always go up. That's not the nature of the beast. And we talked about this on multiple occasions, and there it goes, the floor being snapped on Hood, support levels being broken, and this is exactly what we're looking for. Let's see if this can be sustained. But once again, I forget what I was about to say regarding something else. So I'm going to send it to you, Obi, while I gather my thoughts, and let's see if we can get Robinhood to sell a little bit.
No, I'm watching this Nvidia here because you did point out that that volume candle a little bit earlier because okay, maybe is this a capitulatory move? We got some strong volume signature there, and that volume bar bigger than even the open. You know what? This was a 180 breakdown, so maybe 180 being a little bit of a key level here. I go back and check, but 180 holds maybe being a little bit of a key and giving us that volume on the initial breakdown of that level here, 180. So yeah, we keep continuing to sell off, man. So no sign of a bid, and where bid? Keep asking where bid. I have no idea yet, but reversions is what I like. You guys know I love reversions, and I'm always looking for the back move, whether it's to the long side or to the short side. And Nvidia definitely one that fulfills the criteria for me to start looking into the reversion here as of right now. But yeah, let me know in the chat. Do you guys see anything overextended like crazy? You might ask, how do I measure overextensions? Well, simple. I use something called an ATR, average true range. So be like that, so that's just an average range of the stock for the past 14 days. You can make that whatever you want, 5 days, 10 days, 14 days, but I think a lot of default that people use is 14 days, and you can just see how far it's gone off of its opening price, percent ATR, like how many ATRs has it done off of its open, how many ATRs has it done from the prior day close, because if you know the ATR equation, then you'll know that prior day's close is definitely part of that calculation as well here. So Nvidia kind of pushing into a little bit of that territory. Big smile saying, Obi, yes, most popular names are overextended to the upside by about 100%. Yeah, exactly.
100%.
Yeah, I think bigger picture, there are definitely overextensions to the upside. For sure there are. And we're getting that healthy pullback. We're getting that healthy pullback in NVIDIA, in Softy, in Amazon. We've like, look at this, look at the selling that we've been getting back-to-back days in Zon, right? Right here. So back-to-back days right here. So Thursday, this was just yesterday, aggressive selling, and then a huge reversion that came in with seller dominance on Tuesday, and then even on Monday at the beginning of the week, strong push, but we've been selling off all week, reverting that and some more here on a few of the Mag 7s here. We'll be right back from Madera.
Keep an eye here in USAR that Obi just mentioned, MP, as well as other rare earth plays. Commentary coming from Scott Bessent for the second time today on these rare minerals plays. He said just now, quote, all hands on deck to end China's grip on rare earths. So again, Scott Bessent making it very clear that the U.S. is working to end China's control here of rare earths. Keep an eye on USAR, keep an eye on MP as we send you back to Obi.
Thank you for that, Adara. Okay, so essentially I remember what I was going to bring up here, guys, and we talked about this before. I mean, Robinhood is a prime example. As much as I love the name, as Sharif would like to say, let's cut the crap here and just get real with what the market actually does, the ebbs and flows. Again, we talked about it in Microsoft and all of these names. It's fantastic. Yes, we were climbing higher. We're climbing higher, but at what point is overextension? And if you ask me, for quite some time, we were overextended. We were just slightly too excited and exuberant on the fact that, like, hey, we can only go up at this point. This isn't the reality of the market. Listen, January, I'm going to be year 5. I haven't been doing this the longest out of the individuals here. It's that. But what have I personally observed over my tenure and my duration trading is that what we have experienced over the past couple months is not sustainable. Again, we talked about it in the likes of Microsoft. Let's pull up Microsoft. Like, this is just straight up ridiculous if you ask me, right? I would rather see some cleaner pullbacks and everything along those lines than go on these monster runs, and then essentially you're trapping all these individuals up, and then look what you've been doing since the middle of the summer. Nothing, right? You get that test and then boom, you tank aggressively. So unfortunately, it's the reality of trading is that things don't only go up. So when things start to sell off, and really, Obi brought in a fantastic point. On one Friday, you've seen the volume come in drastically and you're like, uh-oh, what do I do? There's wrong with taking little profits in whatever account it may be, and then waiting for prices to come back into your specific levels, because the chances of that they will is relatively high, because the market will go up. It will price things up. We've been on an insane run as of late. It's very exciting. Well, guess what? The market will react in the equal and opposite way as well too, and sometimes it can be significantly more fierce. Why? Because people are trapped at specific levels and then they start panicking when they need to get out. I'm currently in the exact same situation. You have to take a look at names like Bitcoin. I'm heavily in, down 26%. I'm literally losing tens of thousands of dollars in my long-term account watching this thing bleed. Literally. Again, I'm not joking. You can see the seriousness on my face. Aside from that, let's get back into this trading. We're in this Robinhood. It's getting smoked. We'll hop out of that momentarily. But what we are currently sitting in right now is some Meta is doing pretty good for us right now. A little bit of an oversold bounce. We're going to wait for a rejection. Otherwise, I'm going to hop out of relatively quick. I mean, I'm holding it $1 against me, so there's no need for me to hold it up any longer. I tried selling the lower end of the range. It didn't work, so we take a loss on that. Small potatoes, small potatoes. Let's add into this Meta and see if we can get a move back into the volume weighted average.
Yeah, for sure, man. I think something to point out. I don't know if you saw the Microsoft double top, right? This is a 3-hour on. And we talked about this capitulation or this exhaustion that happened, multi-month grind up here, 510s, and then a rip up to 561s on earnings. Nice little pullback here. Yeah, some profit taking that came in. We grind up a little bit all the way back in, and then this earnings as well, a little bit before the earnings, we pop into the 560s. A bit of a double top action on Softy after a grind up, break of as well. So yeah, maybe we are poised for a little bit of a breather, man. I think that's something I do have to be of and watch out for. And something else as well, watching all of the speculative thematic been running as well. We talk about, I mentioned earlier MP. We know that rare earths have been running, right? Look at the backside on this move. What else has been running? Quantum was running as well, right? IONQ, are we on the backside of this move? Absolutely. We've been on the backside of this move for quite some time, for a couple of months now on IONQ. What else did we have? We also had
precious metals like MP,
precious metals
MP,
as well,
materials and everything.
LAC. I know a lot of people were talking about LAC. Take a look at this backside on LAC. And so I think we are poised for a little bit of a breather. But when you take a look at the spider here and go to higher, we're going to straight up go to a 3-month chart. I like to look at monthlies when it comes to the SPY ES. And you don't have to look any further than a multi-month chart to really kind of hone into what's actually going on. Remember, you want to make sure you look left, make sure you want to zoom out, because at the end of the day, now I know I say this a lot, and I got this phrase from the big boss himself, Michael Noss.
Oh, Noss boss.
That price action, there's a fractal nature to price action, right? There's a fractal nature to price action, and I 100%, the market shows you that. When you look at second charts, when you look at minute charts, when you look at multi-minute charts, hourlies, when you look at dailies, you look at weeklies, you look at multi-months, throughout all of those frames, price action is relatively fractal in that sense. And the other thing is, if you talk to a trader who normally trades the hourly or the daily, they're going to be like, oh, day trading, get that out of here, because all of that is just noise to me. Yeah. Right? If you talk to somebody who's on the hourly, you show them like a minute chart or a 5-minute chart, they're going to be like, oh, that's just noise to me, right? At the end of the day, you have to remember that we trade intraday. You have to understand relative to the player you are what the move is actually happening. So I always like to take a look back, 3-month chart, 6-month chart, even a 12-month chart, just to make sure that we're still very much in line with the bigger picture trend there. And I think the answer is we definitely very much are.
Yeah, I agree with you. For me, I just think the detail, so like for us intraday trading, I don't think the detail in the price action and what you need is on like obviously a month or a 12-month chart. Yeah,
for sure. But when those levels line up though, for example, if we're coming out into a breakout, it's a daily, it's a weekly, it's a breakout.
Very well said.
Powerful. The trade becomes so much more powerful.
When all of the stars align, then that's when you have that green light to just go, go, go. And I like that you put that up there, Obi. All right, let's do it, man. Why not? Shout out to Matt. We can get a little bit of a pop. We're adding into this position. We did get a move up there. My average is 604.40, so slightly out of the money right now. Considering I'm aggressively, there's zero chance that I'm going to let this to go against me heavy. Otherwise, if it does come against me, guess what? I think there's going to be an opportunity to get involved for a potential bounce. If we have the ability to break this peak high, then we're rocking and rolling, all right? Let's see. Caleb, 6K in profits this week. I used to pray for this. Bang. So, well, how long have you been trading, my friend? I'm glad that 6K in profits. It's definitely not easy. Congratulations to you, and the Most High has answered your prayers, it seems like, but keep on wishing, because the universe isn't on a budget, so you can just continuously keep asking for things as long as you put in the work. It's not going to come for free, all right? So this is what I got going on, Obi. I know you're not sitting in anything. If it breaks 604, we might have to just hop out of this trade. Because Meta, I mean, we'll give it past this entry. I'll take a little bit larger of a loss on it than what I will potentially anticipate, but I like our chances for somewhat of a rebound. I mean, it doesn't look good whatsoever, but there was some indecision prints, and if I'm wrong, yeah, cool. Okay, so essentially what we got going on here is we're playing off of this bounce. These candle levels need to hold up. Once this pivot level snaps, that we were having some issues running into some prior support levels that are now currently acting as resistance, and then that next level is going to be around 607. All right, so just keep that in mind. We got to keep an eye on what NVDA is up to. Just because it's so heavily weighted, it plays such a massive factor in what the overall market is doing. I also want to keep an eye on some of the other names, but I do like our chances of a rebound. Bounce off of 601 on META. Let's see if that put is still holding up here. We'll pull that up here. Let's get to our options chain and see what we got going on that front. ETA. If not, I had to get out of that Robinhood trade. It just squeezed higher. It didn't break through the support level, so we just hop out of that trade. issues whatsoever. Now let's head over to next week's. I mean, 600 does have a little bit of size. Okay, the volume is there at that 600 level, so just keep that in mind, guys. 31,500 contracts already open and closed with 8,450 still holding. It's still pretty light, but I mean, aside from what we have at 630, it's our second largest size. I like our chances. We're going to hold on to it. We're going to stick to the plan regardless of what happens. Doesn't look too good right now. Could be an additional fake out. I'm not looking at that right now, to be honest with you. Babin, I mean, well, I may as well. So I'll take a look at it right now. BTC moving up. We'll take a look at IBIT to see what's going on over there. Okay, nice. So 57, 58. Once again, okay, we'll take that breakout all day. I like that. I mean, the longer that it takes and it holds, the less likely. I don't see a bounce. I don't see any like immediate bounce happening in Bitcoin anytime soon. Let's pull up the actual Bitcoin chart. We're gonna pull up our trade view and just go through the technicals. Again, I could be wrong, and for the sake of many individuals, I hope I am wrong. But again, I've been following this thing for quite some time. Before I even started trading equities, I was trading this thing on Binance, which is no longer legal around here. But here it is, holding up, man. I mean, there is a support level at 99. We're going to stay confident. We're going to stay faithful to the fact that we're holding this level. But as soon as we start opening below those ranges, as Neil said, you got to look for those levels. And for me, what we're displaying is 92.90s. So that's going to be pretty ugly for me, especially. Sarah, what do you got for us?
It's time to talk about crypto, and I want to talk about weekly charts because it's the end of a week and it's the end of a week that's been really eventful for the crypto space. Here is Bitcoin set to post a second straight red week, and as you can see, we're continuing to see these lower highs here from that all-time high that we made early October. Crazy, this was like a month ago yesterday, just above 126,000. Now, the other thing that you see when you zoom out and look at the weekly chart on Bitcoin is some clear around 116,000. So maybe a level to keep an eye on should Bitcoin decide to push back higher. Ethereum also ready for its second straight red week, though it's been in a decline for a little bit longer than we've had with Bitcoin. We'll take a look at Solana, let's say at SOL. A lot of these weekly charts looking the same, right, guys? Lower highs, lower lows, and at least 2 straight weeks of declines. Take a look at Cardano, ADA, USD. Cardano actually, again, 2 straight weeks of declines and this push to the downside, though they've been weaker for a little bit longer. So the point I'm trying to make here is a lot of these crypto weekly charts looking pretty similar. Now, again, we're zooming out to kind of see where these levels of support or resistance might be going forward. Again, with BTC, 116K resistance could be key as we start to potentially push right back higher. For what it is worth, Bitcoin right now back above that $100,000 level. Back to Joby.
Ooh, cool, good stuff. Other than that, guys, BTC, Adara was just pulling up that chart. We were talking about it not too long ago, and it's the same thing across the board. We can see things drastically better over here. Let's get the algo out. So we can see a little bit more clear. In the grand scheme of things, you have to take into consideration you're down 4%, a little bit more than that off of those highs. But just, again, guys, it's a complete mental note. It's the same thing. The market just repeats itself over and over and over and over again. When things get too exciting, look what happens, and just be prepared for that. A lot of people are like, hey, Joe, when do you think the market's going to snap back? When do you think the market's going to snap back? I have no idea. And the chances of it taking significantly longer than what we think is there. There's so many different possibilities within those scenarios. We went on these monster runs since April. You're up 35%. At the peak, you were 40%. You know what I mean? So it's just like, hey, things are going to sell off. It sucks. Those times suck. But at some point, we just got to get out of our trades or start piecing some out and sit on a little bit. And we see this overextension within the overall market. So Meta not looking too good. And this is what I wanted to talk about earlier before I send it to Obi, is that we've seen this happen before. A Meta, when we know Mark Zuckerberg gets a little bit too enthusiastic with his spending, this selling goes on a long time, almost a year. I'm not going to say that's going to be the exact same thing that we're going to experience here in Meta, but I think you're going to have to be patient. this might not turn around until next earnings season. I don't want to be a negative Nancy. I'm just trying to state the facts and which multiple scenarios can happen. And I said it before, I hope that I'm wrong, and I hope that I'm extremely wrong in that case, Obi.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta be okay with being wrong a lot of the time, right? That's our job here as traders. You have to be able to accept sometimes that you're going to be wrong, especially when you're trying not to get long on something that's trending up here. So open here. I'm just taking a shot at this consolidation breakdown here at the 25 pennies here. So we made a high at 640s, kind of coming in, breaking a little bit of structure here, but it's still kind of in that uptrend here, holding structure, holding higher highs and higher lows. I'm sure if you throw on a moving average here as well, you'd probably be able to see that it's coming in and pulling into that, or at least trying to here. Let me just throw that in real quick. All right. So I'm waiting for this to potentially come in. This could very well not come in as well, right? Today's day one. We've reverted a decent chunk of the move. I'd say over 50-60% of that initial down move on the initial earnings reaction. That was retraced as well. But that's the look here on Opendoor. Let me know what you guys are trading as well. Lag. People talking about stream lag. Yeah. Sometimes when that happens, you can just restart the stream, and things should be okay. That's usually what I end up doing as well. Wow, 55s actually broke on MP pretty aggressively. Here comes Opendoor with some more aggressive selling. So let's see if we can break some next structures. That's what I'm looking for here now. So 41 high right there. Looking at this next structure low, you can see strong sell candle, and then we caught a base around, what are those lows? 605s. So 605s is what I'm looking at. If we can get down to 605s, then maybe we see something interesting here. But already getting in double top at 640s, it would seem. This candle high is 41. This candle high is also 41. So a little bit of a signal potentially coming in here on Opendoor. See if it's open for some here. I'm looking for a reversion to VWAP, to be honest, guys. And VWAP is sitting all the way at $5.71. So we've got a ways to go here, currently trading at $6.90. But the bid's got to give up, right? It's not in line with the market. It had earnings. It's kind of its own thing here on Opendoor. So we'll wait for the next opportunity. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking. So.
All right. I feel you on that. Okay. Short open again there, Obi. We're sitting in this meta trade still to see if we can get this bounce. I mean, a strong candle right here. Do we have the volume supporting it? Not overly. The thing, you got to keep an eye on the tape. Where are we going to get those clean flushes? And right now you can see them constantly hitting the bid, and then the price react to it. And then when we have those green ones, not as aggressive. So focus on this right now in the meantime, and watch how the tape is affecting the price action. I'll stop hitting it. Boom. You see the flush? This is tape reading. You see that flush to the downside, and then you get a rebound, etc. Sometimes it can be pretty noisy, but when you're looking at it at specific times, it can tell you a lot. And if we get more continuous flushes, it might be best for me to just get out of this trade and look for something else, especially if these levels don't. Now, I know there's a lot of options questions in the chat. Put them in there. I'll go over them, etc. But as of right now, Obi and I are right. We're not going to be in overly amount of trades. We're going to wait for those precise times and try to get involved in them. What I'm looking at from a 1 minute standpoint isn't overly, I'm not in love with it. But again, until it tells me I'm completely wrong, otherwise we'll hold off on that. It's going to cover this engulfing print here. Really frustrating, but again, I'm trying to long a really weak stock and hoping like, hey, just living off of hopium, not always the best, but we want to stay positive. We have a little bit of confidence in it, and we're going to stick with that. All right, so what else are we looking at here? PFE looking good too. Says, who said that? Who said that? TP. What's up, target price? I don't know if that's your name. I just decided to say that. TI continuing to bleed like the quantum space is one of the hottest spaces in the overall market. It's one of the weakest right now. So, I mean, we have to look at that. But PFE, what are you up to? How are you doing? Not too bad. A nice bounce off of those lows. We'll pull up this chart here momentarily so we can take a gander. So here it is, bang off of those, some nice strong 5-minute candles to the top side. That's what we want to see, strong and active with the volume starting to increase a little bit there, guys. And yeah, and I was talking a little bit about, okay, there we go, Meta. Are you breaking that trend? We like that, but you like that, we like that. Love it. No, I gotta stop doing that though, Smack Nick. Apparently annoys some people, but again, I don't really care. No hockey tonight as well too. For those who were curious, no hockey. You're curious if I was playing hockey tonight or not? I bet it, yeah.
I mean, I'm always curious because the question is, are we going for towers?
Oh.
Is today towers on Friday? That's what I'm asking.
Towers
right?
is.
You guys down to go play some pool?
We haven't.
Play some towers.
Are the lads here?
I think a couple of lads are here.
Okay, so
Wayne's here. Jose's here.
Here.
I missed the floor, man. Every Friday we would go. We would basically, go out, have some drinks, talk trading sometimes for hours. We still have that every now and then. But the thing is, no one stays late anymore. Was it a couple Fridays ago? Me and Jose in the algo room just talking shop until 8:30 p.m.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun, but I definitely miss the floor when we had just everyone a bunch of people, and we just go out and just have fun and talk stocks, right? What better way to talk stocks than after hours? What's up?
I was going to say, as someone who came in with no market experience, you learn so much from these conversations, and I still learn so much from these conversations. The whole floor vibe is truly invaluable, and I'm very lucky that I got to have that.
Sure. No, that makes a lot of sense. You know what Greg used to say? Greg was Greg was the manager on the floor when I first joined, and he would say there's an indicator. People who don't come out and stay out on Fridays, they do not last very long. And that indicator has proven to be true time and time again. I've seen over 100 traders come and go through this floor. That stat stays true.
That's staying true.
Yeah.
It's staying true, guys. All right, it's boring on my own line. Yeah, I mean, it's honestly a privilege. You got to look at it like that. Just the experience. And I came in the half of things, but I still got to experience some of the individuals. I met Obi a couple years ago, actually.
At the Money Show.
Yeah, at the Money Show.
He was like, I watch you on Trader TV.
Well, the guy told me he's on Trader TV. I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. I'm like, and then we just started talking shop a little bit there, and then after that,
you were there with the Bulls versus Bears. Bears versus Bulls. Bear Bull Trading.
Bear Bull. How did I forget that one? I mean, good times, man, over there. And we didn't go to the Money Show this year. It was a little disappointing, considering Peter Tuchman was there.
Yeah,
that would have been a cool one.
I totally missed it, man. But you know what? This year, Traders for a Cause, I will 100% be there.
Where's it? Where's this event? That's
in Miami this year.
Oh, the Miami one? You went to the other one?
No, they usually happen in Las Vegas. So I've never been to one. And hopefully this year will be my first. Some awesome event. And they usually have keynote speakers. Traders come from all around the world. Yep. You get to bump heads and just talk trading with great minds. And I think I'm definitely anticipating that a little bit here. That's in I think February, March, April, maybe March.
Times. I remember you went last year too, didn't you?
No. So that wasn't the Traders for a Cause. That wasn't the big event, but it was the Traders for a Cause.
Oh, okay.
So they have meetups every now and then. I like to go to some of those. That's kind of like my break, kind of like a vacation. I don't really take too many days off, but I'll always take a couple of days off for a trader meetup for sure.
Nice, yeah, for sure. It's well worth it, man. And especially you could just what's the term I'm looking for? You could just talk with other individuals. I'm not going to try to figure out. Talk shop, but there's another one. That it's not coming to me right now, but that's irrelevant. Let's get right back in, man. This thing has been a choppy mess. Palms sweaty on this one. Again, if we break some levels, I'll have to take the loss on it, and we'll just sit on our hands and wait for some other things. So it's not going to be the most active of sessions, but we can talk a lot about everything, right? Okay, I'm gonna be nice today and just. So, all right. So, guys, what are we looking at on the day? Anything specific? Sticking to 420 says. Okay, I mean 420 is a good time, right? But there's always a time and a place for everything. Networking is the word I was looking for. Thank you. Even though I wasn't that that wasn't that
is always
difficult.
good.
It's like, come on.
It's always about who you know.
Exactly.
It's always about
It's
who you know.
always, yeah, it doesn't matter what you know, it's about who you know.
What you know might matter a little bit too, but at the end of the day, who you know makes the difference.
Big time. Absolutely.
There you go. The more you know.
And the more you know. Guys, this is what I was talking about. The floor is being tapped. Here's our GTI continuing to bleed, right? It's just unfortunate that it didn't happen in the likes of Robinhood.
I was looking for a continuation on some of these quantums, man.
Yeah, I mean, like this is what I'm talking about, Obi. This was the hottest space for quite some time. And then look, it's like, oh, you're feeling FOMO. I personally, I'm like, man, oh, these quantums, this is the next like 10 bagger or whatever you want to call it. But now you trade up $60 and you've lost half your value right now to $45. That's not a good time, man. That is definitely, you're having a bad time with that. We're back to the break even. Continuous selling stepping in to META. We're going to try to diamond hands this and wait for the volume weighted average price. That'll be absolutely phenomenal considering we've held it for this long. No need to get out just yet and or kind of just micromanage the situation. If you find yourself doing that, do this. Right? Go to a higher time frame and be a little bit more patient. Sometimes it's like live or die by the 1 minute as well too, right? So a lot of false things going on, but if you ever find yourself just micromanaging a little bit too much, then sure up, just up your time frame, sit on your hands, reduce that size. There's nothing wrong with doing that, especially in this market sentiment, what's going on, as long as these support levels continue to hold up. But again, as a lot of the most veteran traders say, don't fight the tape, and I think that's extremely extreme and a timely skill to learn. For sure, it takes a long time to understand what's going on with the tape. That's why Obi and a lot of the boys are consistently recording it to see. Hey, and I think that's what really helped me at one point is that okay, I went through all of my best winning trades and I had a system that was fortunate enough to show you the tape and how you can go back and replay those specific days and you just watch how it reacts on those best winning trades and then you know what to look for. Oh, I've seen this before, and then you look to take that specific setup one more time, Obi.
Yeah, man. I think you make a great point there, especially taking a step back. And I think a lot of players in this market have been talking about taking a step back, sizing down a little bit, and just kind of observing more often than not. We're seeing some crazy moves. Have you been trading Blue Ocean as of late? The past couple of days, man.
I was trading earnings last night. TTD.
TTD earnings?
Yeah, I was trading TTD last night.
Both Tesla and Nvidia, man. Tesla and Nvidia, straight bangers in terms of the momentum, the opportunity that we're seeing. Did you see the leaderboard a couple days ago?
Yeah, who was on a BL? Oh, was it?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't one of our boys.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It just goes to show some of the opportunity.
Or
it was
like that.
it was like that, and it was just like, okay, well, you know, there's over a couple of hours. I saw what trades they potentially been. There's only a couple of names that money could have been necessarily made on, and it was between Tesla and Nvidia and a couple other names as well. So I think intraday or intranight news in Blue Ocean absolutely. But even intraday news, we've been seeing how crazy that's been. That's some of the catalysts that come in and the price action that's been happening revolving around some of those intraday news catalysts as well. So I think having the information the fastest in this kind of market is definitely a little bit, or in any kind of a market, definitely a little bit of an edge there as well. And breaking news trades, if you don't have any sort of like scrapers or anything that's really kind of bringing you that information as fast as possible. You know, if you don't have Trader TV switched on and you don't have that information as fast as possible, then you're really kind of doing yourself a little bit of a disservice on some of those breaking news trades. Yesterday we saw something happen. MP Materials where we got that nice little spike intraday and that gave an opportunity. I'm just trying to think of other intraday catalysts that we've seen as of recent, which have given strong moves and pushed forward or even backwards. We saw Novo and Lilly when President Trump came up and he was talking about some of the healthcare sector stocks as well.
Connected to that, we had GDRX yesterday as well because there were reports suggesting that GDRX was not going to be at all part of the Trump RX. Right, so that's obviously going to be a bad look too. So, like, that's another example of a pretty strong intraday move, I guess, on that.
Nice, thank you. Yeah. So GDRX as well. So a lot of these If you're first to the party, you can catch a bit of the move.
Yep.
But you know what I like as well? If I'm first to the party, I'm there, I'm watching.
Yeah.
I'm watching and I'm waiting. I know for a fact that a lot of participants that are getting in on breaking news trades are very likely to be short-term participants. Because if that price action kind of reverts or there's no sort of continuation again on the tape, there's a bit of a stall that happens, the news may be digested, or it just that's all it kind of had.
Were you trading,
I want to take the.
were you trading Blue Ocean last night?
Last night, no, I was watching it,
okay.
but there was definitely some good opportunity for sure. But yeah, no, a lot of times what I'm noticing in this is just observing.
Yeah.
Just observing.
Yeah, man,
and I'm missing a lot of good trades as well. I'm like, okay, this one's coming up. Oh, that showed up. Oh, I missed it. So I'm not really participating as. The ones I am catching, I'm trying to do as best as possible to get as aggressive as I can on the good ones that I do catch, right? I think at the end of the day, that's what we have to do, right? Stay light as possible on the ones that we're a little unsure of. The probabilities are stacking, but they're not really increasing. But then there's some trades where you're getting into it and you have that aha moment, or you have that bit of action, or that break of structure on the chart, or whatever have you, that confirmation comes in, and then you're just like, okay, this is the moment, this is where I have to get in. Actually been getting a little bit better with, and of course there's growing pains along the way, is that when that happens, I'm getting exponentially bigger, right? Getting 10, 20 times more the size.
The size.
When the move is actually coming in.
Nice.
And sure, like I said, growing pains, I'm getting burnt on it every now and then because I'm still learning to do it effectively and appropriately, but I'm in that kind of zone where I'm just like, all right, well, it's very obvious when things are not working for me. It's very obvious when I'm holding the bag or trading tilted. And someone told me this early on in my life, and I forget who it was, but it still sticks with me to this day, is that sometimes what happens is that we go on a bit of an emotional tilt and those dominoes start to fall over, right? One after another, those events can really start stacking up. So what we can do to try to be better is just try to be a little bit earlier at stopping those dominoes from falling. So you start to notice, okay, this started to tilt me, this happened. What usually occurs after those sequence of events? Are those an unfortunate sequence of events? You don't know. So if you can kind of be self-aware, which I'm trying to be, is just like, okay, stop myself earlier and earlier from that. So it's just like, okay, getting aggressive with the stuff that's working, staying light on the stuff that doesn't. It's basically what I'm trying to say. But yeah.
I wrote high on your desk. You didn't see it? I wrote high in the pens you left there.
What happened?
I thought you would like it. There you go. I made Ramin again. Well, anyways, leaves a stack of pens on the desk. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to leave Ramin a nice note. So I wrote high.
Nice.
But I mean, it's lunchtime, Ramin.
Lunchtime.
Crazy. It's crazy.
What was for lunch? I don't know.
I didn't.
Missed that section.
Some chicken, some Filipino chicken.
Adobo. Oh,
yeah,
right.
Adobo.
Yeah.
Okay, we got Hercules Jack. What's going on? Super chat. Keep up with the great work, Joe and Obi. Which ones would you look at when the market rebound intraday, super short swing wise? I mean, if I'm looking long, it's the strong names, right? These guys, the hyperscalers, the individuals that have insane amounts of free cash flow. Meta break through this resistance finally. So I'm looking at an oversold bounce on Meta potentially, but I was talking about this earlier in the day, is that we've seen what happened with the likes of Meta before when he was spending all this cash on the metaverse. The street did not like whatsoever. I'm not saying this is the exact same scenario, but it's giving me those types of feels because we're on consecutive selling sessions, 2 in a row, but before that, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. You get a little bit of, and then you continue that selling all the way down to $600. I love this as a potential buy. Let's get back into these lower time frames to see what's going on. Nice little pop up there. We're going to take that all day. We're not going to get out just yet. Wait for that 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. We're almost there, not quite. 606.50 is where I'm going to be looking to take my first profit target. Let's see if we can get a bounce in this overall market. I think if the NASDAQ looks like it wants to start to climb higher, we got a good chance of getting this name to bounce along with it. Now, it's chicken adobo. Yes. Thanks, Lemon Family. I'm glad that you know the lunch better individuals who are here, and that's going to be Obi and I. Thank you. So what else are you guys looking at? Put it in the chat. Feel shy if you have any specific questions regarding whatever it is. It doesn't matter. Just ask us, and we'll do our best to answer them with a little bit of experience and knowledge that Obi and I both have. So I'm going to say a little bit. I'm not going to dumb it down, but I mean, on the grand scheme of things.
I definitely have a limited experience.
Well, I mean, you've been doing this 6 years now almost, Obi, no?
Yeah, man. But at the same time, dude, a lot of that 6 years was not
directly.
It wasn't channeled in the right direction.
Okay.
So that's also something that you realize after coming to a floor.
Yeah.
Coming to a trading floor and then talking to more advanced traders and then getting actual mentors as well.
Yeah.
Right. It has to be directed learning. It has to be meaningful and directed learning. A lot of the time, I sat at home. I told this as well. I was like, I had no mentors when I sat at home and traded for a couple of years. I did have a couple of mentors, but they were mainly in SPY options and futures trading. In terms of stocks and intraday trading, I didn't have too many strong mentors. I had a few that were really, really good. Shout out to Sniper. He was one of my first real mentors there as well.
Sniper.
And I just learned from a lot of material from the internet. From YouTube videos, from courses, from books. Like it was a lot of jumble, right? I was so much I knew a lot of things, but I also knew that I didn't know a lot as well.
The more you know,
it was just like I just know a lot of jumble, and a lot of that stuff doesn't really count. It doesn't really I don't really use it. The more you know, exactly.
Yeah,
So it's like what I kind of say. I've said this to people that I've came through the floor as well. It's like over time, you don't know what you necessarily should be doing for the bigger part. What you discover over time is what you shouldn't do. And over time, when you have that stack of, okay, I shouldn't do this, I shouldn't do this, I shouldn't do this, I shouldn't do this, then over time, that compass starts to align in relatively the right direction. And that's all you can really bet on, right? That, okay, if I don't know where I'm going, by process of elimination, what am I good at? What should I be doing? What should I not be doing? Learning from others' mistakes, that's huge, right? And it's just it's kind of like that. So yeah, of course, it takes a lot of time. I go back and say this: when someone goes to school for something, they go to school for about 4 years.
Yeah.
They get that degree. Now tell me, after they get that degree, they have all the knowledge. They have all that practice. They've taken the labs. They've done whatever. When they get into their field, best at what they do.
Absolutely not. You're starting all over.
Are they going to just straight up kill it as soon as they come in?
No, not the majority of people don't.
How much longer does it take for them to achieve any sort of mastery? Right? You're going to sit there and tell me it's going to take, I don't have 3 or 4 years. Well, you got to get. Some people do it in less. Kudos to you. You know, if you're at the right firm, if you have the right mentors, you can definitely do it much faster. For sure, you can. But the question becomes, how much are you actually willing to put in? How much runway have you given yourself? Do you really understand this game with the perspective of how long and hard does it really take?
Man,
how long and hard is the journey, right?
It's significantly longer than what you could ever potentially imagine. That's why like Neil and Sean talk about it all the time, man. It's good to always have that consistent income while you're just in the earlier stages of this stuff. And until you really start to grasp it and prove that you've been consistently profitable for probably a couple of years, it's just best to always have that alternative income because it's not easy. It's not easy. And the more pressure you put on yourself makes it significantly more difficult as well, too.
You should try to have at least a couple streams. At
least. Well, I mean, like one stream at least where you can cover your bills and you don't change your the way your current lifestyle is too much, right? But aside from that, Adara, what do you got for us?
Yeah, take a look here at PTON, guys. Street Pro calling this one a long idea. It's also an earnings day one play, but I guess this publication here called Street Pro saying that they're impressed with Peloton's execution and the methodological improvements they're seeing. So again, PTON, a long idea here from Street Pro. Back.
Tesla breaking down hood right back towards that support level. We'll take one more stab on this trade here, guys, just because of that curl over. Hopefully that was a liquidity grab, boom, and then you get that dump downside immediately in the money on that Robinhood trade. Let's see if we can get a breach of this level here on Meta. Kind of going off of what the overall market is doing right now, right? So if it wants to play catch up and head to the downside, we'll just have to hop out of this. We're going with the flow on attempt number 2 with Robinhood now. That's starting to work as you're right back to those key support levels. But let's go. Hopefully we can breach this. That's going to be cash money. 7 excuse me, is the dream for me. And I'm going to try to hold on. I've been in it this long. I'll take the same loss. I haven't taken any profit. If I would have locked some in, then I would have been out break even. But right now, nothing's really telling me to say, hey, get out of that trade before things get even starting to come back in. But this is the additional leg that's heading lower. And a lot of people in the chat are like, hey, Joe, why is the market selling? So many factors that can come into play on why the market is specifically selling. Once again, we're over on the TQ, so it's going to be double the amount of what the market is there, but you're starting to head to the downside. And I mean, the volume and the volatility is most definitely picking up as well too, guys. That always has to be taken into consideration. So there it goes right back to that resistance zone in META. We can head back into the lower time frames and see what we got going on. It's going to be the move where we push. Let's go, Obi. This is what I'm talking about. We'll take a little bit off right here, guys. Have to be exact just because we're up there. Bang. Patient. Good things come to those who wait. We take half of that position off. We're not going to make any mistakes on that front. We like that trade, 110%. We've been looking for it for the past couple of days. Oversold bounce, market rebounds. We're still with 50% of the position. We're going to leave for a runner into the volume weighted average price. Our primary target was 68.50, but I'm like, you know what? We got that pop through. We have the volume support. It would be ignorant of me not to take that off. And there it goes, another pop in META. Let's go, guys. SQQ calls are printing, says Big 40 nephew. I'm glad that you're cleaning up over there. Robinhood putting in another indecision. It's like, Joe, what are you doing shorting me? Come on, get your act together. This is our favorite holding in our account. I've been doing the best for you. I've given you a 2-bagger and a half, and you're thinking of shorting me? God, that's what Vlad Tenev is doing to me. He's like, ha, Joe, what do you think this is? Long, Vlad, just to let you know, in the long term. I'm sad that I did sell half of that position, but regardless, we accept all of our fate. And regardless of what we do, but let's go Meta. We're rocking and rolling. We're going to send it off to Adara with happening now, and then Neil with his lesson of the day.
What's happening now is a drop here in the NASDAQ, and a pretty sharp one, to put it mildly. Last I was seeing down 2% on the NQ. I was also seeing some research here on X from Bespoke. Apparently the last 9 Mondays have been positive, so potentially if you look at those statistics, there's some probability that we get a bounce on Monday, but again, that's just looking at the past. Forward looking, and what we have right now is a NASDAQ that is back below 600 and down 2%. As we have weakness, we know TSLA has really led that downside push as sellers try to adjust the overwhelming shareholder approval for Elon Musk's $1 trillion pay package. Now, looks like a bit of a sell the news event, but let's talk here about a University of Michigan consumer sentiment. So I got this infographic here. I did not make this one. This is from X. It was the Kobasi letter. What's interesting here, apparently this is like one of the lowest preliminary Michigan consumer sentiment prints on record. Preliminary print here, 50.3. Now, apparently we are near like 2008 levels here with to consumer sentiment. So interesting look here. Sentiment appears to be quite dicey as of right now. We've talked as well about Opendoor, OPEN. I know a name that I think has been traded on both shows, or I know Obi was trading in the morning. Neil traded this one as well. Let's talk here about OPEN. Here were their earnings estimates. They did post a slight EPS miss here, but a revenue beat and better than expected revenue guidance for next quarter. Earnings names on watch include Affirm, XYZ, MP, USAR, Airbnb. The list goes on and on. So lots of day one earning plays. That is to be sure. And lots of excitement in this market. We'll send you right over to Neil and his lesson after we ends at Origenics, OGEN, because each year 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S. But there's still no FDA-approved treatment. Why SC listed Origenics, or OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. We're going to send you over to Neil and his lesson of the day. So without further ado, Give the people that lesson, Neil.
All right, everybody, lesson of the day. I'm willing to bet that if you were going long today, you probably felt a little bit like Geno Smith in the pocket, relentless pass rush from the Broncos, and there's just nothing you can do on some plays. He's just taking that sack. But you know what you do, Geno? If you know they're going to be in your face and they're overwhelmed, 1, 2, 3 steps, and then get the ball out of your hands. It's that simple. You know you can't sit up in the pocket. You've got to have that awareness. If you are trying to go long in a market like this or fade something that's strong, one of the best things you can do for yourself is take the style of trades that very quickly, it's like, look, if it's not working fast, then I got to be able to get out of it. And then at the same time, be willing to switch it up, be willing to adjust whatever might occur, slip out of it maybe a little bit quicker than normal, because it's okay to miss when you're going against the grain. And you know, the other thing that you should be able to do, and I'll show you in a quick second, is when you do have time, let it work if you're with the trend. But the example I want to use is, I wanted to go grain. I'm not talking about buying the long, so I was actually trying to short open today. But the way in which you lose matters as a trader, right? There's a big, and the same thing with the football analogy. If you take a quick drop and throw an incompletion or throw it in the dirt, it's better than taking a 10, 15 yard hit in the sack. And it's the same thing with trading. You take a shot against the grain, you take a small hit. If the risk reward is good, it's not the end of the world. On Opendoor, that was absolutely the case. Each time I had it short, if we come to the chart for a second, if we can, thank you. Each time I had the short, it's tight stop, and ultimately, I kind of had this one at the right price and couldn't get back in the first time, but it doesn't matter. The second time through, really tight stop, risking 10 cents, 15 cents. VWAP is 2 to 3 to 1 away from that. But I'm not letting it go past that wider and bigger hit against the grain. It's a relatively tight stop. And I'm deciding the area I'm trading at, and I'm just taking the one shot at it in that price range. Took the shot on the early pop at 9:30. That was it. Worked or it didn't. Binary. Trend break. Worked or it doesn't. Binary. Not trying to fight the stock whatsoever. And it was similar with Tesla. Like, Tesla was trending down. I took the one shot, set up on the 15. This was on a 15-minute chart, by the way. This was the candle on the 15. Sniper in, maybe a little bit. I think I got a bad exit on the way to the way out. Probably should have been a little tighter to that high. But that was a sniper shot in a downward trend, because you got to get the ball out quick. You just have to do it. When you have time in the pocket and you can survey all day long, where you don't have to be that good of a quarterback, Jared Goff, and you can do anything you want up in there sometime. And you can get, like with SMCI, I can reload at weird prices and kind of like take a really bad out there and then chase the move all the way to the downside and then literally just short whatever the heck pop is going to be. Like, indiscriminately taking any pop short because it's trending in your way. So you get frisky when you're going with the trend and just sort of not freewheel it, but be a little bit more aggressive. Take things that might look like C plus or B setups because you're going with the trend. But when you are under pressure and trying to fight it, you have got to be able to get out quick, be willing to sometimes tighten up a stop loss if you have to, because I'd rather miss a mean reversion trade than just get completely run over and blow out your day. There is always something, there's always a trend you can join. Generally speaking, most days there's a trend you can. Sometimes the market is a complete chop fest and maybe you can completely sit it out. And I have nothing against mean reversions, buying off support, shorting resistance. Just know that when the market is doing this is a NASDAQ down over 2%. It's a different environment when you're trying to catch a bid. Now, if the market's down 0.5% and you want to mean revert something off the low, it's very different. You've got some protection of stability in the market that you can be a bit more frisky with it. But when we're cratering to the downside, like I said, you got to get the ball out quick. You can be aggressive with your shorts, but you have got to have a different approach to the longs. You're not going to see me in like multiple times. It's like, try it at an area. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Get the heck out of the way. Try to be nimble enough that you can adjust to the environment. Because these types of days, talking your NASDAQ up or down 2%ers, they're just built a little bit differently, especially on a Friday. And those are the times that you can find yourself just bled and losing twice as much as normal. So have the ability for that quick trigger. If you're going, and before you go in and against grain trade on a day where it's this volatile, like you think the Raiders didn't know that they would be under pressure all night from the team with the most sacks? Of course they did. So run some plays where the ball gets out quick or some extra protection. You understand that. Have a different type of setup that you use to go against the grain, or adjust by having tighter stops. Whatever it is, you've got to adjust to the market if you want to do those types of trades when we are not cratering but heading down the way that we are. It's all well and good, some strategies on quieter days with less than 1% in either direction. You've got to make the adjustments when we have days like today, so that even if you lose, it's a small loss. Or if you had a bad day, it's a flat. A lot of the best traders in terms of consistency over time, what you look at, and I used to do settlements all the time. This is now, I've done the lesson. This is just some knowledge for you guys. I would always do I did settlements for when Sean and I owned our floor. And then I did settlements here, so I'm the one looking at the accounts. And so I would spend a lot of time actually seeing monthly P&L for traders on a daily individual basis. And the thing that stood out, and I've said this a lot, for traders that lose, would be I could just glance at it, and like their 1 or 2 biggest losing days would be bigger than any winning day they had, right? So if their best winning day was like $500, they'd have losing days of like 1,000 or 1,200. That's an easy one. But the interesting thing that you would find about days who were consistently profitable was the number of days where you would count it as flat. So I'm talking about a trader that might make $500 to $1,000 a day. And then when I look at their month of like 20 days or so, they'd have like a quarter of their days would be like up or down $100. And I'm talking about a trader that was making money. What that told me was those types of the traders that could have bad days, where like a bad day just meant they were like slightly up or down to the point where they would just consider it a flat day. But if that's your bad day and you can limit it, where I'm the wrong direction today. I'm thinking long when it's short, but I'm limiting the losses. I was able to catch maybe one long that worked, and so I'm slightly down. I'm like, I'm 2 for 5, but the win was good and I held my losses, so really it's kind of a nothing day. Those are the traders that have success. The ones that when they're wrong for 2x anytime they make, or 3x they make, those are the traders that are not going to last. And it's not an easy thing to do. And sometimes what it's going to mean is you will miss out on trades. Sometimes you'll be a little bit too, okay, this is a good mean reverse, but I got to take less on it or tighter stop because I'm going against the grain, and you're just avoiding the blowout. But whatever it is, you have to make the adjustments when the market is going from one style to another. And right now we're in a big time trending market. A lot of weakness in it, relatively speaking, and you always have to make the adjustment to not get blown up when you're trying to catch the bid. Because we're so accustomed to this buy the dip market, where if you find a bid in the morning, you just ride it the rest of the day and you have a great day. That's worked for a while. But when we're not in that environment, you can't get blown out and lose twice as much as you were making when it was working. So good luck, everybody. I hope for everyone's sake that the market catches a bit of a bid, but we're at 2%. Hasn't shown any signs yet. Good luck.
I've talked about META. You might have noticed Meta got a little bit of a pop. META announcing a whopping $600 billion worth of U.S. AI investment. So again, over the next 4 years, META, Meta here, led by Mark Zuckerberg, planning on investing $600 billion in the U.S. for AI. META. So we send you back to someone who was trading this name earlier.
It'd be nice. Imagine just got to throw around 600 billion anywhere. Oh, that'd be great. No, in all seriousness, guys, there it is, bang. We're all out of. We held it past target, a couple points over. Our average was 604. We take it all the way up to 607. Not too bad of a look. If it continues to climb, just ran out and I hit my target. And I said, you know what? I would rather not be frustrated with myself and not take it out. If it climbs higher, then so be it. But a nice little trade there. We got the bounce that we were looking for in META. Oh my days, I feel some for some of the quantum folks here. Yeah, Meta's gonna rock it today. I think it's gonna continue to climb higher. It might have enough juice in it to kind of start dragging the overall market with it, guys. So I'm looking at potential bottom here in the Nasdaq and the TQs, considering how aggressive this selling has been throughout the session. But look at this. This is waterfall type price in RGTI, Obi. So yeah. Whew. man, if you go over to the daily, it's just continuing to bleed, heading towards some key support levels. I think that 28 3/4 is most definitely going to be a target to keep an eye out for. You're down half of the value in which it was essentially at the peak here. Damn. Let's take a look at some of the other quantum names as well. We got IonQ, one of the more popular ones, down 40%, a 40 slapper right there. QBTS, what's going on with that one? 46 all the way to 26, another 40 slap. QUBT, man, oh my days. Again, this one's taking it even worse. 55% Assassino, oh man, that is not a good. You're not having a good time for sure if you're buying anywhere up in and around the highs. But again, I'm sure it'll rebound. It may take a little bit more time. Hopefully you guys aren't in full size. I got to get out of this Robinhood more time as it is starting to break downtrend. So we go over to on the Robinhood. I mean, that MetaTrade put me slightly green, but now I'm red again on this. Again, small potatoes. You have to take those opportunities and those chances. That was the bounce in Meta. I mean, in the overall market, I think now we're going to have to wait for this pullback, considering, look how extended we are from the volume-weighted average price. An indecision print, not the cleanest off of those lows, but let's see if this move can be sustained. Ooh, QUBT does have an interesting print on the 5-minute candle as well, too. So let's keep an eye out. You might get somewhat of a bounce there in QUBT. Other than that, Obi, what do you got going on? You're long Google now? All right.
So I saw a little bit of, I don't know if I really did see that bounce coming, but I saw some bidding coming in, not really across the board. I was watching this Google coming into its day low, and I really liked that continuation through that 275 for a short. But that didn't really come in, and the market started to bounce off of 24/7s here as well, and then a little bit of a volume signature happening on TQs as well. So I was like, okay, I'm down to try a quick little scalp here on Google if it's going to false break through its day low like that. Not only is that its day low, that's its hourly opening range low as well. It was the second. It was a third 15-minute candle, sorry. It was a third 15-minute candle on the day that printed that low. And we bid up pretty aggressively off of here as well. This is the low we're talking about right here. And we bid up all the way to 279s from there. Let me put up the Google book here so we can follow along alongside while this is happening. And then Opendoor as well. I'll put that book up. So that's at 276.40s right now on Google. As that potentially comes in, market bid, let's see if that can take us to the promised land. I'm just looking for 276. Don't know if that'll have me there, but I don't know. I want to be a little bit nimble here. It was just a tape scalp, if anything, just trying to get with a bit of a market bounce here as it potentially comes in. Okay, you know what? Wow. I did not mean to post for all of my size. I thought I posted for half of it, and it just posted everything there into 7,650s. Okay, well.
Bruh. What do we got?
Where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking. There's that 277s coming in, dude.
A little fat
like
finger
it's coming in. 277s are coming in on Google.
We'll hit this one well too there, Obi.
See, I wanted to take some off at the halves there, because you know how I like to play. I like to play with the quarters and the halves, the 75s and the wholes.
Yep.
You guys hear me say this all the time. Can you hold the quarter, print the half, right? And it definitely held 25 pennies and printed the half right away. I wanted to post some out on the half, and here's the hole that's coming in. 277, so a quick dollar there. This is a quick tape scalp, right? Nothing too crazy. I'm not saying that this is going to go all the way back to VWAP. For that, you might need to wait for confirmation on a prior bar break. Tape scalps that come in with strong confluence alongside the market as well here. But sometimes that can be the initiation of the reversion, right? The market has been selling off pretty aggressively since the open. These are 15-minute charts here on the ES and the NASDAQ. And you can see, not even off of the open, coming into the open well before at like 3 a.m. This is 3 a.m. at nighttime. That thing, both and the NASDAQ coming in pretty aggressive to the sell side here. Wow, 277s on Google. So definitely left like 60 pennies on that one. It is what it is. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm looking for. Maybe it is Google. Maybe if we can kind of break structure, hold 77, maybe we do get to VWAP, which is at 278.30s. Opendoor printing some fresh highs there, so the short is definitely not in, even as of yet, on Opendoor as it continues to chop up and squeeze, consolidating near the highs here right now on Opendoor.
All right, guys. And now for some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global, Canada's largest provider of inverse and inverse leverage ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the SPY and TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn some more. And yeah, and there goes Robinhood breaking that trend in a beautiful rebound. And if any of these names are going to do it, I mean, you can't count Robinhood out. Glad that we hopped out of there. I thought that the floor was going to snap, but it wasn't participating to the downside with the overall market going oppo there. I'm posted up on QUBT off of this hammer candle on the lows. But again, as it's starting to climb, it's already hit some of my targets, so we might just eliminate that. I'll take that right now. I was ready to go full size on that, but we're going to take it off as some of these names are starting to rebound and half decently. Consolidation going on META right at the volume weighted average price. Didn't surprise me whatsoever if we did get that bounce. But this has been the best trade of the day. We can do a review. I've traded Affirm, Robinhood, Meta, NVD, and TQs. Green on 2 of them, red on 3, and just 1 trade away from being positive. But again, have to wait for those patient setups. This is what I was looking at QUBT to see if we could catch an additional long. Let's pull up the algo to see if that picked up on QUBT. Because we haven't, okay, we're going to go to Adara and then we'll get back here momentarily.
Keep an eye on Boeing. I'm seeing headlines here. Apparently, the company has broken ground on their South Carolina 787 site expansion. Apparently, this project will be supporting 1,000 new jobs and also involve a $1 billion investment. So stock here is still near low of day, but keep an eye here on BA. More good news for CEO Kelly Wartburg. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, it did. So again, we just pull this up and we take a look at it to see if things.
This is the hammer candle one?
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Obviously joking.
I thought, no, you literally have it named that.
Yeah, it's literally on. It's literally on there. It's literally on there. Yeah. It's weird. We can't give away too much information. You know what I mean, Obi? Just in case. No, I'm
even if you told them what, like the candle, it doesn't give anything.
No, it doesn't. No, but essentially,
there's a lot more secret sauce.
There is a lot more sauce with it, for sure. There's a lot more secret sauce with it for this one. But no, I did pick it up. This was a previous print that it went off earlier and got stopped out, but currently not doing too bad. Let's take a look at the overall performance right now. Not too good on this specific name considering as of late. So you're going to have a pretty bad profit factor, but we won't complain whatsoever. Did it pick up anything on Robinhood? Let's see. Did I tell you I made another one yesterday as well too, Obi, that I'm looking forward to for earnings.
Okay.
Yeah, and see if we can get that one rocking and rolling, man.
So like earnings, it takes trade after hours?
Yeah. So that would be for moi, for me, myself, and I. But yeah, nice rebound, guys. There goes QUBT. Meta starting to skyrocket. I told you I'm frustrated whatsoever. We took it all out at the volume weighted average price. And then you get a little bit more, just didn't have enough size. Obviously, a little bit more of an expensive name for it to runner, but it would have been ideal. We can definitely note that and then just try to get a little bit better for next time. But other than that, let's find something else, right? As Obi likes to say, where's that next trade? A nice rebound that we're experiencing across the board. Big IBIT back up to 57 3/4. That's not too bad of a look whatsoever. And a nice little rebound in NVDA as well. Too, guys, we can run through the top performing sectors of the session. Let's do that right now, actually, because we have not done that today and seen who is leading the way. And if there is a lot of red or green, okay, consumer staples getting a little defensive. They're up 1 4/10 there. Energy sector up approximately 8/10 with the materials, up 6/10. We got the real estate sector sitting in that 4th place, guys. Up about 4/10 as well, closer to 0.5%. As for the bottom 3, the consumer discretionary down 3/4. comm service down 1 1/5 approximately, and then the tech sector, Technologia, down 2%. I mean, that's what happens, guys. When you're the best, the chances are you're going to get hit the hardest as well too. So there's always two sides to a coin. Let's see how it's been performing on the week. The down 5 1/5. While the Dow is holding on to -2%, IWM down 3%, and then we have SPY down 3 1/5 as well too, Obi.
Yeah, man. I'm watching this Google, and I was like, yeah, that 277 is on its way. We did pull back a little bit into the 27730s, and then rips, 27630s, and then rips right back up. So this consolidation is what I'm watching here right now, 7/7 That's coming in. The market's catching a bit of a bounce, right? So there's a bit of a confluence there, and I definitely fumbled it pretty bad, not staying in the stock. And cutting off most of it when I only meant to cut off half of it right there. But you can see the conviction that I had, right? Getting in initially in the 80s, taking more as a 76, taking even more as the quarters hold, and then now we're getting that push through the next dollar and the next quarter and the next half. Now 277.50s on Google coming in with a bit of a market bounce here as the market pushes back to the upside, guys.
Yep.
But guess what?
What?
For too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing. That's what kept so many traders on the sidelines. But that's changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the solution of limited risk trading, powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. Opendoor is trying to evaluate $6.50 now as it continues to push even higher. So yeah, bit of a squeeze, bit of a churn. Chop to the upside, yeah, I took way too many tries trying to get short this name today. It's okay. Where's the next trade?
On Opendoor?
On Opendoor. I'm just like, today's not the day to do this. Very clearly, as of right now is not the time to do this because of how aggressively it's holding up. It's just trading within the upper quartile of today's price action. You can see how strong this is. You just go to a 3-minute chart to kind of clear up that 1-minute mess. You can see here, boom, 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 stair step up, higher highs and higher lows, kind of giving us that sentiment of, yeah, okay, this is being stepped up. Buyers are willing to step up higher and higher, and sellers are not as dominant or in charge as one might think, or is on the day today as they have been over the past couple of weeks on Opendoor. There is the bounce on NVIDIA. I was looking at NVIDIA as well a little earlier, if that can potentially come in here. Okay, we'll just refresh the page. NVIDIA right here. So reversion to VWAP, that came in really nicely. Nice little consolidation breakout. So you guys were wondering, what were the other factors of confidence you were watching for that Google long? Well, NVIDIA was one of them, right? NVIDIA was consolidating 180, chop, 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 and I saw that the market was catching a little bit of a bounce, and I saw that NVIDIA was attempting to push this 180 a little bit, or attempting to push past this 180 a little bit after a strong day of selling, so that came in as well, and then that added some strong confidence for the Google trade as well. Not only that, the failure to follow through the day low also adds a strong factor of confluence for me as well. So if the market looks like it's turning, if NVIDIA is out of its consolidation highs, and the 15-minute prior bars on both the ES and the NASDAQ start to get broken, and then the tape starts to change a little bit after a false break of the low on Google, how much more confluence do I need? I don't know. But yeah, just price action scalps is what I have on the docket today, and that's kind of how I've been taking it. Like I said before, kind of taking a little bit of a step back, not really. I'm coming in with a very solid plan, but most days I'm just like, I know this is in play, so I want to be playing this. I might have a little bit of an inkling of a directional bias, but other than that, I'm just like, I just want to play price action. I want to see what participants are actually doing on, and I want to participate when those participants are kind of, feeling the pain a little bit. So
For sure, I agree with you.
But got to stay on the right side of that. Today, I'm feeling the pain on open because I was the participant getting short. right? Sometimes you're on the right side, sometimes you're on the wrong side, and it is what it is. You got to manage the effectively over time, and survive is the name of the game. I think that's what I'm looking at as of right now. And MP Materials, man, this was another one that I had on watch this morning. Continues to push even higher here. So MP Materials, fresh highs, 56.80s on the day right now. This pullback into VWAP, I guess that's all she wrote for a little bit of selling that we got. 55, I thought was failing to follow through. It did fail to follow through. We did get a bit of a pullback down towards VWAP in that area, but the buyers stepped right back in, showing us that strength. I was looking at this pivot from yesterday as well. I got a little aggressive with MP Materials yesterday as well through this 55.20s. A bit of a shake and bake on some intraday catalysts, and we couldn't quite get past this on the 55 push. And that's what I was looking at. I was looking to risk against that, but guess what? We have reverted. We've gone past that reference high, and now we're grinding up even higher here on MP Materials. Is this the reversion of the reversion is what I'm asking, because bigger picture, we were already on the side on MP Materials, right? Some strong selling since the beginning of October, since the long volume spike up into 105. We didn't quite make it to 105. 104.89s was high, but we've just been getting back-to-back sell days since then. The more you know. This is the backside. But yeah, is this the pivot? Is this the chance that through earnings, through a nice grinding aggressive bid, we finally turn the table on this one and come a little bit back to the upside here? Maybe enter this prior range here that we had from 80s to 60s on MP Materials. I know a lot of people have been swinging this name for quite a while, and we did get a very strong push. Some would say maybe even a little bit of caution on that push up into 105s there. So that's what I have on watch right now. Opendoor highs, MP highs. Rigetti, I think you covered Rigetti a little bit earlier. I had that on watch as well. Beautiful backside coming in, quantum across the board. IONQ, Rigetti, and a lot of other quantum names as well with a nice sell-off.
Dude, I was
what's going on?
Yo, so for earnings, it was what we were talking about earlier, OB. I forgot to. This is what. So I'm like, okay, I'm getting prepared. I'm like, all right, I'm just in the state. I'm ready to just go home on DoorDash earnings the other night. I'm ready to go home and just absolutely destroy this ticker if it sets up. I'm trying to take it short. Doesn't fail me. I forget to cancel one of my orders. So then on Thursday morning, I come in and then I'm just like sitting there, and then my phone goes off and I look at it and I'm like, yo, what the heck? Why am I getting a notification from my broker? And I look, it's like, oh, short X amount on Dash on yesterday from 210. Boom, take the flush all the way, and I didn't even know. Oh man, I was so fortunate to take that in, or I mean to have gone trade when I was looking to trade it yesterday or on the earnings report day to the downside. Didn't get it. Taking the long, but then the next day I got the short on DoorDash, which was pretty fun. Even though I didn't to do it, I'm like, hey man. Sometimes things flow. Other than that, how's are you in right now?
I'm trying a little stab at it. Okay. Part of it probably because I miss the long. I'm being honest with myself. I'm just like. I'm going to take a stab at this as it kind of starts to slow down a little bit here in an area where we've already seen a little bit of supply. So we did get an attempt, a push towards VWAP. This could very well not be done. We're starting to chop and slow down here at a prior area of supply where we did kind of chop. So I'm curious to know if we do pull back, how much of this range will we retrace if the bid is actually still on and we're still going to bid up? Or are sellers kind of going to step right back in, right? So watching the NASDAQ and the ES as well at the same time alongside with some of these Mag 7s. But yeah, no, the TQs, the turn on the TQs or the Qs does look a little bit strong, a little distinct, but sellers could very well step right back in. We've seen the dominance that they've had over the past few days. Jacks, a little bit more of the same coming into the end of the week. The question becomes, though, do we print a flat bottom at the on the weekly candle? Because a few stocks
in the overall market.
Or because a few stocks have been selling off pretty aggressively. I think what was the one I was looking at? It was Nvidia at the beginning of the week.
Yeah, man.
Nice pop, selling off all week. Pretty much at its we made a low at 178.90. This has already kind of created that if we close right here, if we were to close right now, right, we would have created that bottom wick on the weekly from 178s to 182s, right? So the question becomes, yeah, do we just trade sideways on a day like today, or do we go all the way back? 186, 185, 90, actually 185 is 69s, nice, is the day high right now. Video. So we may or may not be able to get back all the way. We've already reverted about 50% and reclaimed VWAP as of right now. If the NASDAQ can even kind of revert a little bit back to this 25,000, we've seen how it's been interacting and reacting to that 25K over the past few weeks or the past couple of months. If it can just take a little bit of a reversion back up into that area, the question becomes, NVIDIA's reclaimed and held VWAP. Do we get that scalp where it's reclaimed VWAP and we get that continuation back through day open? Mm-hmm. I don't know, but that's a question that I'm asking. And if the market's able to revert back to its up and back towards some sort of a reasonable mean relative to the action that we've had today, then maybe, yeah, NVIDIA is within range to do that as well.
I was thinking about taking a potential short on NVDA. Again, like I have no...
Yeah, if it slows down.
Well, I was going off of this. If this held up, we started to consolidate and slowly start to curl over, so that inverted hammer print right at the volume weighted average price, then I would have looked to take the short. But now we're starting to squeeze to the top side. Robinhood's going nuts. Bitcoin up to 58.18. Bang, we like that one, 110%. So let's see what we got going on daily. Let's send it off to Adair and then we'll get back to this.
Keep an eye on airlines. We are once again hearing about these reductions here, again, related to the fact that we were having some issues with air traffic control because of the government shutdown. So less people working. Long story short, FAA here, the Federal Aviation Authority, announcing that carriers must reduce their flights by 10% by 6 a.m. on Friday, November 14th. So in about a week from today, flights have to be reduced here by 10%. These carriers, keep an eye. Here is UAL. You could look at AAL. You could look at DAL. You could look at LUV. Lots of tickers to look at here, guys, in the airline space as we send you back. Joe and Obi.
Thank you very much, Adair, for that. All right, so we're starting to get some indecision prints across the board. Let's be patient and wait for some. Robinhood just went on 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 straight minutes to the top side with some aggressive buying. I don't know if this is going to be short covering or anything along those lines, but boom, trend snapped, and I'm glad got it out of that one. Vlad Tenev was like, Joe, what are you doing shorting this thing? That is not a good idea, and he made me pay the price for that. It's going to be my biggest loss on the day, surprisingly, but again, I told you, we're essentially flat on the session, one trade away from potentially getting. And if it doesn't arise, if I don't see that prime time opportunity, I have no issues with that. I can see Sean shorting NVDA at 185. Was it on a sticky note? I could see that as well too. I mean, his levels are amazing. No questioning that. So I mean, right now we're getting that rebound. You had to be patient. This waterfall type price action. Definitely alarming coming out of the gate, but then you get the buyers to step in or shorts covering, whatever it may be. I don't know why this does this. Really, really buggy system over here. But I mean, look at the TQs, but guys, like downtrend still fully intact. You peak out around here, so just keep that in mind. Like you just get these covers. And one thing I want you to note, and something that I've observed over time as well too, is just look at price action here, right? Look at the strength in all these bullish candles. We went on this run on, I believe this was Monday, or day it was, it doesn't matter. Look at the candles, right? But then look what happens when sellers step in. Look at the strength within the price action. Keep a note on that. This can tell you a significant amount. Each individual candle can tell its own story, and that's the beautiful thing about looking at them. Are they 100% right all the time? Absolutely not. Because if they were, then this game would be significantly than what it is. But each individual candle tells you a specific story, and you can build systems off of that. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh yeah.
Oh no. Not another one.
Oh yeah. I mean, and there it goes, guys. Like Robinhood to 125.67. That's crazy. We like that one. Start to recover there. 153, I believe, was the high approximately. So at this point, it's like Meta continuing to climb higher. We're out of that one right now. Is there a VWAP play? Potentially. all out of that one. It's pretty choppy to sit through, and me personally, as a momentum player, I like it. I like the momentum more, and I'll bring this back up one more time. Just to say, like, hey, this is what we're looking for in the earnings. Again, this is a downside. What I'll do is on Monday is because I have the catalog essentially of the trades, and then we could just break it down, like, because I think this is a good quality system to have, especially if you're looking to trade not only in Blue Ocean but in the post market as well too. Obi, are you thinking don't do it? I'm telling you, don't. You said Hood looks interesting.
No, people in the chat were talking about like Hood.
Oh, Hood. I was gonna say, yeah. I'm like, don't revert that. They don't revert the Vlad.
What do you mean? Reversion long or a reversion short?
Short, back into the volume weighted average price. Where are we at VWAP right now?
Well, it's at 125 right now on Hood, right?
I should be cautious of that thing, man.
The reversion already kind of came in. This is an area of supply from the morning session. And we're kind of knocking on the door of that. But the thing is, like, I don't necessarily want to revert this right away because I haven't been watching the tape run up. That's gonna, especially on the stuff that's kind of aggressive like this, I feel a little bit more comfortable if I've been watching the tape on the run up, because I want to trade the distinct difference when sellers step right back in. So if it looks distinctly different, it's looking distinctly different on the chart. You're getting some red candles here, pulling back in from the 125.90s, which is the day high right now, and it was opening session high as well. Opening session high is at 80. So we did clip the opening range high by 10 pennies, and then sellers step right back in. Sellers stepped in pretty aggressively off of the open, giving us a flush of about 4% from the high to the low of the three, I guess the 6-minute opening range, the 15-minute opening range, whatever you want to call it, and we're coming back up into that area. So I some time here. This was aggressive strength as well. We're getting expanding volume as well. Volume, literally, you know, funny thing, I say it often because I tend to miss it, but there's so many times where I'll be looking at a stock and I'll forget to look at the volume. Well, volume is literally the number one indicator.
Absolutely.
The number one indicator.
Absolutely.
We're getting expanding volume on the push into high a day, right? I don't necessarily want to get with that. If we can actually break on that expanding volume, I think that's good, that volume pushed into there, but we're pulling back, and does the volume fall off is the question. Look, we had that strong volume push, and then strong volume sell as well on the back through. Right?
That can tell you a lot. That tells you a whole lot, right?
Tells you a lot.
Tells you a whole lot.
So now, it's just like what can happen from here? How are the probabilities changing? Again, if I want to get serious, I want to be pulling up the tape and watching that as well.
Do I do it? I'm going to do it one more time.
Man.
I'm going to do it one more time.
Do it one more. Do it for the team.
I am. I'm going to do it one more time. It pains me to do this, but I like our chances here. Hey, man. Shooter's got to shoot at the end of the day. Let's see. Oh, don't go too far without me. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. No, to add to your point there, Obi, I like what you were bringing up. Just the fact that, like, hey, the volume's starting to stair step higher, and that's what you want to look for. But when the selling volume is equally as strong, that's not what you want to see. You want to see the volume diverge from the actual price, so price be going down, but the volume also stepping down, and then you want to see buyers step back in, and then that can most definitely lead you a lot. So we went on that monster run. I'm doing it. I'm trying to do it one more time. Let's see if we get it, Obi. We're gonna take it. I told you not to do it. Vlad told me not to do it, but I'm gonna do it anyways. So I mean, hey, listen. I don't know. I was gonna say if your friends told you to jump up, we don't want to use that example because it's not the best one. But anyways, at the end of the day, boom, there it is, a nice clean flush to the downside. Let's see if we can get some loss back than which we had on Robinhood at a significantly better price. But one thing to note, we focus on the tape. You get that flush to the downside, and then you have the buyer step right back in immediately. If it cracks this base high, I'm going to get out of it, and I'll take another small loss on it. But again, and then that's my 3 strikes at. I'm either just completely wrong or my timing's off, and I have to just leave it alone. I think I am hangry, wife. I think I am. But see, the thing is, though, I think you understand my sarcasm, which is much appreciated, and I would classify myself as a sarcastic individual. I don't know. But yeah, I think you understand my sense of humor. A lot of it's based off of the Trailer Park Boys. I was asking Mike P. DeRider if he's ever watched the Trailer Park Boys before, and I don't think he ever replied to me. So
I don't think I've seen.
That's crazy. You haven't seen the best show ever on the planet? Actually, the best Canadian. I think it's definitely not the best show ever. That was a little bit of a stretch, but
I know it's gotten a lot of traction as well. I don't want to be in there. Tried that short. Mike P.
Okay. You did. I did.
Okay, right, nice.
Do you see the visualizer?
What was I saying? Yeah, no, I haven't really necessarily seen a lot of stuff, but it's some traction. I know Wayne's a big fan of Trailer
Park Boys caught some traction, brother. It's it's easily the most funny, ridiculous show you could ever watch. Welcome to the short party. I think it's a good entry. What you do with it is the hard part. It says woman peace. Let's see, man. I mean, we are going against the grain one more time. This could be just an additional consolidation before it takes another leg higher, which would be a bad idea. It all depends if they want. If we get the volume to step in as well too. 123 would be really, really nice, but might be a little bit of a stretch as that's almost $2 away from where we're currently trading at right now. Bitcoin coming in more aggressively. I think the reversion or the retracement on that one would be a little bit easier considering how volatile. Just thing says Angry Bear. Hey man, you know what? See, no, you know what No, I'm not even gonna say it. I did, but I was in spam jail. Oh, they timed you out? Man, that's tough, man. Maracas 100? No, I get the, oh my God, I hate you so much. But we all know. But anyways, aside from that, could you please check out Meta? Absolutely. We've been looking at Meta all day. So yeah, I mean, it broke through. That 600 bounce was really nice in Meta. We were taking a look at the options chain. We had a bunch of things correlating in our favor, and that's going to be a potential put wall off of those lows. So that helped most definitely. But then again, if this thing is really choppy, I told you, someone said, Joe, you look a little stressed when I was talking about Meta and sitting in this position. 100%. I'm like, oh no. Like it either goes like I'm put an additional significant loss, or I eliminate the majority of it and have a pretty good time where I'm just a step away in one trade from flipping things around, which we're currently sitting on. So we just thank the trading gods for that one, for allowing us to be in the right place at the right time. So yeah, that one's rocking. Adara, what do you got for us?
President Trump is currently with Viktor Orban, that is the Prime Minister of Hungary. So that's happening right now to meet. Once things are happening, I'm just turning on the stream now. There are some ads, so once we are set up and good to go, I will keep you guys posted on this. But either way, President Trump meeting with Viktor Orban. They are waiting for lunch. That is live, and I will be covering this for you right now. I have not seen any headlines yet from this, for what it's worth, so looks like it started a couple minutes ago. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, NVIDIA, I stopped out of NVIDIA there as VWAP came in, and we've reclaimed up at 182s. So I'm just like, all right, well, if we're going to reclaim, the market looks like it's trying to catch a little bit of a here. Don't know if it'll actually make it, but that 25,000 level on the Nasdaq is definitely interesting to me. If we're going to magnet that once more, then NVIDIA might be poised for a little bit higher here. 184s was that consolidation in the morning session, and that's selling really nicely all the way to 179s. But with the stair step, the breakout of the hold of 180, the breakout of this consolidation, that's a beautiful consolidation there for over an hour long. We break 181s, then we reclaim VWAP. Now we're holding 182s on top of VWAP. I like the short. Those sellers did not follow through back below VWAP. So I'm just like, all right, I'm going to be patient. I don't necessarily want to get involved just yet. A potential continuation short from the sellers that have been dominant on this name all day long. But I'll be a little patient. If this 182 kind of gives up with any sort of distinction, then maybe I want to get back in. But if we're going to chop around a whole dollar or about 50 pennies here, I'd rather not get chopped up in on that. And we're also watching the NASDAQ here as well. If this right here is just another lower high, then I want to keep that in mind as well if we do give up that VWAP at the same time. But that Google did push up a little higher. We got to a high of 77.70s on Google. So that worked out pretty nicely. That was just scalp. If anything, NVIDIA, I'm tempted in the short, man. I'm tempted for the short on NVIDIA, but
yeah, I was
not,
too.
You know, I think, what's that? I'm so tempted. Like, I just got Sean saying he's looking at the same thing as well. Like, the thing is, like, it reclaimed. It came all the way back, right? AMD's under. Okay, we'll take a quick look at AMD here. Okay, yeah, AMD. Here's the thing: AMD and NVIDIA have been a little distinctly different over the past couple of weeks, especially since that OpenAI news on AMD. There's been a little bit of a disconnect, but bigger picture actions still kind of happening here. We got some aggressive yesterday. We're getting some more selling continuation today, giving back all of their earnings gains. Earnings day one was a pretty aggressive bid that closed pretty much near the high of day, 256s. We made a high of 259.55s that day, gave it all back the next day, and then today we're trading even lower, so a low of 224.70s. So sellers very, very dominant here on AMD. And yeah, NVIDIA, just looking at it to see if it's potentially making some lower highs. I already got chopped once on it here, and it's kind of below that 182. So I'm looking maybe potentially to stay involved with this one as the market pulls back in. Question is, do we break that 24,700? Right, Sean?
Yeah. No, I think that's a real important level. I think
it's
there.
day low.
Yeah, we got everything for you. Yeah, Joseph, chill. Yeah, there he goes. Katina Man says, okay. Anyways, Mopar for life says, Joe, chill. Stop messing with Hood, bro.
Swear, right?
Here, go get a coffee. I appreciate. Nice short there, Katina Man, off of that one. Katina Man and I are both short now in this market. This was a nice little move to the downside. We'll take a little bit off on Robinhood. You know what they say, Mopar for life. Time's a charm. You got to have a little confidence in your boy. If I haven't proven otherwise, then, you know, I don't really know what to say, man. But not everything works all the time. But when we get it to work, it works, brother. And it's the same thing with Meta. You guys. Everybody in the chat was like, no, Joe, don't do it. But you got to understand, there's somewhat of, I would like to think that I have a method to the madness. It doesn't always look that way, but there is. So it is what it is. We got you covered. We got you covered, Mike Peter Ryder. It doesn't matter, brother. I'll give you my personal phone number just in case you do have to call somebody.
I know.
I will come and get you. Personally, and then we can rock and roll from that.
They're following our
whoa.
order flow, bro. I'm telling you,
How's
our order flow is being tracked.
How's your day going, Ramin? All right, just a genuine question. Just a genuine question. You like the note I left you? Yeah, all right, cool.
Yeah, right there. Sean has my trade right there. Boom. As soon as he punched in, flushes 50 pennies instantly. I was just like, oh man. That was the trade.
It was the trade, man. There was a lot going on with that one.
Stop pushing this market around, Sean. He takes a fill and it drops 50 pennies, dude. Come on. You got to try to stay. You know the rules, man. You got to try to stay under 1% of the daily traded volume. You can't just push the book around like that. I'm joking. Great entry there, Sean. 182 back through. That was absolutely solid there, and coming into 181.5. So. Missed that bit there. Where's the next trade is what I'm looking for now. Let's look for the next one here. ARM taking out the day
blue
low
ocean
there.
tonight.
Sorry, say again. There's no blue ocean, right? Yeah. Because it usually is open the day before the market is open.
4 a.m. right?
So
4 a.m.
Sunday is when it opens. So, no.
Sorry.
8 p.m.
8 p.m. Sunday. 8 p.m. Sunday.
To 4 a.m. Monday is when Blue Ocean will be.
So we get to degen, as Sharif likes to say, on Sunday evening, see what the markets do when they open up. I think it's going to be interesting.
Oh, of course, Sundays are always good. They'll do relative volume regardless, because I think people are trying to get in for the week, maybe trying to front run some moves or whatever. Digest some internet, like some news that might have come over the weekend. Yeah, exactly. You get a chance Sunday to start positioning into some of those things as well, right?
Look, there we go. We got this thing. We got the desk working up there as well too. So that's pretty good. Nice. Yeah, it looks really nice. So there it is, guys. On Robinhood there, I'm so used to trading IBIT. So Robinhood, you get that flush back to the break even. We do take a little bit off there. So if that comes there, then we'll just out of that trade. No worries about that. So 20, yeah, all right, so yeah, okay. Continue to hold until break even. We're not going to try to get too worried, but if it decides that it wants to pop, no issue.
Yeah.
Have that been just an aggressive breath in the overall market? Yeah, possibly, for sure. But I think sellers are still obviously in control of today's, the exception of a couple names. It's balanced, right? This is just, if you look at the bigger picture on Robinhood, you're just trading within this $4 range, right? So, I mean, that's pretty lofty for a $120 stock, but here it is, a nice indecision print off of those lows. Could this be a potential signal for a bounce play? Let's wait for the day to finish out. If it were to close as a complete hammer up to 126, I would most definitely be looking to get in via swing, not even in the long term. I would want to swing that trade for sure. But there it is, a nice flush to the downside, but now you're starting to get a little bit of a buy back up. Is this going to be just a breath before you take an additional leg lower? Keep an eye on the volume profile in which we were talking about earlier in the day. And if it stays relatively cool, could be a good opportunity there, Obi.
Yeah, for sure. Roger, I'm going to be horrible with pronouncing that. Asagura. So in the chat saying, Obi, start rewarding yourself with baby trades and you'll gain confidence on an off day. I think that's great. When you're in a bit of a rut, thank you for putting that on the screen there. So yeah, I think that's great. When you're in a bit of a rut, that's what you got to do. And I say this to traders all the time. You're in a bit of a red streak. The best thing to do that I've found is just to get a little bit of green under your belt. Take those baby trades. Take scalps, right? Be patient for that moment where it's just like, yes, I know this is going to go by probability. Maybe it only goes 10 pennies. Lock that in. Get that green under your belt. You start gaining that confidence again. You start gaining that conviction once again, and then you can get back to kind of pushing normal size, or even getting uncomfortable with pushing size as well. But yeah, you got to work your way back up slowly into it. That always happens, and it's happened so many times where I'll just be like 3 days red, and I'll just be like, oh boy, something's happening. I forgot how to trade. I don't know what's happening. I don't know how to trade markets anymore. All these thoughts start jumbling my mind. But then I take a breather. I'm just like, hey man, just got to go back to the basics. Look at the reason why you were red. A lot of times it has nothing to do with the trade strategy itself, and it has more to do with me and me not executing the trade strategy as effectively or as promptly as I definitely can, right? So regardless, get some green belt, and that's a great way to get back on the horse. So shout out to Roger for pointing that out. Let's see, where's the next trade? Opendoor continues to push higher, man. 650 grinding higher. So every 10, 20, 15 to 20 penny pullback on this one gets pushed right back up. Nice little bid on this one on the day today. Opendoor, DVLT at high a day, saying Bhavin Patel. Okay, DVLT. Let's take a quick look. DVLT, Data Vault AI. Okay, does this one do any volume? Okay, some solid bars there. 33 million shares done on the day today. Okay, but it's only $1.50. It's only $1.50 stock. Seems like it's halted up. Maybe 52s. Actually, no, it's not halted up. It's still kind of moving around. So good look on that one there. Not really trading it here right now. But yeah, let's take a quick look at our volume leaders. Opendoor, we've been watching this one pretty aggressively and closely all day long, and you can see the stair step that I've been pointing out this one. NVIDIA as well, pushing up. Nice little chop on that VWAP. Still hasn't made a decision about higher or lower here as of right now. Archer, this one had earnings. I had this one on watch for earnings down. Okay. Well, this was one of the ones I might have potentially missed. Take a look at this after hours action. Very, very peculiar action when something starts coding like this. Bit of a held offer. Maybe there's some business being done. There's an order that's being with here. Boom, 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 boom. You see that barcoding action come into play, especially on something like an earnings day after getting chopped up and sold off pretty aggressively to the all the way from a high, reference high on earnings at $9.68. And then look at the pullback, guys. Let's just pull back real quick. Off of that, 17% pullback. Into pre-market lows from after-hour highs, 23% pullback. This thing is definitely opening up on SSR. Guess what? That $8 churn that we saw all after hours, and it couldn't hold in the pre-market as well, guess what? Supply steps right back in for a nice little continuation. So a strong miss on my part for Archer Aviation. Julian saying, Obi, they said they're buying an airport in LA of all places and didn't explain why. Yeah, I don't know what any sort of the news or the fundamentals on this is, but that's mainly because the price action speaks so much more to me than the actual fundamentals. I'll leave that to. That's way above my my pay grade. Let's just say that. MSGM here on the day, bit of a reversion. Okay, so small cap runner here, 22 million shares. $22 million market cap on this motorsport games, but pulling back to the downside here after a high of 580s in the pre-market. This is nice, man. Kind of stuff that I like to look for. Look at the lick grab that happened in the pre-market session, kind of telling you that, okay, earnings reaction, we were really, really strong on the earnings reaction, and we pushed up about 100%, over 100% from $2.70 to a high of $5.50s, $5.60s. We basically false break that in the market, make lower highs, and then look at this consolidation. This is a 4-hour-long consolidation in the pre-market session that failed to follow through after hours earnings reaction highs. When we break down, I don't know, but just the probability of who might be in charge or who might no longer be in charge or who might be offside is potentially the longs, right? Be in charge might be sellers because those longs have now become sellers below this reference point, especially anybody and everybody who got long in the pre-market session from about 5 a.m. Anybody and everybody who got long after hours session after about 7 p.m., right? So a little bit of an upside move there on MSGM. Wow. Motorsport, definitely some games being played on that one. Tesla to the downside here as well. 421.88s are the day lows. Intel plug, didn't really have Intel on watch this morning, man, but because we had that shake and bake in the after hours, guess what? Off of the open, it gave us more of the same, so I didn't participate. Just straight up shake and bake on this one. Nothing happening here. SoFi, similar sideways chop. So other than that, don't really have anything else on watch here. And okay, so NVIDIA is coming back up into that 183 right now. So we did get that initial selling that came in pretty aggressively, but we bid right back up to consolidation highs. So yeah, a little indecisive here at VWAP. And as I said before, if this 183 breaks, 183.5 is that next structure, that 184 is that next structure. So a little bit of a 50 penny double stack of resistance on NVIDIA here. What do you got, Joe?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to lie to you, sports and stonks, but maybe it will. You never know, right? Critical alt. I'm glad that you flipped there because we got out as soon as it came against us. We got out of that break even. So you take a little bit and then it just decides to rip a couple dollars from that point. So that's why you got to get out. Winning trade, no chance is turning into a loser. That's for sure. I thought it was good. So Patty Dusky, no, they don't ask just how many. Oh, Joseph, not for long, my brother. Remember one of the Trump sons told buy the dip as a good insider info. All right, man, I appreciate that. Yeah, so as long, hey, I'm with you though, brother. It's either feast or famine around these neck of the woods.
He told us to buy.
Told us to buy.
He told us when to buy.
Told us when to buy.
What are we buying?
I think it was one of the sons talking about crypto. Please get ready to shoot after 2 red candles. Again, my brother says drop system. No, I don't want to stand in front of this at this point. To be honest with you, it's one of the stronger names. And this is what I want to take a look at as well, too. I mean, I took 3 attempts. Those are my at-bats, right? We got on base with that one, but then shortly after it was a double play, so we got out of there at that break even. So, boom, the inning's done. I'm not in front of this bad boy anymore because you can see a lot of these names have been aggressively selling on the session. And then you had Robinhood just trading within this specific range, not participating with the waterfall type PA that we experience in a lot of the tech names. And then sure enough, it just, boom, skyrockets to the top side. I'm like, where is VWAP? And sure enough, it's pretty far away from there, which is slightly surprising at 130.30, which is, I found slightly interesting. No, that can't be right. It can't be right whatsoever. Something's going on with this thing.
What is that stock?
It's Robinhood. I know for a fact that's right because I'm looking at the volume weighted average price over here. It really this stuff is over here. So I mean, as for the TQs, I was thinking about a potential long here on Tesla. Like you get that pop, you get the pullback, and then now you're starting to climb a little bit higher. Is there a reload opportunity, Katina Man, on NVDA up at 182.60s? That second opportunity might be there. Obi, are you still looking at the short on NVDA, or are we thinking go with the flow maybe here?
When it got back above 182, I punched out. But yeah, this 183 false break could be it here as well. But here, the market has just started printing this fresh 15-minute candle, and we're catching a little bit of a pullback. This is what I'm looking at here. I wish I could make this a little bit bigger here. So yeah, yes, we can. So these are the 15-minute candles here on the NASDAQ. So this was the bounce that we initially saw. That came in off of that 24 test. We're up to 24.8s and holding, consolidating, holding higher lows and holding this consolidation as well. So the initial start of this candle with a little bit of selling, maybe, I don't know. I'm watching Opendoor as well. That kind of false broke 650s as of right now, but still consolidating 33s. I still got to figure out how to effectively kind of get involved with this one before it falls apart, but that could very well not happen either, right? Prior bars on the 30 minutes have been violated. Prior bars on the hourly have been actually not violated, but that's way too low. That's at 24. That's 20s lower. I don't know if I want to do that and risk all the way up to the highs at 50s, right? I'd rather risk a little bit less. But if the trade is there and I have to risk that much, then it is what it is. I just size down and take the trade. It is, right? SoFi catching a little bit of a bid here as well. Drop system asking about how about IREN, I-R-E-N. I know this one, I think this is earnings day 3 or 4. Actually, you know what? Earnings day 1. Sorry. Yeah, we were doing some stuff running into earnings. That's what it was. So IREN had earnings last night, and then off of the open, we did kind of flush below those references. So pre-market low breakdown on this one, that was one to snipe on IREN. That came in striking hot, like some iron. But 63 is held as VWAP as of right now. Reclaim on. Don't really see anything too crazy here as of right now. If you were looking for the false break of lows, that did come in, was a little bit choppy, but that reversion came in pretty nicely here. You can see that, I guess even if you draw like a bit of a trend, that trend broke right there at 59s to catch us a bit of a bid for a reversion back to VWAP. But right now, let's see what's up with some news with the DARE.
Keep an eye here on DIS. Disney. We did have an update here from lawyers for ESPN and Disney Entertainment saying that there is no deal in place yet for ESPN and ABC to be back available on YouTube TV. So it looks like the standstill with YouTube TV and Disney. I do want to mention as well, DIS reporting earnings next Thursday before the bell. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Jack Bubkiss, he says, Joe, close those IBID short calls. I mean, brother, I've already collected 75% of the premium, so I mean, I could and not even worry about it whatsoever. But I mean, I could also hold the expiration, which is 2 weeks from now. I don't think that IBIT gets up to 66 in 2 weeks. Could I be wrong? I hope I am. But that may not be a bad idea, to be honest with you, considering I've already collected the majority of the premium, and then we can just wait and see what happens come next week. And then one thing that I was thinking of as well, too, because I'm long so many, well, I'm not so many, I have 6 contracts at 65. I'm not going to be averaging in, but one thing that I can potentially do, let's pull up the actual chain right now and just kind of gauge on some of our opportunity, our chances here. So full disclosure, we collected, I paid $1,000 for those 6 contracts, each obviously. And then also I was writing these contracts to 60. I had the 14th expiration. I was writing 9s. Those are essentially worthless. So I closed those, collected 70% of the premium on that, closed those, rolled over to the 21st of November expiration cycle, and then I sold the 66s and I collected $70. Right? So I've already I collected $70 per contract on that one, and those are only worth $22. So I could close those, but case scenario, if things get a little bit more wretched in Bitcoin, what I can do is just flip a long contract. Considering they don't expire until May, I can essentially run a credit spread, call credit spread from what I currently have, because I'm the owner of these, so I have the rights to the 65s, and was thinking is head over to the next cycle, which is going to be the December 5th, and write the 60s, and then that way we'll collect a substantial amount of premium. And so, like, again, this is the beauty of what. This is the beauty of just buying yourself some time in options, is because you allow yourself to do this. And if I continuously get lost, then it is what it is. At some point, I have to come to the realization that, hey, this trade may not be working, but what I can do in the meantime, while it is not working, is make a little bit of that loss significantly smaller. We'll turn on our strategy builder right here, and then worst case scenario, we head over into the, we'll call it the 64s, right? Because I have the 65s. So we'll collect $100 each, and we'll see what the profile is looking like right now. And that is going to be, oh, that's just one. We don't want any of that garbage. We have significantly more than that. So we'll take a look at the profile now and see that we collect $612, but our probability of profit is through the roof. Look at this. So what the options market is telling us right now, that essentially Bitcoin or IBIT itself has zero chance, well, not a 20% chance of trading above 64 before December 5th. Sorry, I know there's stuff going on. Bro, Jogan, Joe, what's your average out of your options contracts? Do you like to give yourself extra days wiggle room or keep closer to a limit volatility? I don't have an average day. I have a trade plan, and honestly, this trade plan just went to. It was worst case scenario. So essentially, what I had to do is start writing calls against this because I was like a couple grand out of the money right out of the gates. Oh, Sean, first of all, I own plenty of it. This is something different, right? I can't sell Bitcoin. I can't write contracts. I can continuously DCA into the actual asset itself. But when those things are going lower, there's no way that I can be like, hey, how can I make some money on the back end of this, right? And this is the beauty of why this thing is optionable. So what about instead of purely trading the options and value trading cash secured puts and covered calls, instead always have underlying value both ways? So essentially that's what I'm doing, right? Like, it's the poor man's covered call, Jesper. I'm not selling CSPs for 600 shares, right? I don't want to own them. I'm options trading. I don't want to, like, again, selling CSPs right now, good luck, because the chances are you're an owner at multiple strike prices, right? So essentially what I'm doing is the poor man's covered call with the owning of the options contract that expire in May, and you write against it. Worst case scenario, you roll over, and if it continuously doesn't work, at some point you have to come to the conclusion that, hey, your thesis is just far gone and it's not going to work. That's not the case right now. What we're doing is selling nearer term premium, 28 days. Shout out to the movie, you can write this and collect. So it's like, okay, I collect 10% last time and I lost 10% this time, another 10%, et cetera, or even more, 20% on this case for what the loss is going to be. Eventually that drastically adds up, and if it starts to work out, then watch the appreciation, because you've collected so much premium in the meantime that once it starts working, you have that passive income and then the appreciation of the underlying asset, Obi. Sorry, I went on a little bit there.
Yeah, no.
You get me heated.
Got to answer those questions that the chat has for you for sure. Dropped system. I missed your chat a little bit earlier there, saying Obi, Hawthorne Airport, few points. So this is what system is saying here. A few points. He's saying that Elon's plane apparently is parked there. Elon's rumors on Archer are already out there. Elon on Rogan said basically Roadster car will fly, and Elon just got $1 trillion.
Did you watch the investors meeting?
No,
yesterday?
I did not watch the investors meeting, but yeah, all great points. At the end of the day, I think even if you have that strong conviction, you've got to be a little potentially price ignorant, because it's not solid news. If you're getting into something in anticipation of a big news result, things can go absolutely crazy, right? They can move multiple percents both ways before really anything happens. So be wary of that. We'll be right back from Madeira.
Trump just said here that inflation is at a perfect number and that it's way down. Inflation's way down. Energy is better. So you had Trump talking a lot here about inflation. He also earlier mentioned Walmart once again and their Thanksgiving prices and the price of their Thanksgiving meals compared to last year. The point is Walmart was mentioned, didn't really move that much. Again, Trump discussing inflation, saying it's at a perfect and you always want, quote, a little inflation. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, go. I got nothing. Ope.
Yeah, just this NVIDIA is slowly starting to climb up.
Yeah.
Just kind of grind up
yeah,
here.
that's the thing.
Short halves, but this thing is looking to test potentially the next structure here. So 83 halves was that next structure, and I was like, okay, 83 halves and then 84s. So we're kind of in that area right now in the market. Take a look at this. We were watching those 15-minute candles, and there's a continuation potentially happening here on the NASDAQ and the ES, as well as these 15-minute candles push a little bit higher here and print maybe a bit of a reversion, right? So NVIDIA has reverted more than 50%. We got that VWAP reclaim. And okay, so 650 is maybe not the place to be on Opendoor as sellers kind of step right back in. So maybe 650s is the place here. I'm watching a little bit closer, but what do you got going on? What's good in that hood? I see you're watching that chart.
Yeah, I'm just going to just avoid it, right? Like we took this, shout out to Mopar, man. You're right, Joe, just avoid it. And you know what, that's it. We took it, that's the double. We took the 2 losses early. Didn't break through that support level in which we were looking for. We get that at the peak. You do get that pullback, but it was just a breath before it wanted to take like higher. Now going positive on the session, up a 1/5%, like bang, like shout out to Robinhood, man. And the same thing with NVDA. We're thinking about taking a potential short on that one, but a breath from 81.55s, and then now you're trading up to 183.55. So that's $2 just like that, as quick as you like. I think there's going to be some other opportunities, but at this point, I'm going to be extremely patient and wait for some primetime opportunities. What has Meta been doing? Yeah, it's still slightly above VWAP. QUBT was definitely my missed opportunity of the day. I wanted to take it long at 1170, and then it climbed all the way, and it was an absolute beautiful print. I'll show you what the algo picked up on it. It already hit that 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio, which I was like, okay, nice. We'll take that all day, every day. So here it is. Bang. And once again, as soon as I seen it, I know what it's going to pick up. It just eliminates the discretionary aspect, right? So it's just like, boom, it hits, and then boom, and then sure enough, hypothetically, you're sitting on some. Come on here now. Come on now. You can do it. Boom. So yeah, you're not going to complain whatsoever about that, right? Considering. But the performance on it is still not too good. Like, you go across another names, from September, so just a little bit over of a month. MU about to bust through VWAP. What are your thoughts on plug moving forward? Can I look at SPY remaining 25% over 2 weeks? Close those, and you can find a better entry if BTC break below. Jack Bubkis, yeah, you're talking about calls, right? Yeah, there's 69s. I've collected 70. Exactly. And you know what? 110% right, Jack. Like, I couldn't agree with you more, because I say the exact same thing. You've collected the majority of the premium in a span of 1 week. You may as well just close it out, and if worst case scenario, you roll it over. So probably after the show or at some time today, I will do that. So that is a fact, Jack. I like how you worded that, and it's exactly what I well too. So you got to practice that, and I 110% agree with you. I can tell that you have a little bit of you're a veteran there with Jack Bubkis with the options trading, just because I preach the same thing. It doesn't mean I am a vet or anything along those lines. All right, why not? Ooh, Shadow, why? Thanks, Adara, for analyzing Trump's talks. I was watching it yesterday, and boy, he rambles and love hearing that. Let's take a look at SoFi for some of our friends. We'll take a look at SPY later, as I know some people were asking us about, and then MU as well. Micron. I don't love this name for an intraday trader. I always find it fakes me out quite a bit, but here's one that's profitable on it, right? In the span of a month, September to 27th, we can take a look at what the profit factor is. Just that's insane. On a 33% accuracy, right? Get this out of here, man. There, thank you. On a 33% accuracy, that's beautiful. We'll take that all day, every day. Where's the list of the trades? Where's the big winner? And take a look at what's going on with it. Straight up, the opens, closes it at 4 a.m. the next day. Beauty, October 27th. A couple of days for that to work, but you don't complain about that whatsoever. We'll take a look at SoFi as well, too, guys, and see what's going on with that one. Boom, another one. We like that list of trades. October was the last one, but 50% accuracy in the past month. We'll take that all day. Now, as for the SPY, we can take a look at that. It doesn't perform overly well on the ETFs, so I'm just gonna eliminate some of the names that doesn't perform well and things that it will, considering. And the reason why it won't work relatively well on the quantum space is because you have to take into consideration the current downtrend. This is essentially a retracement play, so it's looking for extreme lows, and then it will take the long off of that. And if you have something that's in a consistent slope, it's gonna be bad, bad, bad. So, say accuracy, no problem. I just said it for you. Hopefully you can record that and do what you want with it. But at the end of the day, Adair, what do you got for us?
Trump was just asked if he's worried about an AI bubble. He's still answering the question, but he said, no, I'm not worried about an AI bubble. I love AI. We're leading China in AI. We're leading the world in AI. So Trump very bullish on AI, specifically AI from the U.S. Back to you.
Thank you for that. And then we just go back over to the daily as well, too, right? It's just boom. Again, you're cracking that downtrend on the SPY. We drew this not too long ago, so just keep an eye out. This could be a nice recovery on the session, but now considering we're on the backside of this, could be just a potential retest, and then we continue a little bit lower. My boy, can you short for a quick second? No, I'm not shorting that thing. I'm not shorting that thing anymore on today's session, because it looks like we're going to recover today, and we got NVIDIA still steadily grinding higher.
Have you ever seen okay, I'm out of NVIDIA.
Yeah.
So I tried the NVIDIA short. I got pretty aggressive there on into fours, and then I was watching the moving average that it's holding as well. I was like, all right, well, let's see how cleanly it's holding the moving average. And we pull back in the 8 EM. Depends on what you're looking at. I like to just use the basics, the 8, 21, 50, 100, 200, whatever. When it comes to kind of trend defining trends, one way to define trends is average, but yeah, it just kind of holds and pulls back in. Just a quick tape scalp there from 183.69s all the way down to 183.30s. So that came, yeah, so that came in pretty quickly, but bidding right back up. So quick little scalp there. Didn't really follow through, and this is the thing. I'm only able to really trade like that if I'm staring the tape down as aggressively as I can, because I'm just taking tape scalps, to be honest. This is a tape scalp, right? There's nothing on the chart that's really telling me to get in. There's no like signatures necessarily that are telling me to get in, but it's just straight up, rainbow on the tape. As some people like to call it. I think we have some breaking news with Adair.
Q&A time with Trump and Orban is over. The White House administration individuals are saying, thank you, press, kicking the press out. Trump's done talking, guys. If there is anything else, I'll let you know, but there's really nothing else on his schedule today other than him flying over to Palm Beach. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Yes, what do you got going on? Anything else? Market is reverting, actually, right? So it's like we were looking for that potential reversion. Earlier, we all day saying that, oh, this is the 15-minute candle with a distinct difference. I should forget about NVIDIA and Google and Opendoor and whatever and just straight up trade the futures, because sometimes when the futures get directional, they stay with the direction while their constituents get chopped up. Because at the end of the day, you gotta understand, some of the constituents can be crowded on the intraday, whereas the ES or the NASDAQ might just be doing a regular. It's just a regular day. It's just doing regular, normal, relative volume, or even less relative volume. But yeah, something to watch out for. Okay, so sellers coming in here on open. I just saw a strong wipe that came in, but yeah, nothing too crazy just yet. Still holding in that upper quartile of the day's range, right? 635. This is the full chart. So if we're just going to consolidate, hold, chop, 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 chop like this. My stats show maybe not the best kind of price action to revert. Something that's better to revert is something that shows some sort of symmetry. I think some of the best reversions show a decent amount of symmetry when it comes to price action. And there's one higher time frame, bigger picture swing trade reversion that I've been calling for the longest time, and it's now become a textbook reversion, right? It's become textbook reversion, and that's meta platforms. That's meta platforms on, let's say, you can see it on the weekly, on the monthly. But let's clean it up. We'll go to a 3-month chart. I think something crazy is happening right now. So we'll be right back from Adair with some breaking news.
Oh, sorry, guys. Keep an eye here on media technology and Boeing. Scott Bessent, who is, of course, the U.S. Treasury Secretary, just said that Boeing gave Trump their Salesman of the Year award last month. And when I say Trump, I mean President Trump. I don't have any more details on this. It seems like this is a comment that Scott Bessent made, and I will look into Boeing's Sale of the Year awards to see if this is accurate. But either way, Scott Bessent just said that Boeing awarded U.S. President Donald Trump Salesman of the Year in, I guess, the ceremony last month. Back to you.
That's interesting that they would name him that after they've been sold off so aggressively and can't really catch a bid. Seems like they're fishing for bids. I don't know.
Well, I mean, yesterday Trump also said that he Walmart, which, I mean,
Walmart's great.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I said. I said I respect it too. I didn't know.
We got a super chat here.
It's crazy.
From Jag. So thank you very much, Jag, with the super chat. Joe, Adara, and Obi, you guys are awesome. Thank you. You're awesome. Thank you for everything, guys. Everything you guys do. Love that you all have poppies. Respect to all our veterans. Yeah, for sure, man.
Yeah, no, thanks, Jag. Jag's a good guy, man. He's a fellow Ontarian as well, too, if that's what we call ourselves. So he's a good guy, man. Good guy. For sure. Meet him one day, hopefully. Thank you very much, Jag. Mike P says he's going to.
That's not the Jag that we know, is it?
No. No.
Not that Jag.
Mike P the writer says he's going to Iron Maiden in May.
Okay.
So he's coming to Toronto. That would be interesting. So yeah, I mean, you're welcome, brother. You can obviously stay at Sharif's house. He's already told me that. So you already got your room and board.
Sleep over at Sharif's?
Yeah. You guys are locked in over there. So and Ozan's staying too. So you guys may as well just time your so Sharif can pick you guys up and everything like that. But yeah, other than that, guys, what are we looking for here? Everything is grinding higher. Will I think that sellers will step in at some point? Possibly. NVIDIA is on the warpath right now, off of those 178 lows up to 183.99. Volatility is in the overall market. We may as well take a look at the VIX and see what it's been up to, because considering we're going to have some heightened volatility, so let's pull that bad boy up. Oh, that's not what I wanted to. Okay, I mean, yeah, it's up there. It's up there. We'll pull it up on something else here. Meta's been an absolute monster trade. Unfortunately, we're way out of that one. We grabbed the bottoms, the very bottoms on META. To VIX, and we'll get this rocking and rolling. Let's get the index up. See what we're looking at. Here it goes. Robinhood continuing to grind as well. This is a 5-minute on the VIX, so that's all the way up there. We get to above 22. 29. I remember, I think it was earlier in the summer, I was trying to buy some calls in the VIX. Well, I wasn't trying to, I did. It's not the best play, and to be honest, you just volatility. It's always, I think buying puts is better, the better route there on the VIX, considering, right, it always just sells right off, or not sells, reverts anyways, back to the mean. Things start to cool down when everybody's less fearful. But again, a climb higher is going to climb to 24. I was hearing some talks about 24 on the VIX, even maybe potentially 30, but that would be pretty substantial if you ask me. Again, any big time pop in the VIX, I'm going to be looking to participate. Yeah, Jacob, sorry, man. Apologize about it. It's just my when I'm thinking about something and trying to get something rocking and rolling. I'm not sorry, to be honest. So, anyways, Tesla. Yeah, Tesla's continuing to grind. Buy VIX when high. No, you mean sell VIX when high? Or are you actually saying calls on VIX, Rivian? I would say buy puts is what you're essentially getting at. I think that's going to be a good route when it's extremely elevated. But Google finally going to pop. Let's see what Google's been up to on the session. I'm glad that Meta's starting to recover up to 611. That's a pretty good look there. I know a lot of individuals on it, buying it off of those lows. It's the thing is that I was willing to be significantly more patient on this and wait for a prime time opportunity. At the money IV on next week's expiration cycle around 480, not too bad. But yeah, other than that, guys, what is everyone looking at? The market has definitely recovered pretty strong. We got NVDA almost back to opening price, not too far from it. So yeah, that's a pretty look. We have Tesla starting to grind back towards the volume-weighted average price. Robinhood lives in its own universe right now as it's back up to 127. We like that one there for sure. IREN. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I did. That's what I said I'm not at the end of the day. Because it is what it is. I'll do it right now because as I'm typing something, I tend to do it. So let's get over to IREN. Just come natural and see what we got going on with this name. I know it had a lot of options activity lately, so there it goes. Consistent downtrend to downtrend here. But I mean, look at this run that it's been on from May. Like the middle of summer is just absolutely insane. Go from April to where we're currently trading at. That's 1,000% there, Obi. So I know you're not in anything. I'm not either. Do we wait for a potential top here? I don't know if it's going to come into play.
Coming back, man.
Coming back.
To 184 halves. We talked about like the potential, right? We were talking
it's
about
coming back to
improbabilities, right?
Like climbing higher to
climbing higher, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I was
That's what
like,
I'm saying.
The probability of NVIDIA getting back open increases significantly if we see the NASDAQ magneting back to that 25,000, which we've seen it do over and over and over again over the past couple of months, right? So it's like if we broke down pretty aggressively, we chopped up a little bit off of the open session, and then we sold off a little bit. So it kind of, that chop, that consolidation, attempt at price acceptance around that 25,000 just kind of showed me right off of the open that this continues to be a little bit of a level of interest, because the market showed us that on the way down after a pre-market session all the way from 25,350s, we kind of bleed all the way down to 25,000. We chop it up a little bit, and then we drop down even more to 4.7s for another 300 points lower there off of that number. And then we catch a bid relatively nearby, relatively within range on a day that the market sold for 2%. It sold off 1.3 right now, but we were sold off more than 2% down here. And then we start getting reversion signals. We start getting NVIDIA breaking back above this 181 1-hour-long consolidation and VWAP reclaim, right? So it's like, okay, that 185, 186 it increases in probability if we can see this market to revert back to the upside here. I don't have a VWAP on here, but I know for a fact that this reclaimed and held so far, so we are getting a bit of a push, and we've got a little bit of a 50% retracement on our hands. The ES has already done that with respect to the opening prices. That's where the open was, so about a 50% retracement on the ES happened, and that's coming into fruition here on the NASDAQ as we get that 50% retracement. So shout out to reversions. Sometimes they can be mean, but when you're on the right side of them, they are pretty decent and nice. But I gotta figure out a way to better get involved with some of these because I'm seeing it happen on the futures. Might as well take some beta-related positions on that, on say something like the Qs or the SPY, and that as well. But NVIDIA giving us a majority of the move, reverting over 50% of its morning price action. You can see the selling that came in as well in the morning. It was like this was very much a short in the morning session, right? Continuation of the past selling, but coming into Friday, do we really expect it to puke into the close? I don't know. But if a bid does show up and it shows you with conviction that we can step up and accept prices, I think that's something to watch for as well. I like the short. I attempted it a couple times, but it's clearly not working as of right now. You had that DJT up from earlier, DJT and Boeing. That's kind of funny news there. Was already doing relative volume coming in off of the open, right? So maybe in anticipation of Trump talk, we already knew he was going to talk at some point today. 185s coming in here now on NVIDIA as we held the quarter, we're printing the half. The question now becomes, can we hold the half and print the next quarter, which is 75s? And this is just up. Another thing, dude, like I realized, like I go back and look at like some of my biggest losers.
Yeah.
Because sometimes when I lose big. So I'm just like, okay, like what's really getting me into this situation? And a lot of times it's a grinding price action. I'm trying to fade grinding price action. Yeah. So, and that's some of the hard, that's so hard to kind of get myself away from it sometimes because it's like grinding, it looks like it's breaking, it looks like it's done, and then the grind steps right back in.
Yeah, it's like everything instantly you step back in.
Yeah, it's just, if I can just step up a time frame, throw on a moving average, you'll see that it's probably just holding something.
I'll be honest with you. I think with that is when you see something that is extremely strong and just continuously grinding, eliminate the FOMO and just go to something else. Yeah, just like drop it in. It's hard, but just drop it and then just find something else.
Where's the next trade?
Yeah, exactly. Right? It's like trade NVDA on just coming off a good catalyst. Yeah, the trade might happen, but again, this is Wall Street's favorite stock right now. The chance of it just getting continuously bought up. No, NVDA.
Oh, NVDA.
Yeah. Right? So it's just that continuous grind, it happens, and it's just best to avoid it at all costs, is what I find. Adara, what do you got for us?
I have more updates with regards to this airline situation now. In case you guys have missed it, one of the biggest things here with regards to the market that's been interesting to watch down has been these air carriers, because they've been having some flight cuts related to pressures here with the shutdown, again, specifically with traffic controllers. So we have comments coming from the U.S. Department of Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. He's saying that these flights, which are going to be at 10%, apparently by November 14th at 6 a.m., Sean Duffy now saying they could reach 20% if the situation worsens with regards to the shutdown. So some concerns here, more flight cuts potentially on watch, according to DOT Secretary Sean Duffy, as we send you back to Joe and Obi.
And there it goes, Obi. Like, I mean, there goes NVDA. See, the thing is, though, how many attempts did you take on NVDA today? 2 or 1?
For the long?
Yeah, no, short.
1, 2.
Two. Boom, that's it. 2 attempts. It continues grinding. Boom, see you later. Regardless of what happens, done. Out of there.
This is the one.
Yeah.
This is the one. It wasn't necessarily
Open?
a grinding chop.
Yeah.
Like, let's take a look at this 1 minute. It's not necessarily a grinding chop. It's SSR as well. Here, I think here we talked about this. I got short for a good reason. Stops me out. I have to chase 20 pennies lower because it's SSR, and I'm like, this could get through the opening price. So I chase it down. It stops on up. I get out, and I think that moment right there, that's creating the FOMO for me, because I'm already a little bit irritated that I couldn't get the prices that I wanted. 20 pennies is a lot on a $6 stock, right? So that's a decent chunk of what I'm looking for. I ended up catching 20 pennies here anyways, right? So I gave up half the move just to be like, all right, I still think this is on. I still need to down, stop out when it comes back in, and then this is trouble right here. So selling, chop, like sell, high of consolidation, get stopped out, get right back in, prior high gets stopped, slams down. I'm like, okay, now it's in. Slam, get stopped out, break of this high, right? Step back in, and then I'm like, I don't. And then I noticed the grind. And then I'm like, I'm just gonna take a break even. Maybe look back at it later. I try again here. Roughly take a break even as well. As well. But this is. Picture, I'm sure, like 1 minute, it does seem like a little bit it doesn't really seem as much of a grind, but I'm for sure if I go up to a 5 minute, that's kind of grinding. Steady. Look at the 15 minute, that's pretty damn grindy on the 15 minute.
And for me, guys, again, everybody has their own trading system. We all trade significantly different, but for me, I see this looks like a pretty good short opportunity on NVDA right now. Can we take it? Absolutely. If you like to trade, take it. But you also have to have those parameters in where if it doesn't work, how many attempts am I going to give that? And for me, you guys hear me say the 3-strike rule. It's the exact same as baseball. You can take evens, whatever, it's a ball, we count it. But 3 strikes, I'm off the plate. And if I find myself taking more than 3 attempts in one specific entry, then I'm either tilted, which is probably there's a higher probability of that, or I'm just completely wrong and I'm not willing to accept the fact that I'm wrong. And that's not something that you want, especially in this game, because the market is always right. It doesn't matter. You just if you're right, it's just because you just happen to go with it. The market is always right, 10 times out of 10. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you and I think at the end of the day. We don't move this. It can chew up all of your money right now, and then it's going to do the exact same thing that I'm going to do. It doesn't matter. So you have to treat it for what it is, because the market is just. All right. I think there's a good opportunity here on the short on NVDA. Are you thinking you're taking it? I'm thinking about taking it.
I'm thinking of taking it. I'm already short.
But again, 3-strike rule. We can take it. I have it. I've taken one trade on NVDA throughout the day. See how strong this can be. Again, if it breaks this signal high, I might just avoid it at all times. Do you embody in these words to work with a sense of urgency to build consistency? Absolutely. You handily moved hood. Don't sell yourself short, says Drop System. I didn't. At the end of the day, I didn't personally. It's saying that we all just retail traders, swing traders trying to compete with these whales. Yeah, that's essentially what I'm getting at, man. That's essentially what I'm getting at, man. We unfortunately don't have the account sizes to move these. So you have to take it for what it is and try to just go with the flow. And that's what they're saying. With the volume, you just want to stick with it. And there goes NVDA up one more time there, Obi. 184.50s. I'm looking for these highs to hold. The one thing to note here is that we don't have the volume print that we were specifically looking for here. Consider inverted hammer candle, beautiful, right at opening price. Like, look at that, almost to the penny there, guys, at 180.81s. And then sure enough, we don't have the volume supporting that inverted print. Anything can happen on that front, but yeah, that's what we got. That's what we got going on there. Now, as for anything else, I told you guys one way I will be doing. Oh, hold on, stock visualizer. We got to do that, guys. We got 20 minutes. Make sure you get those votes in. What are we gonna vote for here today? I'm gonna say something that we got. We took a couple of losses on. Obi, make sure your vote, $, and then what do you got in there? Tesla, $, Tesla.
Vote?
Yeah, I mean, well, sure, why not, man? Just you can throw in however many votes we want. Assassino, can you put the visualizer up there for me, brother? Or no? No? Okay, all right, no problem, man. So yeah, don't worry about that. But guys, make sure you get those $. A lot of hood coming into play. He's going to send me who's the leader on that front, and here it goes. Like, this is what I'm talking about on NVDA, heading right back towards the top, filling in the majority of this wick over 70%, and at that point is when I usually typically avoid it, but anything can happen at this point. We're right at price. Is there going to be some key support and resistant levels that we need to keep an eye out on? Not that I see of. We're north of them right now, so that would be at 180. Or 50s roughly, and then there might be a little bit of room to climb, but a beautiful recovery in NVDA to the top.
Thank you very much. Yeah, no, that thing's coming right back in, and I was just like, I wasn't paying attention to it, and it's ripping right back through highs. 185s potentially coming in, but yeah, this time around, I did definitely manage it a little bit better relative to size. I was in a lot more aggressively here 184s than I am now underneath 185s, because I'm just like 185s. I think the likelihood of 185s getting clipped is pretty decent, I'd say. As again we push up, this 15-minute candle continuing to push up even higher on the Nasdaq session here. So back through VWAP and much above it as we continue. 185s coming in now on NVIDIA. So absolute strength, man. That was the reversion. We had that follow through. That 181 was the place to get in, and the futures are giving us that tailwind as well across the board. So something to watch out for here. Softy still sideways. Apple still at its near its stage. So it seems like NVIDIA is definitely the strongest one out of the bunch there, Joe. So something to watch out for. I got to manage this one a little bit.
Yeah. Do your thing. All right, man.
Yeah, that 185 is looking very, very interesting.
Very, very much so. I mean, it's a strong recovery on the day, guys. Lewis Martin, come on, bro. You know it's always the same story. It is. It honestly is, Lewis. I agree with you, man. We get into panic mode, and then sure enough, a couple months later, everybody's like, yeah. What? Like you forget essentially what happened. But no. With you there, Lewis. You know what you're doing. We've been trading Tesla together for some time and everything along those lines. So yeah, shout out to Luis Martinez. But yeah, Tesla, speaking of the devil here, continuing to grind a little bit higher. That's what I'm talking about here though, Lewis, is that like, I think it's such an opportunity. You see a name like META, where at this point you think the sky is falling. Oh my God, yes. Oh, yes. Gorev, man, we're doing it, brother. Yes, this is exactly what we've been looking for. All right, let's get this out of the way. Let's get our trend lines out of here. I think this might be it, brother. I think this might be it. So let's get involved in some META, considering, right, like this is a big-time dive off level here. You're down 18% off of that close, not even off the previous high. You're down substantially more. So yeah, I think this is going to be a good time play. You're down 24% off of that previous high. Let's go, Gorev, man. This is exactly what we're looking for, brother. So it's time for us to capitalize on this one. PLTR. What's this one? Yeah, right at this support level as well too. Considering we are down approximately 15% from that high, but this is the one I really want to sniper mode this here. Let's see how I'm going to play this. I believe it's going to be FBL, considering. And then what does this move up into the gap? You get 6 points there. So your long metatusis, save man, woman, peace. We like that 100%. But yeah, let's go here. I think this is going to be it, Gorev. So regardless of what happens, we just obviously want to keep our risk measures in place. You do want to give it probably about $20 or so, which is quite lofty. Looking at Kodak for another leg up, says my guy 2NY. How you been doing, brother? I know you've been in the chat. Your chart, what symbol you're looking at? Yeah, it does in the top corner, my friend. Up here. Sorry, if you guys don't see that, it's always up in this top corner right here where I change everything. So just keep an eye out on that. Big smile. I will play along on meta for a good swing. Help me construct an options play. Bam. Let's do that right now. Adam J. Neil, did you see Big L new album drop? Big L's dead. Yeah. Adam J says Big L. He dropped a new album, but I love Big L. He's gone. He's dead. Yeah, maybe an AI one. Shout out to for that. The way I was taught was to look at the chart and identify where impulse move happens in the past. If you look at the forward chart on the end, you see it bounced around that area. Thank you very much for that, Luis Martinez, and thank you, Adam, for that Big L ups. Let's do this right now, Kyle, because we're both probably going to lock this in here. So we're going to go at everything along those lines because we have a little bit of time here, 15 minutes left. Make sure you get those votes in as well too. But bang, look, it's written in the book. So this is what we're going to do. We obviously want to give ourselves a little bit of time. I don't know how much time you guys are looking to buy here or anything, but 45 days, in my opinion, isn't enough. We're going to go 70. It is going to be a little bit expensive, but maybe, Farman, maybe possibly, but there's a way that we can reduce this cost, and then when it really starts to work, we can really capitalize on this big time move. So what we're going to do is we're going to go at the money. It's that simple, right? We're going to go a little bit at the money, a little bit out the money. 615, we like this strike price. Well, Joe, I don't want to let's clear that one there. Well, Joe, I don't want to pay $3,900 for this contract combination or for this contract specifically. Okay, cool. Let's do it then. We're going to go to our vertical spread and we're going to reduce our costs right now. You get that out of here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to a strike price significantly higher, but it's going to drastically reduce our cost. So we'll go to the 670s. All right. So we're going to $1,900 there. So that's almost going to cut our price in half. All right. Just a little bit under. So let's take a look at our profile. What are we risking now? What's our profit factor? Everything along those lines. Let's to construct. I don't know why it hasn't already. So come on, don't embarrass me right now. Let's do this and try this over again. Clear all legs. We're stuck on our vertical split. 615. We're gonna go back up to 670, and we're gonna take a look at the profile, and it doesn't want to. Okay, so essentially what we're gonna do here anyway. We know how much we're going to risk on it. So this trade's gonna cost us $2,000. That's the max that we can lose. But where do we become the most profitable? Is when things start to surpass your break even, and then now when Meta's up to approximately, what's that price, 649, 650, is when you really start to break in that cash. So I like this as a potential trade. I don't know why this didn't display itself, but this is what we're looking at. Big Spile and all the individuals who are looking to trade this as an option. It's a drastically wide spread. That's what gives us the ability to become profitable on this, but also note that when this is really working for us, what we're doing now is we're shorting that call option to reduce our costs and to also limit our downside. But when it starts to work, we can buy back that short option and then allow our contract to roam freely, and that's when we're going to see the greatest appreciation. So, bro, I've been low-key sitting on cash. I'm just and hoping not to lose too much of my gains, hoping to reload when the market changes direction. So far, nothing has played out as planned. and stick to the gun. So what I've noticed and what I've come to with the overall market is that it takes significantly longer than what we tend to anticipate, and I think that's to know. All right. So again, if you think, oh, okay, I'll give this a couple weeks, we'll give it a couple months. Yes, Joey Options in action, says West y'all. What's up, brother? I haven't seen you in the chat in some time. I know you've probably been lurking around, but let's try to pull up this profile one more time. No, it doesn't want to do that. Why? It's kind of annoying. I wanted us to display our max loss, but regardless, we know what's going on. I think this is going to be a big-time opportunity here in Meta. We just have to gauge what we're specifically like it nice. Along the lines I was thinking, an old dog can learn new tricks. Yeah, always, man. You can always learn. I think, I don't know what great individual said this, but the day you stop learning is the day you start to die. And you always want to be learning. I don't know, that's a little bit dramatic, but I can get behind that. Now, as for 615, where's our primary target? I think that 650 on META is going to be a pretty good area to look at. And what does that give us for a potential profit-wise? You're going to like that, right? Like, no one's going to complain about taking home $4,800 at a 2-to-1 risk-to-reward ratio. And the worst-case scenario in which you can lose, that's not correct because you can't lose. So I got to wait for this thing to load. But again, we paid $2,000 for this. That's the most you can lose on that specific trade. Up to 650, we're not going to complain whatsoever. Joe Love from Pakistan, you're the best, says Fireman Hamza. Nice, brother. I appreciate that. Pakistan as well too. Much appreciated, brother. And the love is going over to that neck of the woods as well. So Obi Kodak about to make another leg. LFG, he says. What is the ticker on Kodak? KODK. Yeah, that thing's grinding higher. Really high here. But other than that, Obi, that's options activity. I'm going to most definitely set that up. Oh, what a big time breakout in Kodak here. Yeah, so shout out to Kodak Black and Company, punching through some key resistance zones and still continuing on the path to the top. But other than that, let's rock and roll. Let's see if this meta trade comes into play. I'm looking forward to it. I think there's going to be some good opportunities for a couple-day bounce there, Obi.
Yeah, for sure. That NVIDIA at 185 failure to follow through, if you want to call it, maybe a break of trend, nothing really, just getting aggressive on the tape once again here. Can't really get through 185s and then rips all the way back down. So getting or being as possible here. Just quick counter trend scalps. You can see the market here as well. First red minute candle as we go into the last 10 minutes of this hour here at 140. So sorry, 150. So yeah, maybe a little bit of a pullback poised here, and coming in to some of these prior levels. 184 is potentially happening as of right now. So yeah, before I kind of mentioned kind of the area where supply stepped in the morning session, a little bit anticipatory on my part. I did well to continue getting a little bit more aggressive as it starts to work and as it pulls back off of 185 down into 184. So even though the long isn't the short isn't necessarily the bigger picture trade happening here over the past hour or so, you're still able to take off parts of price action by trading the counter trend like that, right? It's just like, if you're watching the grinding bid, you're just like, okay, I'm too late. But when that action changes distinctly differently, then I do want to get involved in that one as well. So that's kind of what I'm looking at here. So NVIDIA, yeah, this is 185, failure to follow through.
Nice,
going back into 184s here. So where's the next trade? What I'm looking for as well. After start saying stocks are printing, yeah, stocks always print, bro. I mean, I see the tape printing all the time. Buyers, sellers, they're always something's always printing on the tape. The question is, can I join in with those prints, right? So that's the move there. Let's see. I'm looking at NVIDIA as well going into the end of the day. If we're going to pull back in, if sellers are going to step in once again, 186. 185s, then maybe I'm looking for that reversion back down into VWAP as well. So market tailwind is definitely there, strong confluence at the same time. Let's see what else we got. TSM, NVIDIA, so that was a prior bar break on the 15. Nice, that's coming in, already involved with that one before confirmation. So what else is there? TQ's coming. Apple, there it is. There's the next potential mover here. So Apple about to pull in to its day's lows right here. So day's lows coming in at 267. 267.28s here on Apple, and currently trading at 267.70s. So that's coming into this weekly support here as of right now. What do you got?
These guys kill me, man. So listen, I reply to everything, but Rizzler and then Don Polio made me laugh. So Rizzler says we long gas now, and then Don Polio says damn protein. So I'll laugh, but other than that, I'll ignore all the comments because they were childish. Sorry to interrupt you.
No
continue, man.
Yeah. So I think that something important to remember when it comes to this market is that sellers have been very much in charge, right? So if sellers start to step in, you do have to be wary of D. Leon asking, how does that beef stroganoff taste?
Oh, man.
I don't think we have that beef stroganoff today.
We don't got the strogie, man.
So
we don't got the
we'll
strogie
see.
today.
We'll wait and see. What do you got?
Oh, yeah, nothing really, man. I don't see anything right now. So, again, I'm just thinking about this contract combination here for META because I really want to get involved in this here, guys. The chat is mad. Wow, too many. yeah, exactly. Adam, James, you guys are comical. Sometimes it annoys me a little bit. I'll be 100% honest. But other than that, I can crack a joke. I like to have some fun as well, too. So I'll let you guys get away with that one. But, yeah, I'm just trying to go through some things to see why we're not pulled up. Why do you do this thing? It's so frustrating, man. Because I just wanted to see what the risk to reward is and everything along those lines for us. We're on the right strat as well, too. So clear all legs. Let's try this one more time. We're going to turn this off and turn it back on. Let's see. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Leon, for sure. But I didn't. Again, these guys are just pulling my tail at the end of the day. Okay, let's pull this up. Let's try this one more time here, folks, to see if we can get something that we want. No, we don't want that one there. Let's close one of these. Sorry for the lack of the anticipation, everyone. Let's get this one out of here. AC Slater to that. Let's check the file here one more time, and it's just being a donkey. Donkey. Annoying me, man. Let's check out FBL. Let's go over to Adara.
So I'm seeing some speculation here on X with regards to IBM and NVIDIA. Zal Touche, which is he's mostly known as far as I've seen for doing buyout speculations. He's speculating that IBM and NVIDIA are secretly in a quantum partnership. So again, pure speculation, but either way, keep an eye on IBM and NVIDIA here with this quantum partnership speculation. Back to you.
All right, so I got something to work for us here, guys, but that's going to be on FBL. We got to be cautious when we're trading these derivatives of a derivative. Why? Because the at-the-money IV is going to be substantially higher. I mean, this is March 20th, so this is going to give us a lot more time, but it's drastically cheaper. We can take a look at this profile now. Let's open it back up and see what we got going on. So you have a 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio right there, and then essentially what you're risking on this specific trade is $365, but you can see that your max return is around $770. And to capitalize on that, this is going to have to climb drastically higher to $35. And that's not something I'm looking to do. That's $10 higher from now. I think we're just going to have to go with the actual underlying. So we'll be patient and wait for something to come in on META. I think this is going to be the opportunity that we get involved into it. So shortly after this, we got 5 minutes left after the show. I will be on the afternoon rundown, guys. So make sure you get dollar signs and those tickers in. And then after that, we're just going to construct some things because that's what we're looking forward to do. We waited patiently for this trade to set up, and that's going to be meta. We'll at the technicals one more time here, considering how important it is. And this is right. This is what we're talking about. This is what we wait for. Boom, gap down. You do have that isolated print right here, but you can see the selling pressure still displayed within the price action. So this is where I'm like, hey, let's wait. And if you had the cojones there to grab it at 600, then you're already 13 bucks in the money. But it's obviously hard to find the bottom on them. But this is the print that I'm looking for. Regardless, with that being said, I have to plan it out. So as of recently, full disclosure, I dropped a really big bag on Amazon. Like, I fumbled it drastically. Like, we caught the lows on this. I was in at 213 on Amazon and sold at 22s. When my initial game plan was to hold this through the earnings report, I was willing to accept it go one other way. Now, that's hindsight, but I'm not going to allow the same thing to happen with me in META. We'll pull it up one more time just because I like looking at it. I love running through all the scenarios in my head. And I think I have conviction within this trade. Let's look at its history. Hammer at the lows after multiple gap down. Look what happens preceding. You get that gap up. Let's find an additional gap down. Same thing. Price action not as clean. Gap down. Indecision prints. Decides to go off to the races. Same thing here. You have aggressive selling off to the races. This is a big time gap. And I was telling you guys for some time that I was planning to trade this 244 gap all the way up to 329. That's a nice trade. And I think that the same thing can happen here in META, considering you're down 25% off highs, Obi.
Yeah, I think, sorry, I'm just staring at the tape and looking at some of these Mag 7s as well. But yeah, no, a bit of a miss on Amazon there, man. But you know what?
It is. There's always another one.
Where's the next?
Yeah, there's always another
trade?
one, man.
There's other names that are setting up relatively similar.
100%.
Most of the time as well. So I'm looking for some good swing setups as well. And I've been kind of saying this because yeah, some of this strength, kind of selling some of this strength, and then looking for the next trade as well. I don't know when and where we're going to stop. But yeah, so this is some pretty crazy. The
market will display, in my opinion,
it can continue to go up going into
absolutely,
the end of the year.
Absolutely. I believe in some situations it will display itself when it's ready to turn around, and that's the exact same thing in which I'm talking about in Meta. Did I hear something in my ear there? Okay, we're gonna go with Darryl B, and then we'll let you take it.
I want to talk here about D-Wave Quantum QBTS. I just mentioned that individual by the name of James Altucher. I just said that he mentioned, speculation here with IBM and NVIDIA. Well, now a couple minutes later here, we get him talking about QBTS. Calls this one a long idea, saying it's, quote, the quantum moonshot that could skyrocket 1,000%. So James Altucher positive here on QBTS as we send you back to Joby.
Yeah. Go ahead, brother.
We're talking about the potential, like the FLS trade on the market, SPY. For those of you who don't know what that is, Fashion Me Late. It was kind of coined by the SMB boys. There's solid. I guess they call them trade cheat sheets or whatever. Yeah, some solid stuff if you guys want to check that out. But this is a trade that kind of happened. The NVIDIA follow through, right? So we kind of revert, we reclaim, and then we pull back in. Similar kind of put in here on NVIDIA as well. So yeah, good look there. But yeah, I'm looking for swing setups as well. People in the Roger is saying Archer for potential swing. Maybe, I don't know. I don't necessarily like to get into names while they're getting all the hype. I want to get into names that where art is showing me an increase in price, or maybe not necessarily in price, but just price acceptance, and it can't really sell off anymore, and we start to get a little bit of curl. We've seen Michael Noss call them rounded bottoms, so I really like those. So gradual smiley face pattern, right? A nice gradual lift up back into some prior levels after all the selling's kind of out of it, right? So usually those ones eventually catch a bid. Right? A good example of that one might be BYND, right? BYND was a name that kind of ran in the past, got that bit of a curl as well, but I didn't really have I think this is the right example to use here, but let's just make that I'm getting it right. Okay, so never mind. This is not the example I was looking for. So which one is it? 3 hour? Is it this one? Maybe. You know what? No, it wasn't this one. It might have been Opendoor. All these names, they get so jumbled. Here, okay, yeah, perfect. So this one, Opendoor on a 3 hour, just gradually, just bleeding, can't really sell off anymore. And we get that nice little rounded shape here with the stair step up. But yeah, I kind of want to get involved when the volume hasn't really stepped in, right? I want to have inventory for the volume injection. That's what I like to call it. I call it the volume injection. Things are dead, not really happening. Maybe to catch a curl, maybe get some good PRs under the belt, and then price actually starts to, and then sentiment catches up as well, and then people start positioning into it, getting in front of a lot of that is what I like to look for. But that's hard to find. That's really hard to find, right? I know a lot of people talk about episodic. And looking into some of those, shout out to the Stock B, some great material and content that he also has out there for the swing setups, right? So I think episodic pivots are definitely very interesting kinds or moments of price action on a chart, and should definitely be looked at closer. And I'm trying to learn that a little bit better as well. But yeah, other than that, don't really have anything else. And oh wow, it's 2:02.
Time flies when you're fun.
Yeah, I didn't even realize.
Oh, yeah, it's done, Neil.
Wow.
Sorry, brother. It's done. It's
What's
done
happening?
now.
What's done?
No, you said how much past two can we get
How
Obi
much
to go?
past two? Oh.
Yeah, I mean, we could go. We can go on all day if we like. We can go until 8 p.m. until the market's done.
Exactly.
We can
keep
talk
going.
shop. We can go shop. We can look at countless setups and opportunities.
Eat, sleep, breathe, live trade.
Exactly.
So
but we're going to allow the big boys to do that for you. We're going to head it off to Neil and Sean. I actually am in the lineup tonight, OB.
Okay.
I got the call up last minute.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
so we're at puck drop 9 p.m.
Nice.
McCormick's Arena.
Wait,
Come
what
check your
call?
boy. Call up.
For hockey?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought a different kind of call.
No.
Whoa. I know it is a Friday.
Yeah, it's Friday, man. We're going to go play some hockey.
You know
man.
when
Keep
that
it up.
hotline blings?
Oh, but all right. Other than that, guys, over at the big desk momentarily. Send it off to Neil and Sean. See you guys Monday.
Take it easy.
Guys, we're just gonna hockey and
We got hockey tonight too. 8:45.
nice.
No, not 8:45. 6:45.
That's a big difference.
Yeah, 2 hours difference there.
I'm just-
You got to be rink about an hour early.
Yeah, of course.
Team, yeah, and then you go from there. I'm just trying to short the queues here, but
See a lot of this. What's up with Dash? DoorDash beat today. That's what's up. Oh, welcome to the back. First of all, look how cool this is.
yeah, now they got the ball. Yeah, I
It's
know.
like this.
That's a desk.
It's so sweet.
So you're just gonna be.
That is so
We should
sweet.
put Sharif's face just rotating around, like just comes by every 10 seconds.
It's not as warm as when they had the screen on last time, though.
Yeah, Marcus played to me. The white is the warm. The white lights.
Yeah, we got to get
For some
those
reason,
on.
I thought the black.
And warm my hands up, take
Yeah.
the sweater off. There was something I was going to say.
Big time.
It'll come to me in a second. The market is market's back to VWAP, but
Market's
not
trying to do
everything is
stuff, but,
participating. Like a couple of things of note immediately. Like Apple is back down at the lows of the day. And I mean, effectively, the president said buy AI.
Did he?
And so like NVIDIA is looking pretty strong in here. I was actually looking at Micron because if NVIDIA blows out the top, Micron is recovered, but could break out over VWAP. So I'm kind of eyeballing the two of them in concert right now for like the next opportunity. It's a Friday afternoon, and we've had a pretty volatile last days, and sometimes you don't get the movement that you want. But if I do see NVIDIA blow through, I think this is you got prior day low here at Micron, and then you have resistance here. So if it could just break out this 234.5, assuming NVIDIA carries this through VWAP, there's a lot of room to go. But it's not really crazy action happening on this bad boy.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, here we go, because if maybe the futures are going down, I'm starting to cover. I'm actually out of half already of this trade here as we come back into the downside here now. I'm going to scalp it out. You can see we've just been sort of scalping near the tops, made some money there, got stopped out there, back in it right now against back down. Maybe we do get a push down to the downside here to end the day, but I don't know. I'm just trying to play around off of some key levels. This is what the NASDAQ is, right? The last time we were at VWAP was never today. So we were there, right there. I got stopped out, actually, right there, because it broke it on the TQs, on my chart anyways. I guess didn't break it on the futures right there. Stopped out, unfortunately, the first time, and now we're just right back into it here. There's my stop out right there. Yeah, it's like we just, right? And then now it's just kind of dipping around now. I don't know what to do. So we're covering, making a little cash here and there, and then losing it right again, and just going back and forth right here. We'll see if we can get some kind of a trend here this afternoon. I mean, if anything, we look at the market, it's kind of starting to get back up to the upside right there. YouTube TV is ready to make Disney. So maybe that's
Under the table, Disney.
Maybe that's a good Disney thing. I don't know. Disney down here at 110 has actually held up half decently over this week. I mean, its only high this week was 114. 110. That's not bad, 4%. But we talked about, or less than 4%. We talked about the NASDAQ being down about 5% here heading into what should be a decent close. All right, man, all the way back up. And this is why we covered. We have half. So it'll be, again, a flat trade. If this takes out 103.11, which is that high that I got stopped out on last time, then we will be out of this one. So just back and forth, man, trying to make a bit of money, then eventually, you know, the move doesn't continue. I'm wondering if it's a long from here, but I don't know. All right. So Disney and Google should be exciting. Have a look at that.
I just threw this one up there. Why not? Eventually, y'all ever taking your kids to Disney? I have not.
Mine are too old.
I have not taken my daughter to Disney. I feel like at least 1 year. We go down to Florida every year for spring training.
You're there.
I suppose at least 1 year we'll probably. I have an aunt that actually lives in Orlando, or outside of Orlando.
Nice.
Like, yeah, eventually. I don't know. I don't have anything against. I like the parks. I know the lines are ridiculous and it's a little too expensive, but I feel like it's like do it once.
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah. It's not something I don't think you want to do every year. I get bored of it.
Would disagree with me. I'm pretty sure my wife would disagree with this. I think like, I have Aaron on my side because what kid is going to say I don't want to go to Disney? But the stock, just to go back to the stock, this looks like accumulation to me a bit. No, like at the 110 level, like I haven't looked at Disney in a while, but that does look like a little bit of accumulation. It can't seem to pop off of it, but every time it dips into 110, there's buying. Even when it breaks, it gets bought right back up. It's not really closing underneath the 200 period. So this might be something. I don't know if this story is going to do it for us, but either way, this might be a nice little area here on Disney. It's up, market's down. That's not too bad either. My sights are set on Micron, but if we are ready, let's get into
probably going to be Tesla.
The rundown. Well, if we're going to make some guesses, I'm just going to make some educated guesses just based on, maybe I'll use some like if I was like a magician or something. I'm just going to say like Meta, Opendoor, Tesla, NVIDIA, Robinhood. And we'll see if that ends up being it.
What about AMD? No AMD or NVIDIAs or anything?
No.
Okay. All right, well, Joe's got it going.
Close. All right, guys, that's what's going on. Welcome to the afternoon rundown, the segment chose by you guys. So make sure you get in the chat with either Sharif and I, or on today's occasion, Toby and I, get those dollar signs and vote for what you specifically want to talk about. But let's start this session off at looking at the overall market. Now we have the SPY breaking a downtrend, a multi-hour downtrend here, guys, and continuing to climb, heading towards the opening price of the session. We can take a look at the NASDAQ as well, too, as we go through the major averages here on the day, and downtrends are starting to snap. This could be potentially temporarily, but other than that, let's continue to go with the flow considering the market that we're currently in. Now, as for the IWM as well, too, guys, surpassing the previous high of the day, establishing a new one. That's a pretty big recovery in small cap. And the final one, we'll take a look at what the Dow has been up to, and that is going to be not as strong as a recovery, but still breaking some downtrends, guys. Now heading over to our first ticker of the day, and that's going to be Meta. We've been talking about this name for quite some time, but we can now see that Meta and Mark Zuckerberg and company are investing $600 billion in American infrastructure and adding significant amount of jobs, including industry-leading AI data centers, and that's going to commit $600 billion. We know that Mark can get a little excited about his capital expenditure. Do you guys think that it's too much for Mark Zuckerberg and company, or how are we looking at Meta, guys?
$100 billion.
The good thing is they can afford it. It doesn't matter what we think about it. What the market thinks about it right now is no, right? So that matters. It got to 6, not 580 support down here. But again, you know, levels are just kind of levels, and it doesn't mean that's what's going to bounce. We bounced off 600 on a Friday. I guess that makes a little bit of sense. Look, everyone's concerned. Well, the market seems to be concerned. There's just some drilling going on. You guys.
Just some drilling.
The market seems to be concerned that the return that Meta would get on their spend versus, like, say, the other, you know, versus like Microsoft or an Alphabet, and Microsoft's not having a good time either, isn't going to be as good. And that's not a bad argument, but I also think the low 20s PE is going to be a pretty good argument too. And seeing as we're crossing that threshold soon, because I think we're at 25, Meta's at 25 now, that just it's too good not to be buying it when it gets into the low 20s in terms of P. It's all bouncing off 60. Complete V-shape 600. Complete V-shape recovery got put in. I don't know how much more we're going to do until you get the imbalance. It's not really a trade for me. Like, my plan of action was, because I like the PE right now, same way Alphabet was one of the best. Well, it was the best Mag 7 PE for a bit, and that made it a good buy while it was hanging out down there. Kind of feel the same way about Meta. So I bought a little bit this week, and I'll probably buy a little bit in December at some point. Not really sure when December, but figure it out some point next month. And maybe one more time before the next quarter of earnings. Another update in P. I'll probably still like it at that point. It's just DCAing when I think it's a solid value. So, that's kind of how I look at it with Meta. The market has put in a bit of a timeout. I have no idea when it's going to get out of it, but I do. It's like, if you think about when Alphabet, which is not on there, when you think about when Alphabet was considered, it's not doing too well relative to the other Mag 7 names, but it's the best value and all that good stuff. And even after, it was kind of hanging out, and even after that low that we had, it just didn't seem to want to rally as much, and was up, but it wasn't as strong. Well, when it got going, it was pretty good. When it really got going, it was pretty good. I think that's the thing about a good valuation. When they start to get back into favor, people start gobbling it up. So hopefully Meta gets into that sooner rather than later, but I'm willing to be patient over the next month or two.
Yeah, I have similar, like Meta, Apple, Google. They're all really great valuations right now, all in and around 30, between 25 to 30 P or so, which is a great value. And of course, today it bounces exactly off of 600 pretty much, right? I mean, it gets down to 602. 601, where's the bottom? 601.20 as we have listed here today. So I think that was a pretty good technical level. Got bounced off of. I wonder if we do look to maybe potentially retest that level. I don't think the market doesn't look like it's to fall. I mean, I'm short right now, but to get all the way back into here is going to be a pretty dramatic move for Meta today. So I don't think we look down here. I think this is just an area to look for Monday or Tuesday if we're talking about trading. As far as long term is concerned, yeah, I mean, just pick your poison. I think Meta, Apple, Google, they're all strong, but off of earnings, they haven't liked this. They don't like to spend, and then we just hear about more spend. So I'm not in love with this name. I do think there's more ways to go to the downside here for Meta. But yeah, like 600 held nicely. The went from 800 to 600. I mean, that's 25%, right, to the downside there. So it's already sort of been, corrected, so to speak, on its valuation. So now I think might be time to pounce. You never want to buy near the highs unless you get a that, like, if Meta all of a sudden some sort of I don't even know what could rally Meta at this point, but if it starts to go, then you can sort of reassess and maybe get some more shares right now. But I like the idea of waiting for December. I mean, we never know, what's going to happen. The tariff push and pull is still on. We have the Supreme Court. We have no deal with Canada. China doesn't seem to be as solid as maybe we thought. And yeah, Meta may have lower to go, but this was a pretty bad week. Nothing wrong with sort of taking advantage of some of these prices here, especially if you have a longer term time frame. And I think Meta's a winner, year over. It's just a matter of going through its peaks and troughs. And right now, it is in a trough. Or get some more out here on the futures and throw it back over to Joe.
All right, guys. Next up on the list is Tesla. Yes, that shareholders conference yesterday, with the majority of them voting in favor of Tesla's pay package, Elon Musk in specific. We're starting to consolidate from a daily perspective with some nice support levels around 40, and we're bouncing off of them. Guys, with this approval, is Elon Musk more motivated now to get that market cap up to 8.5 trillion? To be a little bit of a stretch. Let's wait and see. What do you think about Tesla?
Does $1 trillion motivate Elon Musk?
You would think it would motivate many people.
No, I mean, he's already.
No, I don't think money.
I think it was the control.
Yeah.
It was.
It's that he's doing.
Yeah, it was the ability to have control. I think that probably matters to a dude like to a guy like Elon more than anything else, which he's got, and now he's secured that he's going to be in control of that future, and the growth that he's talking about, I think, is explosive. And why am I still looking at MP materials? Sorry about that. I just realized my chart was on the wrong thing. MP's having a day way, 12% up. At some point, we'll talk. There's a lot of things that were happening that we missed, and one of them. But Tesla, it's poetic justice that it would bounce off of 420 today. But for the most part, it's still in a chop zone. Like, that's all this is. Like, this has been an absolute chop fest between 420 and 460. Most of it to the upside, but, you know, like, it kind of is what it is at this point. It's in either direction which you break out of this, I think could be a little explosive. You're going to have any of the bears that have been utilizing this are going to be in trouble if we ever break out 480. And look, let's be real. I own Tesla. If we lose that 420, anybody surprised if we see mid-300s in a week? I wouldn't be. So as long as we're in this chop fest, you got to play inside the range, maybe play versions. I might have timed but mistimed the exit on the long for Tesla. And actually, this might be turning as we speak. Like, it got to 435-ish and turn in the morning. And now you have a bit of a trend break, which is happening right now on Tesla. So power hour, if we don't get through VWAP, I don't know, most of the sentiment's been down. Like, it's still putting in a low. Break this trend, we could really see back into the 20s again, where it's been a good bid. Let's be real. But watch out for $5. It is Friday after all, so I'd imagine 420 is going to be a bigger deal than 430, but that might hold anyways.
I just reshorted the cues again. Okay, yeah, look, Tesla's still my #1 stock actually today, and I actually stopped trading it real early when we got stopped out right there, and I couldn't regroup from that trade. But we really put on a good amount of shares down here the first time, because when we saw this crank into the low there, we said Tesla was always going to be a sell the news situation. I said yesterday with Adara live as that vote was happening, and we knew it was going to pass, of course, and I thought that it was going to be a sell situation. I thought the NASDAQ had a chance of being green today, but obviously not, and getting just hit on that. I think this is just a wipeout moment here a little bit. It's only down 3%, so it's not like, you know, getting a complete wipeout or anything. But I think you got to support Tesla now that Elon Musk has his way. And if the NASDAQ can rebound, I really like the stock. You know, $1 trillion is what it is, right? I mean, that package is just going to be monstrous, but it's need to hit certain levels. I mean, if there is that robo-taxi and that Optimus army and everything out there, Tesla's valuation is probably going to be justified, and the man that's doing it all is Elon Musk. So it's hard to say that he doesn't deserve something for accomplishing something. So I like it, and I think it goes higher, man. I'm looking to buy. So let's see what happens next week. I actually like the long in Tesla better than the long in Meta. So I'm going to wait and see if we can get something, and maybe that's a crazy comment, but I'm going to wait. And I think Tesla's PE is still probably through the roof.
You can't worry about the PE.
No, and that's what I mean. So I'm trying to play it for the potential here. And yeah, this may be a problem, but I like this level until I don't, right? And so 400 and between 4 to 20, I think are good dip buy opportunities. And then we just wait to see how bad it gets if we break through 400. And I'm laughing. I think that could be your out. And I don't think that taking a 10% haircut on a stock like Tesla is that bad. So if you want to like load into it around here, I don't hate that play, and then get out if it breaks 400 or something like that. We had similar on Webull, right? Like when Webull was going, you know, you're able to, you mentioned that, get out at 10 and then potentially, you know, regroup on a break back up. So you don't suffer if it goes to $7 or $8 or $9, right? So that's my play there on Tesla. Future's working out, guys. We just reshorted again in a nice side trade here.
Which Webull might, by the way.
Yeah, what is, I was looking, Webull was 950 today. Still.
Actually, it hit the low was underneath 20. I think it got
20.
Yeah, oh, you have it up.
Oh, 920. Yeah, 918.
Yeah, like it hit, it almost broke $9.
Yeah, I saw that earlier, and people were like, it's under $10. But it was way under $10.
Oh, yeah.
It was under $10 yesterday at the close.
Once it closed under, I'm like, I'll get out. Because, like, look, if Webull's going to go 10 to 18 again, it was at 10 to 11 for a month last time.
Right.
So I'm pretty sure it'll hang around long enough for you to get back in. Robinhood did not hang around very long before bouncing this morning.
Bounce relatively quick, guys. Reporting earlier in the week and triple-digit growth across multiple segments in Robinhood. Some fantastic work by Vlad Tanovan Group. Citizens maintaining a market outperform on Robinhood with a price target of $180. Now rebounding off that $120 low on today's session with some vigor, up to 128 approximately on the session, almost 129, guys.
We have the word of the day. We've got vigor. there. I mean, that's a pretty good word of the
Vigor and Vim.
This guy, Joey Options loves
Vigor.
Robinhood.
Where is it?
I don't think he's ever loved a stock more than Robinhood. Right there. Vlad Tenev's this guy's boy and everything like that. He's going to have some beers with him most likely. But yeah, no, great. I know Joe's done really great on Robinhood, so congratulations on that one. Yeah,
I actually like it right here.
Okay.
Because it's weird. If I had been looking at Robinhood earlier, I would actually be short this price, probably scalp some out and be in it. Like at least I'd probably be in a couple of thirds of this still. Scalp some out and be a couple of thirds. This was a heck of a trend break. Like trend from the bottom at 121. I'll show you the daily chart in a second, and then give it to. I mean, it's kind of convenient that you had like the aftermarket high around here, and then you got resistance right about 128.5. Like gives like a bit of an out there. The other thing that Robinhood is, well, look where it bounced. September low, well, okay, end of September low, like this one here, and then you also have the October low, was about 121 or just slightly underneath it. That is exactly where it found a bid today, multiple times, and broke out trend. This should have been the best mean reversion trade out there. It held triple bottom, trend support break, and then look at it fly when it breaks trend, and then it kind of dips back in. That's where it holds trend line, breaks trend line. Usually should be in it over here, but you know, that kind of is what it is. Good stocks, the stocks that people like, SSR, or when they get really beaten down, oftentimes when you get some kind of a support bottom made, it can absolutely fly because, you know, the short-term shorts know to get out of Dodge because you're really an upward trend. No matter what anybody says about, oh, it's pulled back 25% and the market's in correction, until you break support levels like this, it's still a standard dip buy. It already went from the high, all-time high to 121 and bounced and got back to 150. So until you break this, the dip buyers aren't convinced, I don't think. And I'm not saying you don't break this, by the way. I actually think there's a decent chance that you do break down in something like this. And it's a gift if you get the 200 period moving average. But until you do, we're still here.
You do, you don't, right? Okay, so for me, I was going to say I actually didn't. Look, Robinhood's quarter was fine, but you know the problem for me is crypto, and crypto's fine. It's bouncing off 1,000. I just worry a little bit about how much they're attached to each other, and it's just that whole tokenization of this, of the stocks, of that, of you know. But they're operating fine. I don't think anybody you know would. Wise about what's going on over here with Vlad Tenev and company. So for me, I prefer SoFi. This is actually at the 50 period moving average right now. I think this is a buy. I like SoFi in the long term. I like the banking chart. It's a bank and can offer those products. We see JP Morgan. This is a new idea, SoFi. I mean, it's a relatively new company as well that's hit the market in the last 10 years. And this is the run that SoFi's been on, and I still think there's more break to happen. And it's just right now trying to find its footing, right? Any kind of a wick down to 25, 25.50 right here, these are buys. So we're getting pretty close. This could be the next sort of area for me on pulling a trigger for some sort of a trade next. Again, I like SoFi, all those names we talked about, Robinhood, Meta, whatever the other one I mentioned was. I like SoFi to diversify a little bit more. So yeah, banking stocks, Robinhood's a great stock for sure, but we've seen what happened to Webull. I don't think Robinhood will do that. I mean, Robinhood's sort of proof of concept. They did have a great report, assets increasing, trades, everything's been going to the upside. I just worry about the market here, especially once we get some more data. You know, if the unemployment markets or the employment market's not as great, I just wonder about Robinhood and sort of, you know, what the market, I think the NASDAQ, the ES, the greater market, and the effect that will have on something like a Robinhood. And I know SoFi should actually garner maybe a smaller PE because of the banking aspect of it. But yeah, Robinhood right now, again, at the 50 period moving average, nothing wrong with taking a stab here on Robinhood. I just prefer SoFi, and I'd like to wait on both of these to see if we can get a little bit of a lower low there. We got stopped down there. They're just hovering around, not doing much. All right, Apple's at the low of the day. I think that might be a good opportunity. All right, let's go back over to Joe.
Well, good stuff. I'm just watching this really interesting video here right now, guys, on China's no, don't put sorry, it's a different thing. China's Xpeng Iron robot has been sliced open to prove that it's not human. And I've seen this thing walking, looked pretty human-like. It's not. Very, very interesting stuff, guys. All right, on to the next thing is going to be SoFi. Popular stock here, down 16.75% off of that previous all-time high. Now, as for the headlines, relatively cool. Trias Securities maintains a hold on SoFi, but raising the price target to $31, guys.
I mean, Sean already went over SoFi, and the charts.
I didn't even realize
No, but the daily chart's basically the same as Robinhood's. I'm not. Like, what is there even different to say? Like, it bounced off the same, literally the same days that Robinhood bounced for the recent low, SoFi bounced off that same support level. So crazy as, oh, I entered into a trend break trade on Robinhood. SoFi actually is also a trend break. Although I'd venture it looks a little bit stronger, but that's a distinction without a difference. Look, I like SoFi. I own some SoFi. I haven't dip bought anything. I kind of feel like in this move, I'm trying to wait for things to break down a little bit more, and maybe that's just being too patient. It's different, so I don't know if I'm a buyer low 20s again, but that's, yeah, I feel the same way as I would about Hood if I owned it, but not much else to add about SoFi. I like the stock. Rather trade Robinhood here this afternoon. We can also talk about a little Palantir.
Ooh. Oh, okay, we're ready for Palantir, guys. Yeah, roughly the same thing between SoFi and Robinhood. Now, as for Palantir, 15.5% to the downside off of those previous all-time highs, guys. And let's see what's going on with Palantir this morning. That was a little quick rerun, but anyways, Palantir and Stag unveiled a new AI marketing platform to help global brands boost campaign performance and unlock growth returns. We always like that. Palantir down 17% off of those highs, guys. What do you think?
I think Michael Burry is probably pretty happy. But like, what's the deal? So 80%, like 80% of the firm's short Palantir and Nvidia, and it was what, 3 days ago?
I feel like cover.
Well, this is what I'm making the assumption that it was in and around the high 190s into 200. Like, if it's really up here at the top, that kind of exposure has not been trimmed. When you get a move down and, Palantir from there, call it 15%, maybe 10, I'd like to imagine that there was some in front of that low here today. Like, that's such a huge, but who knows? I don't know anything about Michael Burry. He seems like he's a home run hitter. Maybe that's entirely wrong, but I don't think I could resist if I was him. V-shaped recovery, though, for Palantir, which is another reason why you might consider that, but a lower volatility day. So the only, yes, it's a V-shape, but it's not one of those, normal ones where Palantir really feels like it got out of control, and it held underneath yesterday's low. So it's like a little rounded bottom, but it's not super bullish unless it breaks back out the 175, and then I think you regain the 50 period, all that good stuff. Then I think you get the shorts a little teensy bit more scared. But right now they are in control, even though you're at a support level. And if we lose 170, or I guess this is more like 169, you lose that next week, then we could really see what's up. Because the 150 is going to get defended like a champ. The 200 period is going to get defended like a champion on this stock as well. Like, those are the kind of levels that gets down there. It's like you'll like it for swings. Long-term traders will like it to buy dips. Day traders will like reversions. And when you get to levels like that, and I remember during the financial crisis when stocks, like some of the best days, this is not the financial crisis, I'm just giving an example. Some of the best days day traders would have weren't even the short days. They'd be when things were like that, and everybody was trying to buy at the same level, and as a day trader you would just scalp the you-know-what out of it because you didn't care. Yeah, there go. At the same moment,
I kept on trying to short that top.
it's like you punched me out. No, I'm not. Sean said, there go the futures, and there goes my stop on. It would have been better, ideally, when you take a trend trade. Like, you should be entering it here so that you've got some profit if it runs the top, but that's kind of from here, that's kind of an A setup. Yeah, so Palantir, I think there's going to be big opportunity if that one, call it 69 area breaks next week. I think you got to be patient for the dip buy there, but there's a couple of huge levels underneath that 169, 170. Next couple of weeks, we could be able to see them. I think they'll be good trades.
All right, I like the 175 break on Palantir, but for right now, each year there's over 3.8 concussions that are reported in the United States, and there is no FDA, approved treatment. NYSE listed Ogen, or Ogenix, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Ogenix is uniquely positioned to lead the way. If you are interested at all in the concussion treatment market or any of their products, please scan that QR code or give them a look up, OGEN, of course, on the NYSE. So have a go at that. Yeah, the futures just broke higher right there. We actually got stopped out finally. And I was thinking about Palantir too, like right into here, man. It's battling, and if it can go and break, why not? There goes Palantir right now, breaking through 175. The highest it's gone was 175.10 when it was on a run before. It broke that, then it tanked pretty good into that. I just don't know, man. The Nasdaq trying to go long, and right now we might have just got the okay on that one, as we are now above VWAP and holding through 25,000 right now, it looks like here. So I'm going to try to go long. I just put a 175.05, or sorry, 08 bid there. That just missed us there on Palantir. Again, an aggressive name that we know can pop, especially if these futures want to do this. And there it goes, man. Nice move for Palantir, straight up to the north side now. And bye-bye. Oh, it's too bad I was doing that read there, because I didn't have my order set up to go long through 175, but I was saying it just before we went on the air.
That's a lot.
It is a lot. I love broccoli.
Okay.
Broccoli, rice, and chicken.
Next time we get broccoli, you can have mine.
The chicken was good.
All over that.
There's tons of extra broccoli.
That's a better portion of chicken than we got. The chicken was really good, but our portion of salad was potential.
Minimal?
Is that the right word? A little bit? Is that a little in French?
Well, like a petite. Like
so
a
what's
small portion.
Then?
Maybe it's right. I don't know.
I don't know. My French isn't very good. For a Canadian, my French is trash. They literally force
For Canadian, your French is probably better than most
No,
Canadians.
we're forced to learn French. I think it's starting in like grade 4 or something, and then you take it, and then you have to take it till grade 9.
Yeah, 3 to 9, I think it is.
Yeah, 3 to 9. So it's like 5 or 6 years you're forced to take French. I can probably count to 10 or something like that. That's about it.
That's not bad. Hopefully you can do that.
Thank you. I think that's pretty bad.
Yeah, that is pretty bad. Yeah, I was just joking. Able to do that easily.
I remember what fish is.
Oh, what is
it?
Okay.
Right?
I don't know.
Okay, Andre. Why do you know French, Andre? Andre knows French.
Most people that aren't born in Canada are much smarter than people that are born here.
Oh, I agree.
I noticed. All right, so here we go. About French, anyways.
Yes. Well, too, it's also similar to Spanish in a lot of ways.
Statement. Yeah, that's what I was like, if French is spoken in so many countries and properly, here in Canada, there's so many different.
When we were in Paris, lots of people assumed that, Micron's finally breaking trend.
Right, we finally went long.
Finally, people would assume, you're Canadian? So you know a little French. And I'm
right,
like,
you're like, I don't know.
I'm like, not really. Sorry about that. My wife does, so you can talk to her.
Yeah,
right, so the market is really breaking through VWAP. Oh, no, that chart sucks. Okay, well, you guys can see that NVIDIA, I don't know where all that went. NVIDIA's breaking out over 185.5. It's continuing with trend to the upside. And then finally, this little bit of a pullback that Micron was on broke VWAP, so I went long in through VWAP. Corsair Gaming apparently going, I don't know why. This is from VWAP to 234, about $1 and change. So I want to scalp inside of the range as long as it's in it. I don't know, that Corsair, whatever, I'm not going to flip the Corsair. Right now, the move is going on, and hopefully when I flip to NVIDIA, this will actually, okay, this one has data. That's what I was trying to show, like the whole chart of NVIDIA. That one was just showing the recent breakout, but this has been on an absolute tear ever since the president said buy, I guess he essentially just said buy AI.
It sounds like
apparently that
something
didn't help
IBM.
He's usually right about these things.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, if you've been following sort of his calls on, it's obviously when you make the rules, it's easy. So yeah, let's wait to see. And if he's saying buy, maybe potentially a China deal, maybe potentially something with NVIDIA coming through as well. Nothing to do with Palantir, but we are long Palantir, and we took advantage of that move, and here we go again. We just bought some more on that most recent dip and covering some now in the 50s as it gets back the upside. So we just flipped over, man. We were short the NASDAQ. NASDAQ broke higher, went over to another name, PLTR. Let's see if it can go upside right now. Turning green finally here is Palantir. And just trying to taking out a little bit there because we did get that reload, but ultimately, want to make sure that we don't have too many shares, that we don't stop out, before we get back into here. There's very possible that with this aggressive move breaking through 175, that it does fade back in a little bit. So I do want to be able to put some more shares on around that 175 flat area, and then try to hold out for this kind of a low, 174.69. So let's put that in now, 174.69, and just see if it wants to go. All right, so we'll have some fun here with Palantir, and give it a, as we'll average this back in. If we're lucky enough to get it near that 175.10 area as we just described. So that's what I'm trying to do right now with Palantir. We just took some out to the top side, and now we'll wait to see if we get a dip buy into this area. Michael Burry probably, whether or not he covered or not, I mean, you got into the 50-period moving average. That was sort of pre-earnings, I believe, and then whoosh all the way down. So I think he's gotten probably out of it. But like Neil said, I don't know him from anybody else.
I don't know what style.
Yeah, I just think if you're that short and you've been right, I think you're probably going to want to ring the register. But that doesn't have anything to do with what Palantir is doing now. I don't think we've seen an outsized move. Or the volume. I mean, the volume's only 53 million. So definitely some capabilities here of trading even more than that. I'm going to take small here, again at 20, because there we go. I'm sitting at 08. I just want to make sure that we take something on this dip down, not our full load there, but see if we can get it. I have about a unit and a half or so right now of PL, trying to see what's going on. Dip buying, we just missed that 08. Like, it came into 13s there. Man, we just missed that. All right, let me get another piece out here in the mid 40s if we can, 45, and then we'll wait to see higher high coming for Palantir here is what I'm hoping for. Give me that 45. Hopefully we'll get, no, not get it. All right, let's go. I just heard let's go over to Adair. You let me know, Andre. Not yet. Just ready? Oh, fixing the cameras. Okay, we'll wait for that. There it is. We got 45. Oh, no, we didn't. We did not get that 45. Let's go 45. Let's go. Missed it again. Nope. Almost. Yes. Nope. Okay. Anyways, we'll get that, I'm assuming. Is that me holding up with Arca? All right, I'm going to switch off Arca. Okay, well, we just got it.
But it's the best game.
Oh, man. Like, I feel like I was just holding there for no reason. Okay, Adair, tell me something good about Palantir or something.
Apparently, we just talked to Duolingo through the high today.
Not on Palantir. It might have something good for the market. Apparently, I'm seeing some reports from Reuters that Senate Democrats are going to be laying out a proposal to end the shutdown, which would include proposing to extend ACA subsidies for 1 year. So that's Affordable Care Act subsidies again. And I also, with this in mind, on some of these health insurance plays, CNC, UNH, HUM are the ones that immediately come to mind. But either way, guys, the point I'm trying to make here is reportedly Senate Democrats have put out a proposal extending ACA subsidies for 1 year, which could result potentially in the end of the shutdown. Back to you.
End the shutdown.
I just said to Neil, go ahead. About getting 9. I just want to show you guys something. Like, I wasn't getting 45s. Now it's at 95. So I'm just saying, like, just how aggressive some of these names are. That's all. And it goes to the point of, like, I'm trying to take some profit because these, you got to make sure you take something else. I just want to let everybody know that Palantir did eventually bump there. But anyway.
Yeah, big spike on UNH.
Oh, okay.
That candle can't be real.
That makes sense, too.
All right. Well, big spike on UNH, even if I don't trust that volume candle that you see at 2 possible. But yeah, this could really take the market higher, obviously. But I'm looking over. It's not just that. Bitcoin, man, only one way today. Like, the market went down before going up. This actually only went up, which is wild. So this might be a buy all available dip. I'm just looking over because we're still inside range. Like it's bouncing. Whoops, where'd my cursor go? We're just bouncing V. And then the local high here is like effectively just underneath 234, but it won't break okay, never mind. It's breaking 234. I was about to say we weren't breaking the 234, so I'm still reloading in front of 233 and looking for this to break out on Micron. Bitcoin, I think, might be a buy all available dips. Like, maybe this ending the shutdown is going to be the rally, the afternoon rally we've been looking for. Like, when was the last time that we just rallied, close, and continue to do so? The local breakout here on BTC. I'm going to buy the first available dip here as well and ride this wave, because every dip that you bought Bitcoin today has worked. I mean, it's only at 103. Fair enough, but mean, IBIT's moved $2 from the bottom, so that's certainly a good enough move. It still can't seem to break. I'm just going to show you again. Like, Micron is having a lot of trouble breaking that first dollar on this bounce. Like, it just doesn't seem to want to go. So I want to have another thing in mind. If this fails the buck, I'll just take that and maybe move to something stronger, like Bitcoin, or maybe in healthcare. Maybe what Oscar's doing.
Well,
We spent
Oscar got earnings. They got hit.
No, it was up on earnings day. It was
No,
it? I'd swear it was up on it. Yeah,
Maybe,
this was the earnings move.
Yeah, I know, but then look what happened.
Oh, then it sold after. Yeah, but it's where it was. It's up from where it closed before earnings, and up 7% today.
I like.
This is that makes sense. Possibly the healthcare stocks are going, so why not this as well? I'm gonna have this on the side burner, coin, and I mean we're already in Micron, so we'll leave that one up there. But just looking to buy some dips. This is looking like a healthy rally going into the close.
Yeah, I like this move a lot right now. We're now $1.20 in the money, and the best thing about this, not something that I have to come back to the show to show you guys that we built this position with you traders right there. We talked about Palantir. I said, oh my God, I missed 175 break. Well, back in and gave it to me 3 times. So right now you're at 176.50. That's $1.50, $1.40 up from that break. So let's just continue to see if the government opening here, a rumor from the Democrats, sponsored this move higher. We'll take it, man, for sure, as it continues to climb right now. Is gold doing anything here? This should rally all assets, in my opinion.
You would think so.
Gold's not doing anything anyways all day today, so that's fine. Bitcoin likes that as well, up to 103. We can have a quick check in on IBIT right now as some of these news stories come. Adira obviously will come through if there's anything else. But yeah, there goes IBIT, Bitcoin liking this trade as well. And we had that bet yesterday above or below 100. So those of you that chose above win. Right now, it was ever below during our show. So there it goes, 103 and change right now. But
actually, in the pre-market, there was a moment.
In the yeah, but
we were not. We're not there.
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to say. This is $1.50 now. There goes Palantir. Give me some 60s. We're at 62. I just push go up a couple cents and then enter because, again, we talked about this, adding liquidity, right, on this as it goes up. So I'm not punching out. I'm getting hit on the way, which is a different fee structure. So that's good. There it is right here, 175 up to 176. And, we do get a clear move if it wants to go. I mean, 177 here on Palantir. It's just been so beat up since earnings and since the Michael Burry and the whole AI and the whole value scare and everything. I do think it does have some 177 possibilities. I mean, we're kind of there right now at these levels, Palantir, but yeah, nice expansion there off of 174. Good little bar-coded area. And then once we broke, we broke. So bye-bye Palantir now, trying to get to new highs. Well, it's already at new highs, but trying to get to this 200 period moving average, which would be pretty cool. Last time it crossed that was 88. So if we can get that, man, that'd be good. So 177 is on the watch for me now on Palantir. And my last fill was 166, right? Oh no, we didn't get that actually. We offered it, but didn't get it. 176.62s. So that's where we're at right now. I think we're 30 or 40 cents away from, I don't want to say a top, but it may be a zone here where we had closed yesterday in this area. So just, higher than that is where we are now. But okay, there it goes now. So here goes Palantir. It's a nice move high, trying to be good. So, all right, I like the trade. Unfortunately, on the futures, though, we had lost our way today on those because we had gone short right there. Then when it broke, I didn't take the long. So that was a little bit of a problem here for the futures going short. We were trying to buy these dips as well. Eventually got stopped out there. But just quick outs, as we said, we were scalping. You guys, I think you might have saw me doing, it was 2 o'clock. Yeah, so you saw, then it broke. And I was like, forget it, I'm not going short anymore. We break this ledge, and now it's upside. So we switched over to Palantir, which has been a good little move there. But I don't know, AMD, NVIDIA, I haven't looked there.
Both of those are pretty strong. I'm looking, I'm looking at AMD right now. And I see seller at the even dollar on Micron. And it's like, if they're just not going to let it go, like look at AMD. Like AMD's a bit stronger and still back in here. And then NVIDIA, this chart should be fine. NVIDIA also, like there it goes. And then as I was showing you with Micron, like you affect, hey, ugh, goodness. With Micron, like it gets going, and then it's like swap, and it's getting to 234. The highest I think was like the quarter, so kind of went $1, and that was about it. So I'll just sit there for now. You get a reloaded VWAP, but it looks like it's just a scalp trade. And then I wanted to go over to Bitcoin, which is not doing anything, or Oscar, whichever came first. It looks like it's going to be Oscar back into, well, ideally there. You know what? No, I don't like it into 50. It is a bit. This is actually toppy as well. I just zoomed out a little further, and I don't think this is worth it to the prior high, because essentially I'm going into this level. Long into overhead resistance, which I don't love.
Boy.
So I'm going to tighten up that stop a little bit here, because I don't want it goes all the way back into like 17 quarter. Like that should be a separate trade. And then Bitcoin really never gave you a dip buy. So Oscar, because the story is really about the healthcare thing, and then Bitcoin's not really dipping at all. So I looked over. I didn't really like what I was seeing with regard to UNH. Like it didn't really present itself that well, but Oscar, let's see if it can blow out the top. If it gets through 18 on Oscar, like there's some room to run. Let me show a 15-minute chart. Like if it gets through here, like there's some room to rally 18 quarter into 1830 or so. So yeah, I like that one if it can go. Market looking incredibly strong as well. And so I'm actually disappointed in that Micron move, only giving you 70, 80 pennies, because NVIDIA is still going.
I think it looks toppy, but maybe it's just going. I thought the same here for
some stocks.
Oh boy, what just happened to Palantir? So I don't have that much left.
We get a headline.
Oh, rejects.
And
I don't know. Here, I don't think it's good. I'm gonna get something out here at 35.
But like,
again, right there. This is part of what I. So
you
what
better trade with softs. Is all I gotta say.
What I was gonna say is, oh, you got stopped out of Oscar.
But look at this.
I know.
Oscar, so I stopped out at like 10 cents down, and then the move was like 60 cents. Right. And then it's actually right back. So something just hit the wire, obviously. I don't know what it is.
Okay, so we'll wait. I'm going to say something to do with that Democrats.
Oh, here we
go. Yeah. They rejected it. So they rejected the ACA offer from the Democrats.
Can't have nice.
From Bloomberg. Can't have nice things.
The tech stocks would be okay.
So I was just going to say something about my style of trading just quickly, because most of these outs are here at 176. There's a bunch of them, and you're going to say like this guy's a maniac because there's all these outs, right? But I'm just taking out like 5% or so on the way up, and so it gives me the opportunity to max out like more than that when we're in here as we bounce against 76. And then as you get to the upside, we still have like, right now I don't have that much on. Like right now I have like 15% on, which is not that much, but at the end of the day, it allows to hold for some of these wins, which does add up at the end of the day when you're doing this. And I'm just going to go back to the TQs. We're going to go to Adara, but like getting out partially on the way in makes that when it blows to the upside, you're not getting stopped out or shut down or whatever it is on your full order. You are able to reload it, but sometimes reloading is not great because you only get out part, reload it. Now you have a full position when it could be a net loss. But let's go over to Adara for this news.
Yeah, I'm still not seeing the headline here. Apparently, I guess one GOP senator rejects the Democrat offer, so I don't think it's been voted yet, guys. It's just one senator, as far as I can see, who doesn't like the offer. So I just want to mention that. But I want to talk about and CRCL. Here is COIN. Keep an eye on these stablecoin related plays and on the market in general. Notably, dovish. Governor Myron here, Fed Governor Myron, set to speak on stablecoins and monetary policy around 3 p.m. Eastern. If I can find a stream for it, I'll watch the stream. If not, I'll follow comments here on X. But again, guys, all I'm seeing is one GOP senator in a Fox News interview said that they do not approve of the reported plan and offer here from the Democrats on the ACA subsidy. Back to you.
That checks out because, I mean, that's, I only heard one senator's name. I remember what it was. Yeah, so there you go. So good call there, Dara. And look, man, we could have reloaded at 176. I just actually, did I put a stop in there? No, I did not. I guess it might got canceled because my other one was in. My stop on this was like a break of 175. So you can see that we're well now carrying the day on this trade. 175, I'm going to use the 21 period right here. Wait a second, is that the 21 or the 12? I keep saying 21, but now that I think about it, it might be the 12 period. Hold on. So you can go over to here, indicators. What do I have? So we have right now 21. Yeah, so it is the 21 period moving average. So I'm going to use that as my out in case things don't go good. So 175.95, 175.89. Let's go to 84. I don't know. Get out of 100%. We have 15% left of this trade. Let's go back over to Neil.
Yes, sir. Because News out of Canada for sophisticated traders watching the stream. Beta Pro by Globex Canada is Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leverage ETFs, and they've just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure, the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. They're also offering a special fee rebate. Management fees are being dropped to just 65 basis points until December 31st, end of this year. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. So if you are a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn more. Shout out to them. Scan the QR code you see in front of you.
Right back up
and
again.
I think it was Artemis in the chat asked if it's a holiday on Monday. It is not. Like here we actually have Remembrance Day, the 11th.
It's not a holiday.
It's not a holiday.
I think it's a bank holiday, maybe.
It may be a bank holiday, and there's usually a moment of silence. You'll probably see us do one 11th hour. I would make the argument that it probably should be, but we don't make the rules. We have made up holidays in Canada.
Oh, get ready, man, because to Queen's Park, they're gonna be firing off cannons.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I remember I've been walking around the streets.
I don't know why it's not, but
it should be a holiday. Yeah, you're right. I don't know why.
We made one up Family Day literally.
Get rid of
we literally made up Family Day in Canada.
First of all, I'm taking that back.
No,
don't get rid of any holidays. Let's add one.
I'm not nothing against
my bad. My bad.
No, we don't get rid of it.
I am running for mayor over here.
But it should be. Why it's
Family Day is an actual day in Manitoba, but it's not called Family Day. It's called Louis Riel Day. Fun fact for people who are not aware of Manitoba. He is a guy. He's considered in some ways the founding father of Manitoba. Yes, Louis Riel Day. We don't have Family Day. Interesting.
Actually, we learned about. I'm going to loosely say we learned about that guy in school, but I don't remember anything about him, so I just remember the name. Remember the name.
I don't know, Joe. I don't even hear her.
I can't.
Forget it. Let's just keep talking. Sorry, Adair, we don't hear you. You tell her that her mic's not on. She's talking and talking and talking.
Oh, I don't think
she's not even talking. Okay.
We're getting an education lesson. And
something about Louis Riel. I know all about Louis Riel as well. So
it's Tuesday, 11th. I might have said the Monday, but it's the 11th. It's a bond market closed, but stock market open. I think it's a bank holiday here. We call it. You guys call it. It's Veterans Day for you guys. Here we call it Remembrance Day, but it's effectively the same thing.
It's a Palantir.
That's why we wear the poppies.
Yes, we did, Obi.
We did good news.
Possible government shutdown. Finito.
Finally comes in with some.
Would you look at that? We'll be talking more about reversions. I mean, this guy.
You called that reversion from the first 50 green candle.
Obi's been calling this, so he's very, very happy.
Apple's low of day rate.
I mean, we are now.
That's interesting.
$2 in the money on Palantir. So there goes Palantir, man. And you guys know, stock market goes boom, Palantir goes bow, and it's just instant money to the upside. But when the market falls the other way, Palantir can do you the other way. So there it goes right now. Wow, I have to take. I mean, Neil, this is now $2 and change as we get to the 30s. This is not stopping right now. I don't know. Alex Karp is get this government back, baby, because we need to get funded again, and we need to start talking about some drones again. But there it goes, 177.40. Palantir is on one, baby. This is a big mover, and it's one that not that we should all have. If you along, I hope you took it there as we sort of talked about it, breaking through the highs there. It was good because Joey Options there was talking about Palantir as one of the last names on the list. So thank you to you guys for all of that one. But now we're discussing stable coins as we just talked about that as the Genius Act discussed. So, a name like Circle is something that we could watch on that as they are the distributor, they are the creator of the USDC stablecoin. So we can, as far as I know anyways, we can look to see if Circle has any movement right here, and Circle there, but it also gets hammered. It hasn't had an up day in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days. So 8 straight down days for Circle. And it's, right now the Wolves are circling, or the Hawks are circling around this name because it's been beat up pretty good. This was $150 back on October the 28th. Checks watch. It's November the 7th right now. So as you, didn't feel my watch on there for a minute. I'm going back to don't have O'Leary back on because I'm always wearing my Apple Watch. Oh, here it is right now. Breaking news from CNBC. Democratic leader offers deal to reopen federal government. Just a little late on that one, CNBC. That's why you all want to watch.
Well, but that's how they are.
We have the goods for you every single day. Yeah, we know that, Carlos. So that was part of the dip down here that sort of just happened in the market. All TQs, but we did get a little bit of a dip there. This is me shorting, by the way. We did get a dip there when we did hear that there was a potential for rejection when one senator had denied that. But that's, again, there's no vote, as Adara said, or anything like that. Yeah, just one individual there not agreeing with whatever. So, until we hear from the horse's mouth, who knows? But we're still let's just try to hold this maybe into the close. We're not even at power hour yet.
It's not, the thing is, Jag just said in the chat the deal's going to get rejected, so it's basically non-news. You have to, there's two sides to this
tea
coin.
leaf.
Like NVIDIA and tech was running when the president buy AI. It's really just like the healthcare, like Oscar and UNH that were running, like the secondary push. There was a secondary push that moved some other stocks higher, but really, like in watching NVIDIA here and AMD, just because, like I said, the move on Micron, it's a $200 stock, it only went like $1, but you're getting a little bit more movement out of AMD here because in the same time, AMD's gone 2 instead of 1. So I'm watching NVIDIA and looking for this consolidation dip buy in AMD. But it's starting to slow a bit. I'm looking for re-acceleration here because NVIDIA seems to be leading the market higher. So I think you call it like more of a tech rally than anything else. I think that's at it. So I'm looking at essentially AMD instead of Micron. And this one might just end up blowing out the top. I want to get along before it takes out the morning high, which is about 233. About 233 here. Hour coming into now. Ultimately, like this is one of those days where I'm not gonna be green today, but thankfully it's like one of those like small days. The rest of the week was much better, but these afternoons can be tricky. And what I don't want to see happen is the old Friday we get to a big level and then just absolutely stop like a rock, which happens a lot. But because we have an hour left, I think there's at least a couple dip buys left. So we'll try AMD because it's moving a little bit better. As I said, like Micron is what it is. It wasn't like it was a losing trade. It's still trying to go, but just pep in the step of AMD.
Yeah, I was just saying in the chat, we have the most peppiest stock over here. This is $3. We just took some out, but that's what Palantir does. I tried to short AMD, to be honest with all y'all there. So Fed's Myron right now talking about stable coins, but if we hear anything or we see something happening there in Circle, we'll
increase.
Okay, we will get into that. First of all, we can just check on Coinbase bouncing off 3 bills today. Huge. Like, what a move for Coinbase, man. I mean, this is probably the best name to be trading right now. I mean, I'm happy to have $3 on Palantir in front of everybody, but it's Coinbase right now breaking that 306. Got up to 310, it looks like, right now. So congratulations for Coinbase shareholders as that seems to be working. Adara's got some sort of news, I guess, from Myron.
There's one comment here that he's made so far, and again, he just started speaking that I do think is worth noting. He said that, quote, lots of stablecoin usage would likely lower the neutral rate. So he believes the neutral interest rate could be lowered if a lot of people use stablecoins. If he gives more in terms of like his thoughts on that, because I am personally curious, I will let you guys know. But basically, long story short, he also said here that he is encouraged by stablecoins integration into the financial system. Again, COIN, which is on my chart here, would be a name to watch. CRCL, which is reporting earnings next week, would also be a name to watch.
That's why I called up Coinbase. I mean, I don't know. So the only stock I bought today was SMR, and I bought it at $30. Hey, I'm in the money finally. Yeah, but remember this was just $27. So I was like, oh, okay, so we're already down 10% on SMR. SMR has made a move from the bottom, 26.50. It's now moved up almost 20% from the lows. You know, that's adding $5 to 26.50. Like, we're only adding $4. Can't do that math. So about 8%, about 15 to 20% higher off of its intraday low. SMR. So there it goes, man. Out at 57, back in at 30. Let's see if that one can work out for us as well. We did not buy any dips in here in my own account. Didn't do anything otherwise. Meta's been a big talk around these joints as well. Meta going green, like that's going to be nice. The one mega cap name that I would have bought on dips and still looking to do that is Micro. I think this is really the biggest name to get involved with, but again, like I don't know how good Copilot is or anything like that. I just know
they've had
that
trouble monetizing
so
AI through Copilot.
That's why I liked Apple. I mean, Apple's the one that's going oppo right now, like near its day's low.
Apple seems like it's better when the market's weak.
Like
lately.
considering what's happening here. So yeah, Dara.
Yeah, we got better than expected consumer credit coming out here. 13.093 billion is the forecast of 10.23 billion, and the previous print of 0.36 billion. So better or higher than expected here. Credit, and again, more stablecoin comments from Fed's Myron. Long story short, as I already said, was just that he thinks that they'll put downward pressure on rates, and he thinks they should be integrated into the financial system. Back to you.
I'm Mohammed. Can we get that super chat on here?
I got it. I just hit. Oh, there it is.
Yo, send me one. I'll pay you for that. I will pay you for your extra iPhone.
And they sent you 6.
But then I don't want, Anyways, Mohammed, hit me
that sounds one of them. To take a line from The Wire. That sounds like one of them good problems.
Yeah, that's bank error. As we say in Monopoly, bank error in your favor.
That was Marlo to Chris or Chris to Marlo. I should know that off heart.
Yeah, what the hell are you doing? You don't know that?
Trust me. You'll like Marlo.
I know. I got to get into the.
You
Wire,
will like Marlo for sure.
It's actually not that much we're watching right now, so maybe there's something.
Well, I can't promise. I don't know Marissa's taste, but you will like The Wire.
She'll like
100%.
it. She'll like it. Marissa really likes her. We just haven't watched any of that in a long time. I know. Yeah, I know. Dara likes that.
But there's like a million Law and Order. I would like one Law and Order.
We don't really watch it.
The Ice-T one.
SVU.
Ice-T, the one with Ice-T.
You want me to ask her? I don't know. There's something about Law and Order. That's all. I don't know.
Okay.
They go through the.
Clearly,
law.
you love that. Clearly
we never watch it. I already said we never.
Sean, please tell us which one.
We don't watch them. I just say she likes them. We literally. I think it might be Special Victims Unit. I'm going to ask.
Okay, that's the most popular.
Yeah, that's why I said it. Which Law and Order do you like? Okay, we'll get her here. Watch how fast his answer comes through. Okay, so Nvidia is still going higher. And by the way, oh hell yeah, it's your slapper. It is now $3, Obi, in the money for Palantir as we go higher and higher and higher. Good day today, man, to be trading on that as it just continues. Like, I wish I wasn't sort of nitpicking on this all the way up, but we said we have 15%. We have about 10% left right now as it just continues to climb here. It's Palantir, and I didn't, should have maybe held it once we heard that was the news. But honestly, man, like when we went long at 175, a lot of the outs were at 176, and if you pair it back, this is right here. That's 176. So that kind of a break there. I'm going to be doing that. It breaks higher, we get out. It looks like it wants to dip. So when it comes back up, I'm getting out, boom. So we're still there. But yeah, I don't know if this is going to matter or not. If we do hear more information like that they're going to deny this or it's not going to reopen. But I was saying it when someone asked Neil or Neil was mentioning, or when it was super chat, it's just a tea leaf, I think. Like it's an olive branch that's now been extended, I hope, and it gets the talk going.
It means there's a chance.
Like, yeah, it's just
there.
Every time we check Kalshi, it's 48 days, 49 days. Like it just keeps on extending. And then the theory, of course, is the fact that we are nervous about it heading into U.S. Thanksgiving. And then what that would do for airlines and travel and just the overall well-being of humanity. I know that sounds crazy, but a lot of people like to travel during that time and see their families.
Oh, we got another super chat. I was just going to say, Kalshi hasn't repriced anything, and that's a fluid market. It's still...
Well, 48 days would give 48 still? It was 48 this morning.
Yeah, it's still 48.
Still 48, okay.
There's the super chat.
48 days was into November 18th.
Misham, thank you for the super chat. $19.99. Thank you so much for everything you do for traders around the world. Last 2 days have been big. Finally catching stride in trading. You guys rock. Let's get some likes for the best trading show team in the world. How about we actually, I have not looked at the likes. Well, I know you have to, if you don't refresh, it'll be at like nothing. Like that's not real. Mine says 3 because I was like the first person to log in. But if I refresh, yay, now I'm looking at myself. It's just we're 267 likes. We put a poll up and we get more likes in like 5 seconds. Like if we put a poll, like if I put a poll up right now, will the ES close green? We're gonna get like 1,000 people answering the poll. I think we can get 1,000 likes as well. And just shout it out to Adara, drop the news all the way. So let's do that. I'm actually going to, when we go to Adara, I'm gonna put a poll up. How about the ES because it's closer?
The ES is fine. It's basically flat.
We'll go with the S&P. Will the S&P get green? Let's go to Adara.
Moving forward.
Here about the shutdown. So we do have apparently a senior GOP aide to CBS. Republicans have rejected the Democrat offer to end the shutdown, calling it, quote, dead on arrival. So we had, I guess, some hopes here that the shutdown could come to an end. Republican Senate aide calling this one, quote, dead on arrival. Back to you.
You're dead to me. Yeah, I don't know. Dead on arrival. So violent. Yeah, I don't know. I'd take advantage of that. We get a little bit more out of this name. Less than 10% now on Palantir, man. Let's just hope that it, even if it tanks, let's just adjust this. We were always going to take out, you know what I should do, man? I think I'm developing new strategy every day, trying to do better, to be able to change. But what about when we get in, we just kind of take it out like at certain intervals that we have to figure out? I don't know if, not Fibonacci, but we'll figure it out. Oh, here, Obi's right here right now. Obi, what was that guy that was going against the Fibonacci's? Lance?
Oh, a lot of real traders.
Okay, see, okay, here we got a lot of real traders. Okay, so because I was saying
Lance. His name's Lance.
Lance, not Armstrong. You don't have your mic on, so don't worry about it for right now. You can put one on if you want.
The
only reason is that I was talking about it with Neil the other day, and I said that Obi had some strong opinions. And
for sure, I'll say it right now.
I know, but you don't have your mic on, so that's what I'm saying. Obi's like, yeah, I'll say my opinion right now. I'm just like, and it wasn't.
But why so
Neil
strong
and I
about Fibonacci's?
Yeah, it's just
an indicator, man. Like
I couldn't explain.
But how? Here's the thing.
I couldn't explain.
I don't understand why anybody has a super strong opinion about any
three-way.
Oh, we do have it. There you go. I want to hear.
He's up.
So I just want to say, like, yeah, I understand having strong opinions is a little bit unnecessary when it comes to that. But the thing is, when it comes to fibs, fibs have such a very strong following, I feel. It becomes like a self-fulfilling prophecy in a sense. But at the same time, okay, so as of recent, I think Lance Brightstein, he's a very well-known trader in the Traderverse. He came out with a video, and I was like, finally, you know, here's a big trader that's finally kind of, you know, it was confirmation bias for me. I'm like, okay, someone's talking about it, and they're being absolutely real with it. And the whole thing was just like, okay, just because you see the golden ratio on like a leaf or something, and then you see it in like shells, and you see it in nature, and then you're going to be like, oh, it shows up in stocks too. I think, he makes a very valid argument, being like, okay, well, you can throw up fibs almost anything, and you'll see that sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. There's no back-testable evidence for fibs working with any statistical significance, right? And I think that's what matters. And he does point out, like, okay, there are certain, like, reversions, like I love reversions, there's certain points that the fibs do cover, like a 50% pullback or 100% pullback, you know? Something like that actually makes sense because you're reverting to an actual mean. But everything else is just a fugace.
Here's my thing. To me, none of that ever had anything to do with. Look, I've read Mandelbrot, and you can talk all you want about fractals and stuff, and like it's really cool and interesting stuff. But none of that is really the nuts and bolts behind why chart patterns work. Or
100%.
They get most of that stuff is because people act upon it in the first place. So I think, and look, I've used Fibonacci's and had no success with them, so I'm not trying to defend them at all. It has more to do with there are going to be situations where you are on something where maybe some whales or maybe some bigger traders are looking at something. And that's the reason why it works. So I think you have to take it on a case-by-case basis. But it's also why I have zero strong opinions about any indicator, because there's going to be some that work in these situations, some people have success with it, and in other ones where it does. Like, I try to stay out of it and just do my own thing and not be like, this one sucks or that one's good. Because in my experience, I've seen traders make nonsense work before, and I've seen traders blow up with things that they can explain making sense. So, you know, I just stay out of that whole mess and try not to have too strong an opinion about it.
No, I think that's very fair. I have a strong opinion, I'll admit it, because who are very, gung ho about like, oh, fibs work, and there's people who sell full-on courses around this stuff.
Well,
I think that's the crazy part, right?
Okay, well, that's
it's just like, okay, well, like don't scammed. There's like, this is a market. You're going to be marketed all sorts of different things. Make sure you're not actually being sold to the wrong, like you're not buying into the wrong stuff. That's the only thing that I'm going for.
That's well said.
People will put down real risk, being 23 point whatever on the fib. I'm buying here because it worked yesterday. That's straight BS, dude. It's not. It's like, yes, when it comes down to it, when you're talking about like if say thousands of traders are looking at that level, then it comes into fruition. But here's the thing: you can see that happening on the tape. You can see that happening on the chart. You don't need a fib retracement to really tell you that. It's just fugazi, in my opinion. That's just what I have to say about it. That's
well. I like that last part. Like this, here's the thing: if there was a technical indicator that just worked all of the time, nobody in their right mind would sell it in a program. Like you'd have to be if you actually have capital, you'd be a blithering idiot to sell a big box for $100 a month to somebody. You would just trade that strategy yourself in an algo room, and that's just how the world
most
works.
traders are full of
that's
shit.
Just how that's
why
it's
it's very.
works.
It's exactly. I agree 100%. That's why you're trying to watch the show to see real traders. We have lots of people that come on, not just our show, but lots of shows that come on and they're just talking up their products, right? And that's cool to do that, but at the end of the day, let's see people actually put on winning trades, And that's why I wanted to get Obi on here to talk like that, because when you're passionate about something, you could definitely see, and that's why we're doing what we're doing. The best thing to do is to practice yourself and figure it out. And I think, what you want courses for and things like that is maybe mentality or, that's what I'm saying, psychology. Yeah. And then honestly, basics.
How to use your own
basics.
trading platform.
Yeah, how to use a platform, how to get into a routine.
Do you remember this? Maybe, I don't know if you remember this. Two of the top traders at the time, who actually were very successful for a long period of time, they both got rinsed on a trade, and they were trading outside of regular market hours, and the only reason they lost was because they had the manner in which a certain key worked in the aftermarket, how far they could swipe the book. They were wrong about how far they could throw the order. So therefore, their order rejected and got rinsed. That is something that they could just have known by preparation. Like the most important thing to them that day was a simple, it's literally in the market guide. Like read the market guide and it tells you the rule on that key, and they both would have saved thousands of dollars. They were good traders. Like actually, like the importance of knowing your platform or knowing market rules is it's huge, and so many people seem to just ignore that.
Okay, I just want to show this quickly. So Marissa, by the way, it's SV. Is what
I knew it was going to
she was watching. So this is my house. Remember we talked about the cheese head. Here's my Packers. You guys have seen this live on the show. There's my troll that didn't work. By the way, why is my Megatron Green Bay Packer guy falling down over here? Okay, so here it is. Watch this. There's my TV. So there's my cat in her box right there. I guess Marissa put something on the TV.
Jump.
And it's just watching these flies go back and forth. So that's pretty cool. My house infested but with cockroaches or anything like that, but there it is right there as we have some whoa, there's a lizard there at the end. Okay, but anyways, thanks Marissa for
the cat knocked over Megatron. I think we all know it.
Funny. What's up, Adara?
What's up here is certainly crypto. COIN, CRCL, and other crypto names on watch, because we still have Fed's Myron talking here about the crypto space, saying that cryptocurrencies affect the Fed and the central bank, and so cryptocurrencies affect the Fed, so the central bank must take account all of them. So again, it's worth taking account here, according to Fed's Myron, of cryptocurrencies, because they do impact the Fed and the U.S. central bank. So again, COIN, CRCL, still going to be on watch here as we send you back to Sean and Neil.
Thank you very much there. And yeah, like you got to look. I'm just saying, the cat is. You're like, why did Megatron get knocked over?
Yeah, the cat could have easily jumped.
You were looking at the culprit.
Yeah,
you know
that cat's going everywhere.
Megatron knows it as well.
Like that Megatron. I have a Jordy Nelson little plush dog. That's how long we've been Packer fans for. Jordy Nelson.
Jordy Nelson has a plush doll?
Yes. Yeah, I have a Jordy Nelson. Like, it's actually quite big, too. I think my brother must have got it for me.
Donald Driver was more famous.
Yeah, and I have They're not called babushka, but you saw that in that picture too. Where it has, there's a whole bunch. There's Donald Drivers in that.
It's what's it called? No, they're called
Matryoshka.
How do you say that properly? Valeria taught us how to say those properly.
Yeah, I just told you.
Is it matryoshka?
I don't know.
I thought it was a little bit different.
Those ones that are all inside of each other.
Yes.
There. So okay, I'm gonna get another piece here just because.
I think we've hit a bit of resistance in something.
Yeah, Palantir just broke. So I should have had a stop there. Oh, my stop is lower. That's why, because that adjusted. All right, so I'm going to have to fix this. 177.50 out, okay, 177.48. It would just be $2.50 on this trade, and we only have less than now 10% left as it comes back in. So yay, Palantir, good trade there. Maybe we've seen the top. The interesting thing, despite all of this sort of noise, right now, sometimes you want to like break the noise out. If the market turns, this will be a 105 all the way back up to 25,000 and change. So we just get a little bit of a bump. I could see us fading from here into the close. The NASDAQ almost got green. The ES almost got green as well. So let's check out what this vote is at right now with only 15 minutes past 3. We have 30 minutes until the imbalances. Wow. Everybody is saying, let's go Bulls right now. So I think
the poll jinxed it.
I know that you capitalize Bulls and not Bears. So
I did?
Yeah, I think there's some bias here, man.
My bad.
But let's go and we'll figure it out.
And I did vote Bulls too.
Yeah. So.
That's, you know what, that actually probably was a Freudian slip. In my head, I probably meant to capitalize both and I was voting Bull, but I think we jinxed it because resistance just got hit. NASDAQ, I'll show you the NASDAQ, but at the same time,
small trade.
Just could not hold on to the first. We dipped in one, could not break 232. So AMD ends up just like Micron, where it was like more of a scalp. And then of course, if I go into Micron again, it's basically the same thing. Like this one just goes an extra $1. So it ends up mostly the same. But if you look at the NASDAQ just here, right into the morning high and turn it around.
We did it.
So here's what it is.
Guys, not just talking about it myself here. I took it, but small. You might have heard me say I took this trade. There it goes, man. Boom! We take the futures to the short side. We take ourselves out of Palantir. We short the futures, and down it goes. What's up, Adam DeLuz? I see you in the chat saying you like that idea as well. Hey, man. Great minds, great minds. I don't know why you're thinking like me, but here we go. Nice move to the downside. Take some more cover right now. There it is, man. It's 30 cents. I mean, again, when you're sitting here trading, we're trading on props, so you know the amount of shares and everything that we can take is quite large. So there it goes. Well, I mean, we'll keep scalping out 30 cents. What I said was the next time I do something like this, I want to try to watch the 21 period, potentially for an out, but we're just starting to turn down right now. So I am going to take advantage of these last wicks because I cannot change the style that I am and trade off support and resistance. So I'm trying to get better at that, but if it comes and stops right here and I don't take it, I'd be beside myself. So we're going to take a little bit out there. It's coming back up. Probably get more short as we go, but I do want to try that short, sort of against the high of the day right here. It's 105.30, so I'm not like, that's why it's a small position. If it comes back in, I'd really think 105 is probably the right risk to reward. Like, I don't want to risk it all right now because the market's in a trend to higher. We're playing. We have the guy right beside us here, but we're seeing if we can get a reversion back in here to the mean, which would be VWAP. That's what the mean is here, an average of buying and selling throughout the day. So we'll see 103 or so futures. I don't think it's going to make that kind of a move. So this is where we broke out on the story of, potential Democratic. I don't know the proper way to word it, but discussion of a, settling, bringing the government back there. And again, we're just hearing what Adair has been telling us, and nothing's official or anything like that. So it could be smoke and mirrors. It looks like the momentum died out here. So we'll play it right. And then now it's breaking a little bit lower. So I do have actually I do not have another bid, but we should put one here. Let's put one at 35. And then now we're still holding 80%. So hopefully this can come in. We'll fill me up right now. Oh, we just missed 35s, but we're sitting at 35 to get out. We'll get out of 20%. Hold 80% now and see if we get a flush. But like I said, man, some traders talk like they can, put on trades. Hopefully Neil and I are showing you. We just put on that Palantir, and I just put on this Qs. Hopefully we're able to prove that know, if you work hard and, you know, get an opportunity, you're able to make a little bit of cash in this game. So there goes Palantir. There goes the futures to the downside. And so far, so good here.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, you know what? I'm not going to say that about what's his awesome, because that was hilarious. But SMCI has been the stock that I like short all day long. It just broke trend. There's like maybe 20 minutes or so to try to get this into VWAP before the imbalances come in. It just broke the prior bar low. So I'll enter there. Whoa, why did that? That's hilarious. I literally just punched in and then had a stop already, misplaced, and got 1 cent.
Futures.
But as we're starting to come back in, there's plenty of room to VWAP. So I want to make get something into the 60s, into the high 60s. In this consolidation, outs the prior bar high. Target VWAP. It's Friday. There are a couple of names that are supposed to be big.
Oh.
D now, I think it is. DNOW. I'm not even familiar with it. Okay, there it is. This is supposed to be an index action, DNOW. Double check the actual number. And then BMNR. Whoa, that's big. 1.1 million to sell on BMNR. That's kind of a big deal. So all of you BitMine fans, that's a pretty sizable imbalance there on BMNR. Million shares, 1.1 million shares, and almost nothing paired off. It's done 35 million, but that's a big chunk. So I'm going to keep eyeballs on that. And as far as DNOW goes, it's supposed to be, I know I saw it on here. That's supposed to be huge. It's actually supposed to be a 17 million.
Oh, buy. What is that stock? It is literally
I'm not
called
familiar
DNOW.
with. I'm not familiar.
Why
with
are they being? Are they being?
What
added,
is DNOW?
Are they being added to Russell or something?
It says S&P 600.
600. Okay.
Yeah, S&P 600. 17 million shares. That's huge. But that it's only showing 2 million now. This is actually pretty big. I have to have that up as well because there might be a trade there. On DNOW. How have I never heard of this stock? Now Inc.
DNOW.
You heard of you heard of this thing? Okay.
No, there was just commenting on the fact that there is action on that stock tonight. So
it's bizarre.
We'll look over there. All right, man. We got it at 40%. Like I said, right into this area. I mean, it's there right now. We just got a bunch of 22s, and I think my best out might have been 23s. Is my best out? Sorry. So we got 37s and then 23s. On the way down right now. And now, let's try to hold it, man, until we can break now. Because we still in position on, it's not like a huge position or anything, because we were waiting for more. We kind of just took that. I was talking like, I would like to short. Always try to put something on. So far, so good on that. All right, what else you guys want to talk about? Oh, SMR, what a rally back. But now it's faded back out. I saw someone say it just broke 30. So, yeah, this is, I mean, I think that you see what can happen to some of these stocks when the market starts to go. So you have an MP Metals, USAR reported last night, so that was a big mover here today as well. And then a nice recovery, I can show you, on the day. But like again, another name that's been real super beat up since the take the government talk, the MP Metals stake and whatnot. LAC probably come back to life as well at some point there. Yeah, down $. This was 8 or 9, I believe, at its highs. So this has obviously come back in. Sorry, scratch that, 10s at its highs. So it's come back in quite nicely and very aggressively as well, right? And then you know, Rags over here, like Dave, Rag, Getty. Shout out to all you Yankee fans there as well. They're down today, but nice battle back. So as the market, well, actually, yeah, battle back from the lows, but actually just where we sort of opened right now. So we opened up down 4%. Must have been 10+% right there.
Because, at one point, probably.
Yeah, you went from $33 open, which was already down 4%, down to $30. So that was down about 14, 15% at one point. They rallied back 10% like SMR did as well. So now we sort of know the playbook, right? Like if you think the market's going to rally, sure, you can go. I trade TQs because triple the leverage. I like it. It's good. Obviously, we're short right now and really raking it right now on this stock. It's a little lower and lows here, but taking those kind of names are also good. And then, you know, the big and the baddest of them all, the NVIDIAs of the world, the AMDs, we know that those can get going as well. That's straight up $8 right there. Looks like we could have done good to short AMD or NVIDIA. I shouldn't say AMD, I'm not on it, but right there, NVIDIA. But we did real good, man.
They're all the same.
Yeah, it's another one right now. Nice. Okay, I'm just going to get because we still have a lot left. Now we have 50% left as we just took an out at 104 right there. Again, man, we put on. So we'll props it up, man. I mean, we talked about going short in this market. We talked about it being possibly top heavy. And there it goes, man, from making $3 right there on Palantir in front of everybody. We go back, put on the Qs trade, and now we're looking at $1 right here for this trade. So net about $3 or $4 here so far this afternoon. But I don't know, man. It's just, I wish the market would continue to hold these instead of go back down to the downside. I'm not a fan of being so bearish sort of here, to be honest.
Bro Jogan just pointed out the VIX. It's not really, you know what, that's why I have a 1 hour chart. I was looking at a higher time frame. Yeah, the VIX is curling too. That's the thing, like you get confluence with like a mean reversion like this with the VIX curling. And if that were to follow through, you know, obviously that'd be bad for the close. Looks like we're not going to, the NASDAQ never had a chance, but the ES is gonna have to do a right turn when these imbalances come out if we're gonna end up green. I'm targeting VWAP because that's the usual for a trend. But you got to remember, with 10, 15 minutes till the imbalances go, I kind of want to cover this before the imbalances come out. I'm not thinking automatically there's going to be buy imbalances, but we have had a couple of rough days in the market. So like part of my brain is telling me you could see some buy imbalances because of that. All sell this morning. There was no buy imbalances. I think it was all sell in the morning. And that DNow's not there anymore. Okay.
Ooh, paired off already.
Well,
I think it'll flip around.
No, that'll be useless because if it's already, I was expecting that to grow. It's supposed to be way bigger than that 2 million, so that might be nothing. But BMNR is still a sell imbalance. So that's the Tom Lee play. It's a hefty sell imbalance.
BMNR?
Yeah, those are the two I'm going to have up outside of we're in SMCI right now. It's going to be BMNR and it's going to be that DNow, which we're expecting a massive buy. But a little bit of a bounce coming in. I'm not reloading this. Either it breaks out, break even, forget about the prior bar because it's already down a full move, or half the move, I should say. So the break even, stop, and then we let it run into VWAP if it can get there. That's for SMCI. And I just realized I had a stop on Apple. I have no idea why. Well, I think I remember why I had that in.
Did you get long at the lows there?
Well, I think what I was going to do in Apple, I'm pretty sure, is I was considering going long off the lows. I actually went long once on Apple, and then ended up being like, that's when you should have gone short. Because Apple started the day relatively strong, and it's going to end the day relatively weak.
Huh.
You can't make it up. When the market was tanking, Apple was ripping, and when the market's ripping, this just further confirms the whole, when AI is weak right now, people feel comfortable about Apple, and vice versa. And it's just like the correlation that's going on. But yeah, you don't want to leave stop orders in. But Apple trying to bounce, market trying to pull back, more of the same. Adara?
Yeah, keep an eye here on this market. I would say look at oil too as well, and any of these oil and gas plays. We have comments coming from Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, saying that Hungary has one U.S. sanction exemption here on Russian energy. So U.S. Going to be giving Hungary an exemption from those Russian oil sanctions, according to Prime Minister of Hungary, who we know met with Trump earlier today. Back to you.
Okay. We don't really check the oil markets too much, but that's a good story for sure. You know, in noticing obviously that this market was trying to bounce back up, we got some more outs there at 30. I'm bidding 21s again as we're trying to. You start to fall back in just a little bit now for the NASDAQ. This is the last sort of spot I took some out. I'm going to take another piece right now out if I can. 36 is okay. Got some more 36s out. I'm also bidding 30s and then into 20s and then hopefully teens as we get a little bit lower. But again, like, watch out for this market. Could blast a little bit higher. We said we would wait until the 21 period average in order to get out, and now it's come all the way back against us. So this is the thing about what I was saying before. If I don't scalp out a little bit right here and I just hold it all for this spot, it's actually like I'd be out right now, right? I'd be flat if I followed that rule, and I would have made not even close to as much as we made on this trade by stopping out. Now, thankfully, like I was saying, we were able to get some out. Now it's against us, but that would have been, you know, not a great area for an all out. So we scalped some out there, and of course we should have got some more out there, but we didn't. So now we just have to wait to see what winds up happening here with this trade. But don't mind the short, but I don't want to take it till we get to 105. So we will average this back in upside in and around this 105 area. I'm going to go like 104.95. So let's just try that, and then our stop can be near the high side. And again, at most we're gonna have one unit. Let's just stop out exactly at that high break. So that's 105.25. So let's go 105.31s. We said we're willing to take about a 30-cent worth of a risk on this. So if we get it, fine. And there we go. See, we don't stop out, and it comes right back out. So pretty good there. I'm wondering about that strategy. I'm gonna do. I mean, I probably won't, but I should do some work here over the weekend and think about, what I'm gonna do. Well, it's not my grandma, so it's my uncle's 65th birthday, and then my grandmother's, not today, over on the weekend, and we're gonna celebrate my grandmother's 95th. But her 95th, she's in an old age home, but that was back in August, actually. So we've already done it, but everyone's gonna be getting together.
95, man.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive, right? So more, man, good genes.
Yeah, 90.
On that one, yeah, my dad's mother lived to, I think it was 97, and this is my mom's mother right now, still kicking. So
You can be old as dirt.
Yeah, so hopefully, and both my parents are still actually, knock on wood, in great.
No, I told my wife, I'm sorry, sweetheart, but like I'm going first. Like just our family histories, and just be prepared.
Yeah,
it's just that's one of those things. No, but it's true. It is one of those.
My
things.
Italian grandmother never drank a day in her life.
Real?
Yeah, never smoked, never did anything. Like, she was pure Catholic. Like, if someone died, she wore black for a week. Like, she went every weekend. They came straight from Italy, right? So my dad's born in Italy. So, but anyways, yeah, great, like Roman Catholic, like hardcore. Like, I think if she was sick, maybe she had like a little shot of brandy or something, but never drank.
Why is it that everybody does that? That's what West Indians do, the same thing. It's the same nonsense.
I think it's because it's like it's the lungs, and you feel like it's.
No, you feel like it's doing something, but you know it ain't. Well, anyways, whatever.
Yeah, it just lets you sleep better, probably.
It's an excuse to have some brandy. Can we just be honest about this for a second?
I would think that's true. Any doctors in the
Well, I mean, I would assume so.
Pescara in it.
S. Samuel tells some family history. My both sides of my family from the island of Antigua, but on my mom's side, like my grandfather, so my mom's dad, they were Portuguese. So like the first Portuguese family on the island, like 1/8 Portuguese or something like that. No, but like both from Antigua. And my side of the family though, like I've said this before, like my mom lost 9 my mom was 9 years old when she lost her mom.
Both your parents were born in Antigua.
Yeah, my dad was 19 when he lost his father. So and then my mom's dad wasn't a part of her life. So like I had one living grandparent that was like everything. So she lived with us for a while. So like it's incredible how the things that things big in your childhood shape you, because I know for a fact that's why I always wanted to live close to my parents when I had a kid. It was non-negotiable because I didn't have grandparents in my life the way that all my friends did. So it was really important. Like, we're gonna be with my parents tomorrow night celebrating my mom's birthday. And anytime Aaron wants to see Grampy or Grammy, like, boom, they'll pick you up from school. They're like 5-minute drive away. Like, it's a huge deal for us. So, don't take any of that crap for granted, man. Like, family first. That's what it's all about. It is, but I'm going to now start to think, that's silly. Now it's literally gone. It might pop back up, but I don't know if I'm going to reload SMCI. I put the stop to break even. It went within a cent and didn't stop out. Okay, that's good, but I don't think it's going to be like a reload situation, kind of in a bullish push. And I did think that overall, I thought we're going to close green. So kind of reloading that and being frisky about it doesn't make sense. As far as BM&R goes, so I know it's a million sell imbalance. This stock is actually breaking out right now, breaking out high of the day. This is going to be counterintuitive, but that kind of makes it a little bit more interesting, the fact that it's a sell imbalance, because it's at a high. Like if this ends up bigger than a million when it comes out in 15 minutes or so, I might just punch short, set a stop at the high of the day and see what happens. But that means it has to come out bigger. And I would not hold an Amex closing print. Like I'd just try to scalp it. That's the idea. I don't think I've ever held an Amex one to the print.
You're interested to see where it goes.
Or NYSE market, whatever. these days.
Okay. Yeah, BMNR at the day's high into a sell imbalance.
Yeah.
So, yeah, about that. All right, so, yeah, we were waiting for 95s, man. The TQs came up to 90 right there. So, piece at 90, and then again at 95, and waiting for that top to blow out. And if it does, we already have our stop in. So we do take some 90s there. Maybe we get a fade into the close, but as Neil just said, we're now 14 minutes away from those imbalances. So Microsoft just hitting some sort of a level here. Let me just go have a quick look as it just approached. Yeah, so the 50-period moving average just came in. And again, I have scanners set up, so e-signal and whatnot, Apple, Microsoft, Qualcomm, Intel. So the scanners are kind of going off on all these tech names here as the NASDAQ is at day's high now, and we go short. So I'm short now. Again, we're short at 90. Okay, so far this is what I mean about what I have to do this. Like if it comes back into this area, 70s, we should take something out. So put a bid here, 75. We'll take out a piece if that can come in, then we'll go a little bit lower to 65, and then we'll hold the rest and see if we can get a bit of more of a push back down in. But, you know, pretty choppy here lately with the futures. You know, choppy. We did have that move down. Shout out to Adam and anybody else who had that as well. But, you know, it did come back up. We just, okay, well, all right. Well, what did I say, 75s? All right, let me put, okay, well, there it is. All right, man, there it is. We got it. We got that, man. So that's a nice move there in for us on the futures. We just shorted it, and it's only 15 pennies, but now 20 pennies down in. Let's see if we get that 65 now. It's kind of just like topping up some of the trades now. See, there it goes, right back up into the 80s again. So I just put another 75. That move down, and just thankful to get that. I mean, look at that. That was a one wick to the downside. All right, enough talk about all of that. What's going Google. Google's been real strong into this move as well, right? Bottom take around 274 today, I believe. Yep, 275, almost exactly. Back up into 280. We'll see if that can wind up holding. There goes the TQs. We just got another 75 fill there. That was good. Amazon, I tried to short this. Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Okay. Not just the move up, but okay, Sean.
Damn, Amazon.
Good out. Right there as we get out of that short. And look, shorted, man, VWAP.
Damazon.
Amazon, yeah, Damazon. That's a good one, Neil. Nice move to the high side right there. Bullish much? Is that turned around? And again, just tried the short. We're wrong. Get out. So you don't bleed through. You know, sometimes it's easy. It looks easy anyway. It's definitely not easy to actually execute. But that was a pretty good play right there. But Amazon on one as this Mag 7 name continues to kick. Oracle's the one that's been beat up the most. I know it's not a Mag 7, but this is down to 237. I got out nearly $100 ago on this trade. And it's just been, it was right here, this little blip right there. Wondering when it's time to buy this thing back. Oracle is getting taken to the slaughterhouse every single day. We don't even have like a green day up.
I wouldn't want that one until I'm sure like NVIDIA saying.
I mean,
not
wow.
Not Oracle.
Just a huge move.
Because
down.
it still has that support level from when they gave that crazy guide, right? Like it was like the canary in the coal mine, that last move up on Oracle. The fact that nobody wanted to buy the dip in that stock when they were the ones getting all the money from OpenAI, that's not the one, I don't think. But it's easy enough to say because yeah, whatever. I'm not even sure I want that one as a dip buy unless it does something a little bit more extreme.
Yeah.
I feel like there's going to be really good AI.
And I'm just in it from so low, so selling it up there was. Just
it's because it's like a four horseman. Like it's the kind of thing you probably own for a real time. Like I'll buy IBM dip before that. Not that it's in the same space. 10 minutes to go to the imbalances. Okay, I've seen enough people type this one in the chat. I don't know if I reload this. I've seen enough people type in Beyond Meat in the chat. It is making a move. It just feels like a little bit of a dead cat bounce. You know, like it got close enough to $1 to try to hold a buck. I think it was 1 day away from like one more day, and I was going to try to long off $1. 112, not quite close enough, but it's trying to go. This will be the first time, knock on wood, a lot can happen in 20 minutes. This could be the first time this actually closes holding a bounce since, well, okay, there's nothing on the 15-minute. On the daily, there you go. So it'll be October 21st. And this entire down move, it has been unable to close anywhere near the highs. And of course, as I say that, goes down, so I'm sorry about that. It's just you can't really hold these Beyond Meat bounces. You can't. You get a bid on Beyond Meat, take the money and run. You get your 10%, you get your 20%, whatever it gives you. You see that topping, take a handle and run for the hills. Seriously, like I was just trying to give it props, and the stock dropped like right in front of me.
Yeah, sorry, the stock does not appreciate you giving props, but
well, it's because it's a terrible stock.
Try to hate on the Nasdaq here as we're short.
It's a terrible stock.
Yeah, so there it goes right into here. We just cover more again as we did average it in, right? So we do have a good position on now for the TQ. Still that 1 unit. We were on 1 unit. We put on again. So it's not, like into here still 1 unit. Like we'll use 3 or 4. Pretty much my max, and we have those on generally speaking in the morning on something. So that's what we're doing right now. Just watching out these futures, and I think there could be a fall. So yeah, I'm gonna continue to watch this. I'm bidding some 65. Okay, I mean I can. It's not going to sound very humbling, but these were good trades, man. Like we just shorted the top a couple times and over again, and making that money. So pretty good move here. Yeah, Marissa, if you're watching, drink some wine. There it goes. Nice move in the downside here. We're waiting for 65s now. What you got over there, Derek? She's chuckling, so might be Trump related.
You would be correct, Sean. But imagine what it is about, because this is, I didn't really see this one coming. Hormel Foods is one stock you can look at for this story, HRL. This is the first one that I found, but look at packing related stocks, because President Trump announcing via a Truth Social post that he's asking the Department of Justice to, quote, begin an investigation into the meatpacking companies who are driving up the price of beef through illicit collusion, price fixing, and price manipulation. And this goes back as well to he said this quite a lot, especially in recent weeks, this dichotomy here with the ranchers and the pricing of the food. He says the ranchers are being unfairly blamed for the pricing of meat, and he thinks that the meatpacking companies could have something to do with that. So he wants them investigated by the DOJ. HRL, not liking this story, not very much. Anyway, back to you.
They don't like it. Tyson Foods is hating it right now. This stock doesn't move like that. You don't look. I know it's not that much, but like Tyson just does not move that way very often. It's a very boring stock that just got very interesting for all of the wrong reasons, unfortunately. So I don't know if there's a buy the dip opportunity there. Never owned it, never traded it, but yeah, Tyson's the one move. I think on that story. I just flipped to the name in the space that I know, and that's the first one that came to mind. Hormel, of course. I just heard in my ear now. Finally, I don't know. You were in your ear before. I didn't even hear it. So only about 5 minutes to go. I might just take this out. It won't stop out, but it won't break this level here. Like I'm looking to break this level and get a little bit lower so we can take another leg down on SMCI, but it just seems like it wants to break out that top. So I might just exit that trade and have a look at that BMNR, because I just feel like that's going to be active. So there it is. I actually just let the stop run at break even. And go Bills. I actually did like the chicken adobo. It
was good.
It was quite good. Right? The only complaint was the serving. We had the salad lunch. The serving was a little smaller than the salad lunch, which was.
You can always go get more, of course.
Yeah, but I ended up not really needing it, to be honest. But
it's good.
There was enough of other stuff. So I'm going to have eyes on BMNR with that. Still a sell imbalance of 1 million. D now's back there at 2. Keep in mind, D now's supposed to be much bigger than this 2. If this comes out as 2, no trade. If this comes out as 10, probably punch long if I'm fast enough. But the algos will be all over that. And BMNR, I just can't imagine. It's up 8% with a million sell. If that does come out larger than a million sell, it might be a chance to grab a quick short. Like I just go stop at high of the day and then punch whatever I can get within reason.
Out Grant. Yeah, it did. It popped through. So there it goes, popped through on that one. We did put some extra on to have that 1 unit again, but we did as it came back there. So it did pop through that 105.20, whatever the day's high was, 26 or something we put the order in. Or 31, I think maybe it was. So it does pop through there. It's now coming back in, but with only 4 minutes until imbalances, I'm not going to reload anything as far as these trades are concerned. So we are going to have to just sort of wait to see what happens here on that, as I hear Dara doing something over there. But so I'm going to wait on it all until we get either a big move on these imbalances, which I don't really think is in store here. We do have some action, as we had talked about before. We have BMNR is gone now on the imbalances, but that D now is now back here, TD Bank. And as of 350, the NAS, now it's coming back in. The NAS, that's too bad, man. I stopped that at basically the high again. Oh, that's too bad. What is that high? It just ran that, and I thought I was giving it a little bit of room, but I guess not. Well, we got out at 31. It looks like the 38 there. Oh, that's too bad. Because this is about where we were short. It's not like we were going to make a whole bunch of money on that or anything, but it would have been nice to make something. There it goes on that. Ford, BBAI, still with a sell. Again, we're waiting for earnings on the. That's Monday. So Monday after hours, we should get BBAI earnings, and we'll be able to see what that does on that after hours report. So BBAI down today, 0.7. It's been a bleed for them from 9 to 5. So again, we've already, we got ours out. We're long at 420 or so. We got 550, 650. No, we got 550, 650. We got 50 cents every time. I don't think we took 550. Was 650, 850, something like that on the way back up. That was a good one. And we're not reloading anything on Big Bear. We're going to wait to see what happens.
Report Monday.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, so they're going to report Monday night, and we'll get some Big Bear AI information. That happens, and we're still long in case it's a decent report. So, all right, Adara with more news.
Of news here. So keep an eye on the market, because now we have Senator Thune, who is part of the leadership of the Republican Party. He's saying that the Democrat proposal is, quote, not close to what needs to be done. So we have yet another representative here from the Republican Party saying, hey, we don't like this proposal from the Democrats to end it down. So once again, these shutdown ending hopes are pretty up in the air. I also have to mention Visa. Wall Street Journal reports that Samsung is in advanced talks with Barclays to launch a consumer credit card in the U.S. Now, why does Visa come into this? Because apparently Visa is in talks to be the network on Samsung's U.S. credit card. So again, Samsung a Visa-backed credit card here with Barclays. Back to you.
Yeah. So just BMN a buy of 1 million. So it went from a sell to now a buy, which is kind of flips the idea on its head. I don't think I'm taking this, because the idea would have been have a stop at the high of the day, come and just kind of punch through with a tight stop. But if it's a buy at the high of the day, I'm not a huge fan of that at all. So I'm not going to touch this one as long as it's a buy and balance. D now hopefully just ends up as something, or maybe there's no other trade for the last 10 minutes here. You never know.
Yeah, no.
Ford.
Sad face me, because now they're below 105. Damn it. That's too bad that we don't have that. Okay, now we are moments away. We can see what's going on with App. That stupid TQs, man. That's too bad. It'll probably run at the end of the day. I really kind of hope it does run at the end of the day. So we're going to get ready just for a little bit of. I'm going to make sure that we only watch the NASDAQ and New York. So just a couple more minutes until those imbalances start to come through. Apple, we didn't understand why that was so low. It just bounced up $1.50. So that's a nice trade there for anybody that's out for Apple stock right now. So nice move to the high side there. Damn, come on. So there it goes. Nice move down. So yeah, we got stopped out there. It's too bad, because this is where we averaged in. Oh man, right back in again. So we got stopped out at the high of the day. We're going to be sad about it, but a rule is a rule. So we'll figure that out right. So yeah, Erie Pages, yeah, Wagyu. Yeah, I've had Wagyu before, and my family would love.
Someone's punching short level on BMNR right now.
I'm not even watching.
Right before the came out, someone just hit every 5 pennies, and they probably just entered about 40 or 50,000 shares short, an average price of 25. So I don't know what it means, but if this one comes out of sell, I want to know what they know. We'll give it 3 or 4 seconds. It was a sell, then it was a buy, and I don't even. D now is
must be buys.
D now is small buy. That's nothing big. D is a 1.9 million buy. SOLS is a 2 million buy. Rigetti is 1.6 million to the buy. That's a big one. I actually don't see BMNR on here anywhere. Apple's a buy as well, so it looks like it's all buy side. At least all the big names are buy side. Don't have the entire. Yeah, we don't have the market. We don't have the market, but suffice to say the market's probably a buy if NVIDIA and Apple are to the buy side. Rigetti actually stands out more than anything else at 1.6. million, but it's not even moving. So kind of a nothing burger there. That's a decent size for Rigetti, but it doesn't end up moving on that. And SOLS, I can't say that I am familiar with. Solstice, not really moving either. So kind of a nothing burger on the imbalances. Okay. Just message me.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, he doesn't need them. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not taking it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So there's souls there. So just and then yeah, BMNR continues to make new highs right now. Not even on the imbalance locator anymore. And if it is, it's going to. I don't even see it. But continues with the buy. You know, this is like I was just cursing, but you know, like this is what happens on those imbalances, right? We were just like I was just like, oh my god, we could have made like a decent grip there on the way down, and then the imbalances came out. That was what spiked that to the downside, and then all of a sudden, in that very 1 minute later, you make that move right back into these highs. So that's why it's very dangerous to trade these. Oh, Rigetti with a buy. Okay, that's nice to see. There's AAL. Again, we talked about possibly on government shutdown talk that if it does reopen, that's going to be good for the airlines. Rounded about 10% of the flights in those 40 major airports yesterday due to air traffic controllers just being overworked and obviously underpaid. They're not paid anything right now, so that's a problem. Ethereum, ETHA catches a sell into the close, but you could see a nice 4% day up there, 5% day for Ethereum, and roughly 4% or so for Bitcoin, because when we looked at that earlier today, it was 100 flat or so when we opened the market. So you're up to 104 or so on Bitcoin as we continue higher. Will everything get green today? Hello. So
ES has a chance.
Yes, they're saying yes, let's go bulls. So right now it's very heavily favored to yes. So I would say now probably it's still up in the air with only 0.1 before we get green. So on the market, and we'll just continue to watch. Is this D now? Oops, there's souls. I was just saying, is D now doing anything?
It just paired.
It just paired. So it was a buy. Did it just fall on that pairing? A little bit, yeah. So it's a good move there for. Oh, and now it's all the way back up. Who knows what the stock is doing as it's still there, and Rigetti's still there. Buy. So watch out for some action here into the close on Rigetti.
And whether you're trading Rigetti or D or BMNR for too long, that trading meant risking your own money or just simply not having enough to start or enough to start. That's a problem for a lot of traders. That fear of losing kept a lot of people on the sideline, but that is changing. Why? Because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code right now and get 10% off your first evaluation. And then part of trading is knowing when not to trade. So DNOW, nothing burger, BMNR, nothing burger as well. That's Souls, I don't really know, and kind of a quiet end. What was interesting about that BMNR, I think somebody was anticipating that there was going to be a sell imbalance. That was that candle. They were just like short, and then it came out as nothing, and I guess there was enough liquidity that you could have just covered almost, whatever. I'm sure the trader couldn't have made any money, whomever was doing it, and it did look like someone was punching short. But that's why sometimes these are just a trade. And we talk about this all the time. Like, you know, that's a strategy. The IPOs are a strategy that when they're big, but you got to know a lot of times when not to take the IPO open print. I feel like these closed trades are the same thing. You know, you're ready to kind of hit it, but if it's not there, you shouldn't do anything. And if I see the stock drop $1, then who cares? It never really gave much of an opportunity. What is absolutely wild, though, is maybe that this correlation that we're seeing with like the NASDAQ or like the AI and Apple, I don't know if it's going to hold next week, but it is worth paying attention to because I just find it so interesting that when you were making the bottom in the market, the NASDAQ, we're going to go green, but the NASDAQ made its bottom about 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock, that's right when Apple was breaking uptrend and heading to the downside. And it neither one reversed. Like Apple trended down the rest of the day and the market goes, you have the key?
This one? Yeah, you just did it there. I was gonna go this way. I was just waiting for the ES to go. Oh no! Shoot.
Oh my God.
Oh, it just went zeros. I'm waiting for it to go 0-1 up right now. So here's the ES right here, plus minus.
There it is.
Nope.
Oh, it's flat.
No, it's flat. Doesn't matter. Gotta go green.
Isn't flat. Tie goes to the.
There it is.
Tie goes to the Bulls.
Oh no, it just went back down again.
Tie goes to the Bulls.
Yeah, tie does not go to. They kind of falefe there on that
That's
slide.
so mean.
Damn it.
I hate that
we're
play.
like one sack fly away in Game 6, Game 7. We're one ground ball away. We are one anything away. And those guys in the Dodgers, man, what were they? What was Paez or whatever?
Paez.
And what's his name playing so short there? Kiki Hernandez.
You know what? John Boy had a take on the whole lead of Kiner Falefa. John Boy was wrong. I have a ton of respect for him.
Who?
John Boy, the other guy that does he's on like YouTube and stuff, and he does like the like highlights of sports.
Yeah, what was he
and
saying?
he's just like lip reading, making an argument about how you're trying not to get picked off by the catcher, like back pick.
Oh, by the catcher.
And I'm like, you've never played baseball before, like.
The catcher's not throwing that with the winning run on third.
That's one, but two, it is very easy to guard against that. Like I learned to guard against that when I was 12 years old because my coach was, you were scoring on every single wild pitch. So you take a one-way secondary lead, and if the ball's not in the dirt, and the batter doesn't swing, you plant and are turning back. Even if there's no play, you're turning and running back because you're just getting a good secondary. You'll never get backpicked if you use that technique in every major league. So John Boy was wrong about that, but I love John Boy. The guy's awesome. There was a super chat also as well. We should probably get.
I have no idea what that. But yeah, that's. I mean, when I'm. Same thing, man. It's like get ready to steal home.
There you go. That was Mr. Vargas.
Oh yeah, I did. Thank you and have a great weekend.
Oh, my bad. I saw
no, it wasn't on the here yet. So there it is. Thank you there.
Mr. Vargas.
Is that Mexican pesos? MX there? Thank you so much, Mr. Vargas. That is very kind of you.
I love that we get so many different currencies. It's cool.
Have a great.
Very cool.
Have a great weekend, everybody. There's only 2 minutes left. Join Adara, and it should be Steve Tileman.
Steve.
I believe, from Trade the Pool.
Where the heck did my poppy go? What the heck?
I don't know, disrespecting your Remembrance Day like that?
Literally fell.
Yeah, that's why my poppy's missing the little pistol in the middle because it keeps on falling off. I can't locate it.
And no one told me?
But I can just put like a little piece of black tape there, I was thinking. But they're off on, as soon as Remembrance Day hits, they're actually supposed to come off at 11:11. So 11:11 in the morning is when you'll hear on the 11th.
Yes.
So that's what we do here in Canada. Poppies grow in Flanders Field there. So you guys can look that up, why Canadians do support our tree.
But I think everyone does the moment of silence, right? Like we do the moment of silence,
just,
you guys do the
think,
moment of silence.
In the United States, it's not, you guys don't reference it as Remembrance Day.
No, it's the same concept.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, literally the same concept.
Exactly the same.
All right, 6 minutes to go. Right now, 1 minute to go right now in the market, and Rigetti making those moves. Let's see if there is anything left on this. So we can look at this together. I mean, I don't know what DNOW is going to do. It's not really doing too much. There's not that much liquidity here, but 3 million shares. It's only done 6 on the day. So Opendoor came with a little bit of a sell there.
Oh, what?
But that's not doing too much. It's done 205 million. So when you have a million shares there, it's not, SMR, yeah. So I bought one stock today, and we're 40 cents in the money. Sell. Nah,
you didn't
I just bought a couple grand worth. I did not buy.
What was that?
Let me guess. Joe's still here. Joe, what are you doing here, my guy? I mean, this guy's always out. Get out of here, man. In your hockey game tonight. I know he's playing tonight, so pot a couple there for the boys. That'd be nice. All right, man. Only
knock somebody out.
No, don't be too aggressive, man. I don't want Joe to get hurt himself. You know, I'd rather him just get some goals over here.
I'm pretty sure he's
do the Austin match, snipe a bunch of goals and whatever.
Shoot. Oh.
Okay, so you are hitting people. Okay, yeah, Darcy Tucker. Yeah, good one. Good two-way player there. 2 and 1.
Shoot. What the countdown was?
That's good news, man. Congratulations to everybody. The market. And I'm going to say it's actually, I don't want to say healthily green because it's only up 0.1, but considering what we had to go through today, that's a very nice right there. NASDAQ, wow. The NASDAQ was down 2%, man, at its lows. 24.7. We close at 25.2. So there it is, man. The NASDAQ, as if it just sneezed today, only down 2.6. I'm exhausted. Plans for the weekend? Oh, you said your mom's birthday.
It's my mom's birthday today, and we have like
tomorrow,
a yeah. We'll celebrate tomorrow, and then there's like the fall hike for guides.
Oh yeah, you mentioned
guides. So that'll be like it's sometime early in the morning. It'll be nice.
Gosh.
And then hopefully a Buffalo Bills. Hopefully, I mean
They
the Bills
have,
are gonna crush
Carolina.
No, Miami.
We're on Carolina in the Survivor.
No, we're taking Carolina.
Yeah, I know, but the Bills have somebody. Oh, it's Miami.
They're playing Miami. It's a wash.
Isn't that amazing? At least now, look, I want the Bills. Obviously, the Bills are going to make the playoffs, but you know, New England at least competitive in that division. I mean, I think.
I don't want that to be true.
No, I know, but the Jets are a nightmare. As
who
are
playing
the Dolphins.
No, we're on.
We're on. I told you, Panthers.
Who are they? Who? Are they? Oh, the Saints. Yeah, that's an easy.
Yeah. So Neil and I have two. So we started with 12 teams,
12
I think,
teams.
and we. 2 left in the Survivor pool.
But that's slightly better than everybody else.
It's still pretty bad. We are ready to go with the Panthers at home against the Saints.
Yeah.
The 5-4 Carolina Panthers and third-year QB Bryce Young look to take down 1-8 Saints.
Tyler Show.
With Tyler Show.
And a wash.
Olave and a washed-up Alvin Kamara. So
Alvin Kamara is one of my favorite players of all time. He's
done so well for so long, right?
It's so bad. He had like one.
They should have. Why did they just trade the guy?
He doesn't want to be. He actually said,
good.
"I get traded, I'll retire."
Yeah, and
he'd rather retire on the Saints losing than like go to the Chiefs and.
My Packers have the reigning Super Bowl champions, Philadelphia Eagles, on Monday night.
That's the sick game, but well.
Now Jordan Love's not playing that well. I
no Kraft.
I think, yeah. I think the Packers will be fine.
Nice. Enough.
All right, let's go. Adara is at the table, wants us to get over there. So let's go over. Adara solo on tonight. Right, have a great weekend.
Yes.
Thanks, Fabian, everybody today. Obi, thank you very much for everything and for chipping in on this show as well and for the midday. Thanks, Brendan, Ramin, Andre, changing over. Oh yeah, Andre's got to get out of here. He's like, wrap this thing, my guy. And a big thanks, of course, to Adara one more time. And thanks, Randy, for the coffees, even though he kind of screwed them up. That was really nice of him to do that.
Fine.
Yeah, no, it was all good. We got to
the
split
protein
it.
coffee was fine.
Yeah. It's all good. All right, thanks, everybody. Out till Monday.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much for sticking here with me for the market recap on Friday. What I want to know, guys, is what questions do you have for our friend Steve Tileman of Trade the Pool? Put them in the chat. If you have questions for me, too, put them in the chat and make sure to tag me at Adara LePage, Adara. Drop that in there, and I'll say a quick hi in the chat so you guys can see my name and you can know who to tag, because I want to cover everything you guys want to cover. Guys, it's a Friday. Do we have earnings? No, I think Viasat's reporting, but if I see anything, I'll let you know. And we already have news on Salesforce. So CRM here set to acquire Spindle AI. This deal is expected to close in Q4 26, and this will expand the company's AI capabilities and integrating advanced automation tools into its platform. So with the deal, keep an eye on that. Is the selling is the selling over, says B. I mean, we'll have to find out, truthfully. I think, as Obi always says, sometimes the reason for the market dropping is there's just more sellers than there were buyers. To go up because there's more buyers than sellers. And sentiment can be a big part of that. But I do want to mention here, if I may, the reason that we had this rally, at least part of the reason we had the, I think, extension and the extension of the rally heading in to the close today. Now, it has to do with the shutdown. This is my infographic showing the previous 5 major shutdowns over the last 30 years. Now, of course, the one we've had that we're currently in has surpassed all of these in length. It is now over the 35-day threshold. But the point here is generally the market has gone up, right? It's gone up every time during the shutdown. So again, we'll have to see what the end performance is once the shutdown ends. But we thought it was going to maybe end today, because we had Chuck Schumer, who is, of course, the minority Senate leader here on behalf of the Democrat Party, and also some other reports from Reuters suggesting that the Democrats plan, they went to the table, they said, hey, if we extend these ACA or Affordable Care Act subsidies for 1 year, then we will vote and we'll end the shutdown. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like this plan is going to go through. We had Senator Thune, Republican, part of the Republican leadership there for the Senate. He said, no, thank you. We had a Senate aide for the Republican Party saying their proposal was, quote, dead on arrival. People do not end this shutdown on those terms. But it was pretty good here for names like CNC, HUM, OSCR. We had a lot of moves into the close with that news, I guess probably around like 2:45, 3 p.m. in these health insurance names, because of course the Affordable Care Act is within that realm. SDX1 asking where I got it from winners, but guys, I don't want questions about my top. I want questions about, is this the market top? No, but all jokes aside, ask me about the market. You can ask me about trading, ask me about news. I want to be here and answer your questions. Drop System asking me to ask Steve about Hood. Someone else, I believe Dinkelberg, asked about MP. I think those are both really valid questions for I'm going to make sure I answer those for you guys. I want to talk about another piece, though, of shutdown-related news, and it has to do with our friends, the airlines. Now, this infographic, which, like all of them, you can find on X at TTV Research. DAL, this just shows their annual revenue, but Delta is one of these airlines, like a lot of these American airlines, including, quite literally, American Airlines, United Airlines, Southwest. They all are going to have to cut their by 10% effective 6 a.m. on November 14th, and that is because of the shutdown. We're going to have to cut air capacity. We don't have the air traffic controllers, so there are some issues there, and that is potentially why here these airlines are certainly going to be on watch. And then we had Sean Duffy, who is, of course, the DOT Secretary, Department of Transportation Secretary. He said, hey, we might even need to cut these flights by 20%. And they haven't done the 10% cut yet. So be aware, guys, I absolutely think these airlines are going to be on watch. William Knight asking if there's any reasons that AAL was resilient even with the market pulling back. And I felt the same way because I saw this chart again in relation to the shutdown story, and I was a bit confused as well. Honestly, I think it was the one that I saw getting named the most. They were announcing these cuts. So maybe potentially that's what it had to do with. Truthfully, I am not sure, but I will say of all the that is the only ticker that I saw tagged today and repeatedly on X. So it could have just been exposure for AAL. But again, at that point, that is me speculating. Are traders just using AI now to trade? Leandra, that is not a comment that I even know the answer to. I'm sure some traders use AI. And I think, honestly, there's a lot of different ways you can incorporate AI, right? And people who are looking at coding, for example, or, using AI to help come up with systems to review your trades. So there's a lot of different aspects to trading, and I think that is certainly worth noting. Hypercube with the question of the year, how is the shutdown affecting tilapia prices? To my knowledge, it isn't, but I will talk about food, though, and food prices, because I want to talk about this here with Hormel and TSN, because President Trump of the US goes here on Truth. Let's see if I can pull up the post for us real quick, and he says, hey, people who are packing meat, these companies, we don't like how you are hurting our ranchers. Our ranchers have to have these prices, and we don't like it, right? There's illicit collusion, there's price fixing, there's price manipulation. I'm quoting him on all three of those. So here's the truth. He said, hey, DOJ, investigate them now. So keep an eye on that. And of course, he always ends it with thank you for your attention to this matter. So we are giving our attention to this matter here on the market recap show for Trader TV. So again, thank you guys so much for being here with us. We got a couple of minutes before we bring in Steve Talman, but we're chilling. And we're going to take some time to participate in Hydration Nation. So cheers to everyone. You're not supposed to cheers water, but who cares? It's a Friday. Cheers, everyone. Take a sip of that water and type in your questions for me or for Steve. Thank you, Trump. Okay, water has been sipped. Water has been sipped. And we're going to talk here about some of these earnings because we had so many, I believe 17 earnings names here, guys, were on my personal calendar for last night. And I know a lot of them were on the watch list, but we couldn't possibly cover all of them. I want to talk about Opendoor. Kaz Najarian, new CEO, this was his first report as CEO of the company because of the ouster of Carrie Wheeler. Of course, in mid-August, we know she wasn't liked by any of these retail shareholders or some people who were involved in the company. But we have Kaz Najarian. He seems to be pretty well received. Unfortunately, this earnings report was not initially so well received. So here's what we were looking for. We were looking for revenue of 851, almost 852 million. They absolutely crushed those earnings. And EPS here, slightly larger than loss per share. So revenue beat, but sales miss. And guys, they are actually guiding better than expected revenue for the next quarter. Although I will say Opendoor, just a friendly hint. I saw the super chat, but I just want to finish this point first. With regards to Opendoor, why would you call your earnings report an open house? Because I didn't even realize you released earnings right away because it didn't say report, it said open house. So, hey, Kaz and No, don't, maybe not. But I will take a moment to absolutely answer a question from Ian Rispetto. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Hi, Adara. Hi, Ian Rispetto. Any buys during the recent dip? So I think I've mentioned this before. I do a lot of my stuff through a financial advisor. So give me a call and we'll talk stuff. The most recent thing I remember having a call about was Zscaler, and that was back in May. So since then, nothing new there. I know that's a super boring answer, but I'm lucky enough to have that access, and that's how I do things. That being said, I have considered dabbling in swing trades specifically. It's a Friday, guys, sorry. So if I do that, then I'll keep you guys posted. Ian Rispetto also asking for a Unity. So I don't know if I did that right, but go. And thank you again for that $5 super chat from Ian Rispetto. Let's talk about some of these other earnings names too. And I do also really quickly want to give a shout out for Opendoor for almost getting to green, because that was impressive. You know what? And I'll have to check this before I say this. I don't think got back to green was our friend XYZ. And actually, you know what? This rallied really nicely. So I might have to eat my words. No, I won't. They're still down 7% today. So here's Block. XYZ, here's their CEO, Jack Dorsey, also on Twitter for quite a time. So Block, unfortunately, once again, did not beat estimates. They missed estimates. As you guys can see on this handy infographic, last quarter they missed estimates too. So this is becoming a really sour point for XYZ, their inability to post better than expected earnings. And guys, it's interesting too, when I was looking for the numbers for this report, one of the things I kept seeing was calls for Jack Dorsey to resign. So people on social media, maybe understandably, are not a huge fan of what this individual is doing here with this company. And when I say this individual, I mean he's the co-founder. I'm not trying to hate on him, but I'm just saying social media certainly is, and they have some concerns about his issues with how he's running the company. So again, guys, please tag me with more questions. What is in the water is just water. I see some people asking about what is in the water, but it's water. And it's a Friday. We're going to drink that water. Do you think Alibaba will do well in the upcoming report, says Cami? I honestly don't. Again, I'm not the type of person where I super love speculating on stuff. I think Alibaba's robotics push is interesting. Their CEO seems quite savvy. We're going to have to see if he can pull it out. But I mean, I do want to talk about another CEO, Max Levchin, CEO of Affirm Holdings and also part of the PayPal mafia way back when. So shout out to him. Affirm did actually have better than expected earnings, but their guidance was a little bit tepid. So AFRM, maybe not affirming a lot of people's hope in the future, though this quarter did again beat estimates. And I'm going to do one more earnings review for you guys. DraftKings, which are unfortunately, I think, the kings of short sellers lately, and I don't say that lightly. It's like every time we get a good catalyst for DraftKings, we sell off. And the earnings for this were super mixed. We're not even going to talk about that. I think with DraftKings, the bigger thing now is to talk about the context around this company. One of the biggest things for DraftKings is selling off every time any other company had positive news with regards to prediction markets. DraftKings realizes, hey, we've taken an L here. We should, make more M's, to shout out 21 Savage, and acquire a prediction market. And if you look at their Q2, so their last quarter earnings report, they were already saying they were looking into these prediction market acquisitions. So that was their plan. They execute on said plan with their acquisition of Railbird. But that still doesn't even really appease the market. ESPN deal doesn't appease the market. It seems like there's nothing Jason Robbins and his team can do to cheer up these investors. Nobody's betting on DraftKings right now. It is a bit unfortunate. I don't try to say that lightly, but I just want to go over here this report. And I think with this one, you have to talk about the context. Why is Drake overrated? This is, Will, I love your question. Probably not the format for it, but you can listen to Euphoria by Kendrick Lamar. You can listen to Meet the Grahams by Kendrick Lamar, and you can listen to Not Like Us by, drumroll please, Kendrick Lamar. I think he, obviously he's going to make those points a lot better than I am, so I will leave it at that. And we're going to end there. And I will say this, I was a huge Drake fan as a kid. I still listen to some Drake. I listen to him today, actually, so I'm not a total hater. I just massively, massively, massively prefer. So let's talk here about what's on top for next week. And again, if you're like, hey, Adara, how do you have this? What is Exit TTV Research? That's how you can get your own copy. And I have a daily one for Monday too. So please out, guys, Monday morning, we got Barrick, we got Instacart, we got Monday.com. And side note, I Monday's, adherence to branding by always releasing their earnings report on a Monday. Then after the market closes, we get Sean's favorite BBAI. We've got CoreWeave, Rigetti, Plug Power. Tuesday, we're going to get Beyond Meat and Oklo, two retail favorites. Wednesday, we've got Circle. And we have ON, and Cisco coming through after the close. We'll see if that one dumps like a truck or if they can put out a better than expected report. And Thursday morning, we have Disney, a house. Hi, Bob. I mean, I guess, you know, traders will be saying hi, Bob, to Disney after that report. We've got some Chinese ADRs in the morning, and we have, after the close, we've got Red Cat drone play that was moving up higher today with this drone talk with regards to the U.S. government. And then last but not least, Friday, only two names, but these are both pretty heavy hitters, specifically in the retail space. We've got American BTC, or ABTC. There is some Trump family involvement in this name. There is also some Hut 8 involvement in this name. And then we have QCI is quantum computing. That's their logo, but it's not their ticker. Their ticker is QUBT. So QUBT reporting out Friday could be some heavy hitting plays, even though they're maybe not the plays that we would expect to be the most exciting here. Yeah, this is, I think another story to keep an eye on is the ongoing back and forth tete-a-tete with China over these chips. Now, I've always said I think that all this back and forth is more or less a little useless and pointless until we get a concession from one or the other side. Right now, we still have China saying we want to make our own chips and do our own innovations. We still have the U.S. saying, hey, no, we don't. We kind of want to send chips, but not that badly. And then we have NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang saying, hey, guys, I've been telling you for years, if we don't give China these chips, they're just going to make their own and they might beat us. So really interesting stuff there. But in a minute, I think we're going to moments hear from our friend Steve Talman at Trade the Pool. So keep putting those in the chat. And guys, guess what? You can put them in the chat while talking because he's here. Thank you very much and give a warm welcome to Steve Talman over there at Trade the Pool. I don't have the button. So we're going to do this transition into Steve Talman. Thank you so much for being here today, Steve. How are you doing today?
Hey, Dara, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, always awesome to do this on a Friday. And wind down actually was a pretty crazy week of trading. Lots of earnings names on watch, lots of news. What were some of the things that you were trading this week, or some things that maybe you missed out on?
Well, let's see. I was watching the indices pretty closely. Probably like everybody, it was pretty tough being an individual lead momentum name holder. So I took a lot of stop outs on things. It was not a fun week if you were a holder of any of, for example, nuclear names. This is one that I tried. I tried right in this area in the beginning of the week, thinking it would hold this nice. Really, that one didn't work out. So if you were in any of these momentum names, I think it was a pretty tough week, but we are seeing promise now. So what I'm really excited to trade going into next week is a lot of these setups that have really gotten a nice flush out to the downside.
Yeah, it's an interesting look for sure. And I think with that downside, we know we had a bit of a recovery later in the day with hopes that this shutdown is over, though those hopes were like almost immediately dashed. Is this something where, I know if you're going to be maybe more technical, not something you're going to necessarily work out, but do you listen to the noise or do you just block it out and wait to see if your trade is still valid? Like, I guess, are you focusing on technicals or are you maybe considering these elements as well?
You always have to consider these macro events, and it's tough to be a purely technical trader when there's so much noise out there, like you're saying. So I think it's down to kind of striking a happy medium. In general, I am a technical trader, so I always lean to that, and I expect my emotions to be unreliable in situations like this. So based on that, I do think that we are still bullish. I do think that that despite it not being fun, it was probably correct to hold most of the positions like I did. So, for me, it was kind of a very slow week because I'm just sitting here and waiting for the actual thesis to be denied, and that hasn't occurred yet. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, it was certainly like a very patient week, that's for sure. You want to talk about a name that had earnings this week, and Drop Systems in our chat is asking about it as well. Robinhood. Was this one that you were watching? What were your thoughts on this? I know pre-market it was like super underwhelming, but nice recovery today.
Yeah, I think this is another name where it was running so hot. It's such a nice momentum name that there were a lot of people looking for a reason to kind of de-risk. So whenever you have a binary event like, we'll see these kind of breaks of structure. But at the same time, when you zoom out, it really isn't all that bad. It's still holding this kind of general flag here. And I think what we should really just keep in mind is that on a longer term perspective, we are still just moving up in a series of higher highs and higher lows. So I wouldn't be worried if you're a long holder here at all.
Yeah, and with that in mind, I actually saw this like almost right before we did this recap, and I want to ask for your thoughts on this with regards to, I guess, longer term versus shorter term. Palantir, another name that reported this weekend. I was already seeing people saying, oh, we're in a correction on Palantir. It's down 10% from the highs, or at least the time that was published, which I think was earlier today. So what are your thoughts on PLTR? I guess kind of the same idea as Robinhood. We've run up. Maybe we're pulling back a bit.
Yeah, so this is another great example of these previous cycle leaders, these momentum leaders, that they always assume that the top is in. And, I remember this same narrative, way back here in this spike in February. And similarly, when it, gapped up and gapped down in August. So in general, you can't bet against these names. Maybe there will be new leaders emerging and you can get some better mileage out of it. But again, if you're long-term bullish on Palantir, which I would assume most people are, don't be scared. It just retested this upward ascending trend line and is saying, hey, we still have buyers at this volume node here.
Yeah, I have a couple other audience questions too that I'd love to give to you. So Go Bill's asking how your thoughts are on GLW now or Corning, because I know this is one that you discussed a couple weeks ago. So is this still a name you're watching? What are your thoughts on it now?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad we're talking about it, actually. So this is one of the names that's been the most resilient. It's just such a tight chart. It's just holding the structure very cleanly while the market does, much wilder moves. This is a name that is going to be key in the next step of playing the AI cycle, I believe. So this is actually good timing because this is what I'll be talking about on my webinar in about 15, 20 minutes. We'll be talking about how to play like the kind of picks and shovels infrastructure aspect of AI, like Corning here, who makes the fiber optics cables. And I think this one has a lot of room. And on a longer term perspective, it has targets at all-time highs up at about 114 that I think are very likely to hit pretty soon.
Yeah, certainly make sure to follow Steve over to that after we're done here. That is for sure. I've had a couple questions here in the chat as well, most recently from Carl Gruen asking about Webull. So BULL, I believe they're set to report in mid-late September. What are your thoughts on this? I know similar in, I guess, sector to what Robinhood does, but this has been trading obviously for a lot less than Robinhood.
Yeah, absolutely. Bull is one that I got stopped out of a couple weeks ago, and this one is not fun. I left my charting up here to show how wrong I was. This was a higher low, and they just swept this whole structure out. And now, for me, it's a wait and see. I think if you're patient, this one will pay off very nicely. Eventually, I think it is destined for much higher. But these names can take so long, and if we look at Hood, for example, off of those IPO flushes, years. And so, if you're a bull, just have some patience, trust the process, and average down, I would say. It's not a fun trade to be in.
Yeah, that chart is certainly a little bit different, we'll say, compared to like the Hoods and the Palantirs. I want to talk about Intel, which was a chart that was pretty beaten up for a while. Jacob Savage in our chat mentioning the story this one had earlier today with Elon Musk, maybe mentioning them, potentially a collaboration with regards to their chips. On a technical standpoint, how do you see INTC? We're a couple weeks now away from the earnings report.
So Intel, this one is just kind of just moving along according to plan, I would say. I would say that we would expect it to take quite a while to digest this previous swing high here. This was a big area of contention where it essentially tried to retake a major zone from like years prior and rejected and started this major downtrend. So I would expect a continued chop fest here, to be completely honest, between 35 and 40-ish. So if long-term bull, just stay the course. It is respecting all of the key technical levels that I would like it to. For me, that's this daily trigger here at 37. That clearly showed buyers. It has confluence just with this horizontal pivot. And so structure's still there. Don't be afraid. In terms of narratives, it's for me, it's kind of noise. I can't give too much weight onto what Elon does or doesn't say. But as long as a chart looks like this, I would tend to give it some credit. Maybe there's some truth there.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I would also ask you about IREN, because I've just seen so many people ask about this one. Day one earnings for IREN. This is sort of a mining play, also now kind of in that AI space. weekly chart, I mean, I'm just seeing this on your screen. That looks pretty good here for IREN. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, this one is kind of what we talked about with Palantir. Everybody assumes that it's done, right? And you know, it's funny. I found myself falling for this too. When it started to roll here, I was thinking, man, is it time to actually take a short down to back to 30 or something? But then, you know, if you zoom out, it's really quite constructive. Even now, it's just riding these moving averages up, and really what we're seeing is a correction over time instead of this explosive up move. But I still think this is in the rapid repricing phase. All I'm really seeing here is a nice cool down in RSI, or this is the wave trend oscillator, but quite, you know, basically the same concept of it giving itself room to push up into an actual overbought zone again. And we digested earnings. They seemed acceptable by market standards. And if we just look at the whole sector and WGMI, again, it's holding where it needs to. And I think that these names are not done. If not, maybe a little bit stretched and maybe a little bit more sideways action first.
Yeah, I know another one of those kind of utilities AI plays today, CEG, with earnings closed at the highs, you know, red to green move. So I think this sector has been pretty interesting for sure. We have a super chat as well. I want to thank Seth for the $5 super chat, asking if either of us watches EOSE, saying, I don't think you guys covered their earnings. Fortunately, no, we didn't. There were just so many earnings this week that we couldn't. But I looked into this one, like $5 billion market. They're in the Russell, and they've got about a 30% short float. And not a bad looking chart. Is this one that you tend to watch, Steve?
Oh, it's a beautiful chart. So this is one where we got in at 620, and it was a great trade. But this is one where I just didn't let it cook as much as I thought I would. I am down to amount, I believe, under. I'm at a quarter of a pretty small position left. So this is one where it goes to show that even if you read a chart well, you can always manage your position better. So it's a little hard to watch, but technicals wise, absolutely beautiful. We have it doing the exact same thing that we'd like to see IREN do, actually. Explosive parabolic move. The moving averages are catching up and flattening out horizontally, that time correction. And now we have room. We're just seeing the crossover in our oscillator here, and we have a really clean breakout. So now we'd look for higher term targets, and you got to expect it to test some of these wicks up here at, let's call it 22, maybe the push to 27, 30. Beautiful chart.
Yeah, that's quite the recovery there for EOSE. Are there any names that you're watching heading into next week that you're excited about?
Sure thing. So just bouncing off of this EOSE, another chart that I think could want to follow up here is this QS. I believe they're also in the battery space, and this one is getting nice and tight, and we're seeing the same thing here. We have the nice cup pattern and now the handle, where it's correcting over time and ready for a push up. So what I would like to see is a break of, let's call it today's highs, and we can look for a push first to the weekly highs there at 19, and then up to tackle all the way up at 22. So we get a nice room for expansion there. So that's one I'm watching. In general, I'm just looking for these momentum names to either catch or hold. So like I said, I really like, I really like a lot of the names that just had earnings and went red to green. So we have DraftKings, that's very interesting. This one is on my focus list as well. This nice high volume red to green candle here. So names like this and ONTO, these are two that I'm really focusing on.
Yeah, those are both really interesting looks there for sure. That DraftKings chart had me like, wow, because that quite the candle there on the daily, to be sure. Now, Steve, you mentioned another stream after this. Tell the people where they can find you outside of this show, of course, on Fridays.
Sure thing. So you can find me at Trade the Pool's YouTube channel. You can just go on right over there to the live tab and find me there. I'm going to be doing a webinar, and we're going to be going through a bunch of charts about the best ways I think that we can play AI into the middle innings of this cycle. So it might be a bubble, but it's not done yet. And let's figure out how to play that together. Come over and find me there. And you can also find me on Twitter at Steve Teilman, STEVETEILMANN.
That seems like a very timely topic, to be sure, for this stream. Thanks again to Steve Teilman, analyst at Trade the Pool, for being here with us on Friday. And again, definitely check out that Trade the Pool live stream.
Thanks so much, Adara. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too. Have the music. Okay. Thank you so much to Steve Teilman, analyst at Trade the Pool. Again, you can check him out on the other stream. Now, Aziz asking about AI. I have some C3 AI, but they're more just kind of about the company and the CEO switch up than anything else. So we're gonna have to wait and see what the next earnings report is. They have a really bad tendency of flailing at earnings. So I think if they can give a nice report, that could be a nice change in the tides for AI. So again, on Monday, guys, we have some pre-market earnings. We have some post-market earnings. But we have 2 whole days without the market. How crazy is that? I mean, if you're trading crypto, you still have the market. But the point is, guys, we must let you all go. We must say exeunt. We must say goodbye for the week. But how we say goodbye every day on Trader TV Live is via this roll call. So get in there, put your name in there, put a message, say what you're trading or what you traded this weekend. Let me know. Thinking of Brown Lightning, thinking of Mike Peter Ryder, thinking of Showtime, VB, Big 40, Nephew. We've got Ron Miller taking leaps. We've got Saf. We have Save Men, Women, Peace, Front Porch Trader, Jeremy Newman, Dinkelberg, more on Wall Street, and Melly, that one, shout out to Melly Mel. Northwest Sasquatch, Diggity Risk, One Life to Live Together, Jacob Savage, Mike Peter Ryder, more on Wall Street. Again, we've got Go Bills with Tyler Smith, Jesper, Showtime, Ian Rispetto, we have BTC Heaven, PMAX, Swizzer Sniper, Byron Hart, and we'll end here with Haley Nichelle. Thank you guys so much for being here with us every single day. But we do have the weekend now. Get that rest, get that R&R, do some aggressive journaling, and prepare for next week. Because I'm sure, like all these weeks lately, it's going to be a good one. See you guys.